Hey guys, hope you guys are doing well. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather, um, so I was gonna cancel, but we're just gonna keep going. We're just gonna keep going. So, how are you guys doing? Before I get started, I'm just gonna give whew, everybody a shout out. Oh my goodness, my nose. Hi, Chrissy. Hi, Mr. Uganda. And hi to everyone else and everyone else who's going to come in later. What's up? Hope you guys are all doing well. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. The topic today is it off code? Is it bad for Africans to do business with non Africans? I got that phrase from Nakamizi, to be honest. And, in a lot of. Can you guys hear me, by the way, just to be clear? In a lot of these Pan-African spaces, right? In a lot of these chat rooms that you go to, you have like Black people talking about, we got to work together, we got to build. That's their favorite word. We got to build, we got to build, we got to create, we got to invest. And again, I'm not making fun of anything that they're saying because I 100% agree. But my thing is, some of them in these spaces, it's like they say we only got to build and invest with other Black people. And I'm like, maybe in a fantasy world, we could do things where we're only working with Black people. But do I see it being realistic as us just working with Black people? Not really. I'll be 100% honest. I don't see that being realistic. I see, if we're talking about business, right? Business to me is just about money. It's about profit. If you're talking about organizations like nonprofit organizations, that's kind of different. If you're talking about volunteering and all of those other things, that's kind of different. But if you're talking about business, you want to be successful, does it matter who you do business with? Does it matter who you partner with? Because don't get me wrong, if I were to do anything, I would want to work with a Black person first. But if I can't find a Black person to work with and I find somebody else and they're non-Black, am I going to be like, oh no, you're not the right skin color? Because even if you apply for a job, right? At least where I live, if you apply for a job, you apply with your qualifications, right? You don't apply on the basis of your skin color. Like, you apply on, can you get the job done? Yes or no? Like, do you have the experience? Do you have the expertise? So when people say, oh no, I only do business with Black people, I mean, I do business with Black people personally, right? But am I going to lie and say that I only plan on doing business with Black people? I'm not sure about that. I'll be honest. I'm not sure because I just, I'm in the process of creating another business. I'm in the process of creating another company as we speak, right? Guess who I got the funding from? I got the funding from non-Black people. I applied for a business grant in my city. I wrote my plan. I told them what I wanted. I got the money from the Canadian government, which is a Muzungu, which is an Obroni. I didn't get the money from these so-called, quote unquote, Black youth organizations. I'm pretty sure there are some Black youth organizations in which they sponsor youth or even just Black people in general to do businesses, but they're not on my radar. I mean, I'm not seeing a whole bunch of people in this Black community creating funds, creating organizations to actually help other Black people. But then they'll be the first ones to be like, "Oh, well, you got funding from non-Black people, so then you're off code. You're off code. You're out of pocket." So then I need to ask my wonderful community, why did you not fund me? Why didn't you fund me if you don't want me to go to the enemy? When Black people create businesses, right? When Black people create Black-only businesses, I own one, so I know what I'm talking about. To anybody who wants to act like I don't know what I'm talking about. I own a Black business, okay? when you create a Black-owned company, right, and you sell to Black people will say the price is too high. This is your same community that's saying, oh, the price is too high. So then you open up your Black community, right, to sell to non-Blacks, and then they'll turn around and make fun of you. So now which one is it? Which one is it? Do you want to support Black people or do you not? Like, I don't understand that. But then if you open a business, maybe it was only for Black people only, right? And then the Black people did not support you. So then you had to open the business up to everybody. And then Black people now are going to be the same ones saying, oh, well, I thought this was only for Black people. Are you serious right now? I was gonna link the channel, but I didn't have time, so I'm sorry about that. But there's a YouTuber, right? His name is called what what took Kuluka Media. I know I probably said that wrong. Anyways, he was on Nakmi's channel not long ago, right? He was on Nakmi's channel not long ago, and he was basically saying that Woodamaya, when Woodamaya first started out on this YouTube journey, the person who sponsored him to go on these trips, to go on these plane rides, to go across the whole world was a Chinese person. A Chinese person was the one who paid for Woodamaya's first plane tickets. It wasn't an African. It wasn't. His family helped later on, right? If you actually watched a lot of Woodamaya videos, he explains that his father later on in his career helped him, like his family helped him later on. But in the beginning, it wasn't Black people, it wasn't Ghanaians that helped him, it was the Chinese people. So had Woodamaya not taken the funding from the Chinese man, would he be a more righteous person than he is now? According to some Black people, oh no, he's a sellout because he took funding from a Chinese person. So what was he gonna do? Like, what was the other option? To not take the funding and to not go on these plane rides and to not work on his YouTube career? So that's just the question that I have for some people in here. When you do business with non-Blacks, you're automatically off code, you hate your people, you automatically are a bad person. Let me ask you this. I have a video on my communities tab from Connect You to Africa, right? He was doing a live stream about investing into Africa and beachfront property. And he was basically saying a lot of Germans and basically non-Black people have bought beachfront property in Ghana, right? They're buying beachfront land on the continent, right? And then, especially non-Ghanaians will complain and be like, why are Africans selling land to non-Africans? And I got to ask you, if you're selling something, right? Are you selling for profit, or are you selling it like, aren't you going to sell it to the highest bidder? Yeah, some people, I guess, have better morals or are more morally aware, or they're more conscious about certain things. But usually if you're selling a product, you're selling it to the highest bidder. You're selling it to the person who's going to pay the money, right? You're selling it to the person who really wants it, right? So if I'm sorry, guys, I'm under the weather, so I'm gonna be like, you're gonna hear me like blowing my nose a lot. So if I'm selling, my beachfront property, right, for let's say 500,000 cedis, right, and a German comes with 700,000, I sell it to a Ghanaian. A Ghanaian comes to me and says, "Hey, sister, I don't have the money right now. Okay, I have 200K. I'll give you the rest later." Am I gonna be like, okay, sure, no problem, I'll hold the land for you because you're my brother and I love you so much? Or am I just gonna go to the German who's gonna give me my money and more? So will I be a sellout for selling my land to the German as opposed to selling it for the Ghanaian who's gonna play games with me? Not all of the time, but sometimes, yes, the Ghanaian who's gonna play games with me and be like, oh, my sister, Minia, don't worry. No, I'm gonna sell it to get my money. I'm selling it to get my money. That's what I'm doing. But then, Um, when you want to start a business or you want to start a company or you want to start something and you go to your fellow black people and they say, oh yeah, don't worry, let's do it, and then it comes time to actually do the project and then they run away, are you then just gonna sit there or are you gonna wait, is the question that I have for some people. If you're going to the bank, right, over here in the West, and you're getting a business loan, a business advance from the Western bank, is that bad or is that wrong? Because some people are like, oh no, we should get funding from, black institutions, black businesses, black everything. And I'm just like, okay, but where are they? And I'm not even trying to be rude. I mean, depending on where you live, depending on which country you live, maybe they're there. But in some of these places, where is the all black funding? Where are the international black susus? Like the susu plans that our ancestors, our grandparents, our parents did. Where are those community funded organizations, events that you can get money from? I mean, they're not really there like that. But then people call you a sellout for doing business with a Chinese person when that Chinese person is not playing. That Chinese person, yeah, they don't like you. Yeah, they're probably racist. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. But they're at least, when it comes to the business part, they're at least serious. And they're at least going to be there. And they're at least they're going to commit to the project, right? But when it comes to your own brother who you're supposed to love so much and who's supposed to love you, they're not there. I'll give you guys an example. Akon, right? I know with his slavery comments, a lot of people were upset and angry at him. What I'll say in the case of Akon, right, is nobody's perfect. Okay, I'll just say that. And I say all of that to say this. This is a man who is investing in at least 4 African countries. He bought a mine in Congo. Okay, so he's buying mine. So he's going to be in the mining sector. He's investing in the Uganda music industry. He's investing into Senegal. Okay, not just his Acoin or Akon City, but various projects in Senegal. He's investing, and again, in the Uganda music industry, and he's investing in another country. I forgot which one it was, but he's investing in many countries, right? The first thing Black people, especially, yes, Black people, the first thing they said is, where is he getting the funding from? Where is he getting the money from? That's the first thing Black people said. But what I want to ask you is, why did you not offer to help him? Because this isn't a one-time thing. Akon has been doing this for years, okay? Akon went to America, right, to get funding. The Americans rejected his offer, right? The Americans said, oh, nah, you're trying to build in Africa? Well, we don't care about Africa. Get out of here. So the Americans rejected his business plan, essentially, right? So, okay, he's getting his funding now from some Chinese. You got Africans here all in an uproar, like, oh, well, he's a sellout. He should be doing business with Africans. Where are all the rich Africans? Okay, all you rich diamond oil Africans, where are you guys teaming up with Akon? Where are you guys teaming up with Akon? But instead, you'll be the first one to say, oh, well, he's doing business with Chinese. We can't trust him. Okay, so why aren't you offering to do business with him? It's not like Akon doesn't have contacts. Okay, he was in the music industry, international. He has many people who he knows. So he had a lot of people who he had access to, a lot of people who could have offered to do business with, and they didn't. You know, they didn't. Sorry, guys. Sorry, my bad. But I wanted to ask how many Black people have started their own cryptocurrency coin. How many Black people have actually created their own coin? I wanted to ask how many Black people have probably not many. Cryptocurrency coin. How many Black people have actually? But they'll be the first one to make fun of Akon. You know, they'll be the first one to be like, okay, well, we don't know where his sourcing is coming from. We don't know where his funding is coming from. Well, of course you don't, because it's not coming from you. So that's the question I have. Is it off code to do business, to get loans, to do funding, to get anything from non-Blacks? Because these are the same Africans that will always be like, oh, well, these people are coming to our country and they're doing this and they're doing that, but you're not doing it. So what do you expect? Do you expect people to starve because they're waiting to do business with a Black person, to do business with an African person? Do you expect people to just sit there and starve? Like, what do you guys expect? You know, and this goes to the people who are super like pro-Black. They don't want to hear anything about any other races. Listen, I don't want to go there, because I'm starting to realize that, okay, the other races are never gonna like me. So it's like, what am I gonna do about that? You know, that's what I'm starting to think about more so in my life, as opposed to the other races not liking me, because evidently that's gonna continue happening. I wanted to give you guys another example of some of the hypocrisy that is really in these spaces. I have a friend, right? And she started a business, she started a company, right? We're not talking about investment of like tens of thousands of dollars. We're talking about investments of maybe like $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. She went to a whole bunch of Black people, right, to ask for this funding. All of them said, listen, yeah, sure, no problem. Let's do it. Let's do it. When it came time to actually do this project, where were any of these people? Nowhere to be found. Then the excuses came. Then this came. Then that came. So, of course, she got the funding from a non-Black person. She got the money from a non-Black person. So are you now going to say, oh, well, you know, she's not working with her own, so she's a sellout? What? Where are all the wonderful Black people who offered to help her? Where were they? Nowhere to be found. But as soon as she works with somebody else, oh, we can't believe she did that. She's not real. She's not here. We can't believe she betrayed us. Absolute hypocrisy. Just 100% hypocrisy. And we do it to ourselves, because I've noticed as a Black people, or as African people, I've noticed that we're very competitive with each other. But when it actually comes to helping each other, we're not there like that. Like, we can lie and be like, oh, yeah, we're there. We support each other, but we don't. We don't support each other. We in some of us, right? We're raised even in households where you have to even do better than your own blood brother and sister. They're your brother and sister. You even have to outcompete your own blood in some of our households. That's how we're raised. So of course, when your fellow Black person is trying to do something, they're trying to start something, you're not gonna support it, because it might subconsciously make you feel some type of way. You might be jealous. You might be upset. You might be angry. You might be like, oh, why wasn't that me? So instead of supporting to actually help, you're not going to do it. Instead, you're going to sit there and make fun of that business. Instead, you're going to sit there and make excuses like, oh, no, that product costs too much. Who does she think she is? So Black people aren't allowed to create luxury brand products, right? Black people always have to create products that are cheap. But Black people cannot create luxury products. Look at Rihanna. Rihanna is doing luxury brand clothing right now. What's the first thing Black people? Kanye West with his Yeezy line, right? I don't care about Yeezy. I don't care about shoes. But if a brother wants to make a shoe that's $1,000, let him do it. If you don't want to support that business, you don't have to, but you also don't have to sit there and be like, oh, who does he think he is? Selling shoes for $1,000? So what? You want only Black people to be selling shoes for $20? Why can't Black people do anything better than that? Me personally, I'm going to say this one more time because maybe some people missed it in the beginning. I do not think that doing business with non-Blacks is off code. I don't think that doing business with people who are not Black is necessarily, oh, you're automatically a bad person. I don't actually agree with that. And the only reason why I don't agree with that is because you don't know the intention behind the person creating that company. You don't know the intention behind somebody creating that brand. You don't know the reason why they're doing it. And you also don't know how many Black people they probably reached out to actually get that business off the ground after hearing a whole bunch of Black people say, oh, no, oh, sure. And then they actually don't come and help you. You're going to do the business anyway, right? So yeah, I don't think that getting funding from non-Blacks mean that you're off code, that you're such a horrible person, that oh, like I don't think it's all that bad, to be honest. To me, money is green. Money is green. If I have a business, right, and I'm selling it to Black people, that's different. But if I have a business, don't think that I should just limit my audience, limit my profit just to Black people. Because if we're being honest here, the people who are going to support you in terms of money, in terms of actually buying your product, it might not even be Black people. And that's just me being 100% honest. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings, but if you have a company and if you're selling products, you will be surprised. Make any of us, right, create a t-shirt that has the map of Africa in it. Let's create a t-shirt, right? Sell a t-shirt that has the map of Africa in it. You think it's only Black people that are going to buy that t-shirt? You think it's only Africans that are going to buy an African t-shirt? So then are you going to say, oh no, I'm only selling it to Black people, but then the Asians, Chinese, or whatever who want to buy your shirt, sorry, you're not the right color for this product? I don't know. We'll see about that. And again, I don't mean to be rude, but I've noticed this a lot. Black people, Africans, they don't invest with other Black people, right? But then they get mad when we go outside. Black people would rather sit there and be like, oh, you're a sellout, you're a shambo, you're a tango, you're this, you're that. But instead of actually using their money to support that Black person, they won't do it. They get mad when that Black person goes to someone else and says that they need a loan. They get mad when Black people do that. But instead of them to support their brother, in which they preach about 24/7, they won't do it. So that's why some of these Black people, they're just not serious. And let's be honest here, they're just not serious. They're not. Because how are you there talking about Pan-African unity, economics 101, but you can't even work with your brother? You can't even invest with your brother. When I talk about invest, again, I'm not talking about big money here. I'm talking about even help somebody, give them $100, give them $500, like pitch in, but they won't do it. But then when that Black business goes out of business, when this and that happens, then they'll complain. But where were they to support their fellow brother? Nowhere. But they want their fellow brother to be loyal to them? Okay, let me say it like this. I'm in my 20s right now, right? I'm in my 20s. So if you ask me what is the purpose or the meaning of my life right now, I'll be honest with you. The meaning of my life is to try to make these bands, okay? The meaning of my life is try to get these dollars. That's the meaning of my life right now. I don't have any major responsibility. So the meaning of my life is to get these dollars. If a Chinese person were to email me right now and say, listen, we're doing manufacturing in so, and so, this country, that. And if it's a good business plan, if it's a good deal, I can't, I'll be honest with you guys 100%. I can't lie and say that I probably wouldn't consider working with the Chinese person. Okay, okay. Am I allowed to say that? Am I a coon? Am I a coon for saying that? I probably would partner with a Chinese person. I probably would partner with a Russian person, depending on what the product is being sold, on what the product is, on the business plan. If they're serious, if no African steps up to me and says, "Hey, sister, let's work together," then yeah, I'm gonna work with the Chinese person. I'm sorry. Like, I have bills to pay. I got things to do. I got things to do. Another question for the chat section. Is it off code to get loans from the Obroni? Is it off code to get loans from the white man? Because depending on which space you go to, of course, that's off code. That means you're suspicious. Because why are you going to the enemy to get funding? So you're telling me the community that tells me that they love me every day, but doesn't have a lot of funding options is the community I'm supposed to go to for funding? Listen, I'm just, hey, I'm just being 100% honest. And maybe in a different country is different, but over here, there's not a lot of funding that's provided for Black people that Black people have created. The companies that actually give funding for Black people were made by non-Black people in this part of the world, right? That's just what I'm saying. So if Black people are gonna sit here and have all these high standards, where are the Black owned companies that provide funding just for the Black people? Where are those companies? Where are those companies? Nowhere. But if you go with somebody else, if you get funding from somebody else, oh no, we can't believe you did that. How can you do that? Sister, you're such a traitor. Okay, then how about you fund your community, you fund your children so that they won't have to quote unquote go to the enemy? How about that? But nope, that question is not allowed to be asked ever, because that when you ask that question, then you're being rude. So, okay, fine, I'll zip my mouth. I made a community post not long ago and I said, when we go to Africa, right? A lot of the diaspora, when we go there on individual bases. We go there on individual means. We go there on individual savings. Somebody can have $80,000 to go build a house in Zimbabwe, all right? And then there'll be the same person to complain and say they don't have any money. Do you get what I'm saying? $80,000, but they don't have any money to start a business. So you have $80,000 to build a house, but you don't have $10,000 to create a business with a Black person, right? So then that person who you could have started a business with your $10,000, right? That Black person or African might have to start a business with someone who's non-African, start a business with somebody who's non-Black. But then you'll be the same person to complain. But why didn't you do it? Why are you waiting for a foreigner to do it? Again, it's because of this competition that we're always with each other. We're always in competition with each other to our own detriment to a certain extent. When people ask, why are the Chinese, why are the Indians, why are the Lebanese doing so good in Africa? First and foremost, these people started to go to Africa. In the case of East Africa, I don't know much about it, so the East Africans can let me know. But in the case of West Africa, right, the Indians and Lebanese have been going there since the 60s, 70s. They've been going there for years. All right. These people are serious because when they go to Africa, they don't go to Africa to build houses. They don't go there to build a house and chill out. They go there with group economics, do business together, and then pass those businesses down from generation to generation. And that's how they've been able to go ahead, right? So then when it comes to any of them needing to do business, they'll give each other loans within their own community to start businesses. That's how they do it. But then Black people, but then Africans will get mad when an African has to go outside of their community to do business with the Chinese and Indian, they'll get mad. But then you have to ask them the question. So then where are the apparatus? Where are the organizations? Where are the grants? Where's the funding from just pure Africans? Where is it? Nowhere. But they'll be the first one to be angry when an African teams up with somebody else. They'll be the first. Hypocrisy. Major hypocrisies. So now it's off code to make money, okay? It's off code. You're being a tango, you're being a shambo, you're being all those horrible words. You're being all of that because you're doing business with somebody from a different race, but the people from your race don't want to have anything to do with you. They want to compete with you. They don't want to work together with you. You know what I'm saying? There was an example. I love this brother. He's a very popular YouTuber, right? But in the beginning of his YouTube journey, he was more on a pro-Black, like militant, heavy pro-Black talking points on his channel, right? But then the same people of his community got mad when he bought houses. He bought houses with, I think it was Germans or Dutch in Tanzania. He bought a house from like I think it was a German firm in Tanzania, right? And you should have seen all of these Black people. Okay, all of these Black people were like, "Oh, you're a sellout. Why did you buy a house with white people? Oh, you should have bought the house from Tanzanians. Why didn't you do that?" They had a point there because in his channel, he made it seem like, oh, doing business with non-Blacks is so bad. It's horrible. But then you bought a house from non-Blacks in an all-Black country. And then in the end, you justified it, right? You justified that decision by saying, oh, well, you guys don't know if I got a referral code from them. So I'm like, So you did business with non-Blacks, and then you're getting paid in the back end by these non-Blacks for selling to Blacks. But you're pro-Black? Whatever. Just see, some of these pro-Blacks can be bought. They can be bought. And nothing against him. I actually love the guy, but he didn't have to say that doing business with non-Blacks was bad, because the minute you do it, people are going to hold you to it. You know, if you're going to sit there and have your whole platform about how doing business with non-Blacks is anti-Black, you know, how that's horrible for the Black community, then you better hold yourself to it. You better not. How are you going to buy a whole house from non-Blacks, but then you're talking about, anyway, let me get off of him. Let me get off of him, because this is the type of stuff I'm talking about. Now, let me say this. If an African, right, on the continent is selling you a bag, you know those like kente bags, those African print bags or whatever, and you realize that African print bag is from China, for instance, right? The African print bag wasn't manufactured in Africa. Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? Because these are the same people that will say, no, the bag should be from Africa. It should be made in Africa. But then when you tell them, okay, fine, no problem. The bag that's made in Africa, instead of that bag being $15.99, the bag that was made in Africa is $25. Are these same pro-Blacks going to buy that bag because it costs more? Are they going to buy it? Because now an African made the bag. It wasn't mass produced in China. So that African might sell you more than the bag that was made in China. Are you going to buy that bag, yes or no? Anyways, welcome, guys. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link if anybody wants to come in here. But I upon looking the chat, it seems that the question isn't really answered, and that is leaving me a little bit unsatisfied. What do you guys actually think? By the way, off code is a term that Nakamizi made, I think. Well, he didn't make it, but not off code means, is it dishonest or is it bad when you do business with non-blacks or when you get money from non-blacks to start projects? Is that something that you guys would consider to be dishonest according to this community? Because it depends. The super pro blacks, again, I'm not making fun of people who are pro black, but I'm just saying, like, the super diehard, the Obroni is so horrible, the Obroni sucks, the Obroni's oppressor. These same people, where are they what mechanisms are they making sure that we don't have to do business with the enemy is the question that I have for them. What mechanisms are they setting in place so that we don't have to run to the oppressors to make projects? Nowhere. But they'll be the first ones to make fun of Africans, right? In the instance of Africa, right? They'll be the first one to make fun of Africans for selling their land, selling their farmland to Europeans. Okay? The land has to be sold. If I'm selling the land, I'm selling it to whoever's paying the money. Like, is that so wrong? Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and add some people. Guys, thank you so much for calling in. And Pan-Africanism strikes back, Brandon. Thank you. What did he say? Why we hiding out identities? I missed that. What do you mean? Then let's see what he said next. If somebody publicly off code, they need to be publicly called out. I want to know who on YouTube talking black but collaborating with the enemy. I like him though. I don't want to call him out. But he's a very famous YouTuber. You know who he is. It's your girl, not your woman, is the hints I'll give you. But Uganda. Welcome, Mr. Nice, and welcome, Diogo. So we could start off with Mr. Uganda.
Thank you. You know, I was itching. I'm always telling Bantu Queen that the live streams, like, I've been itching to jump on the live streams recently. I don't know what it is, but the energy is much better. But I'll just go along with saying this. There is no code. I don't know why people insist on pushing a code when there clearly isn't a code of conduct. I'm gonna need the people who are pushing a code to stop being disrespectful first and foremost. Then I'll take you seriously. We need to have respect put at the forefront before we talk about all of this code nonsense. Stop trying to hold people to codes, because the reality is that when we need to get boosted in society, we can't be overly discriminatory so as to exclude all the other groups. When we're in the West, a majority of the people we interact with are going to be white, and on the other part, they're going to be Asian. You know, like, if they give, like you said, if you're going to get a business loan, it's most likely going to be a person. Therefore, why are you going to stop yourself from improving your life? Are the same black people you're going to be protecting, are they going to be paying your bills? Black people throw each other under the bus over less. So please, put yourself first, because when you're over there being the martyr for everyone, they're not going to have your back. You need to have your own back first. That's what it's always been about. Your mum didn't raise you to put everyone else first but yourself. That would be a huge disappointment, and I would hate for you to do that. So you got that business loan, you need to put yourself first, and you millennial. We're always here to support you, even if other people don't like the fact that you got a loan from a white man or something. It don't matter. It really doesn't matter. And if we're talking about codes, let's say if I decide to collaborate with another black person, does that mean it's for the betterment of the black community? It could be two spiteful black people putting themselves together only for the benefit of, like, just self-hatred. I think we're this far in, you know, in this community enough to know that we have to stop seeing things purely on color. It can be a factor, but it's not something that should drive our perspective. Color has been used to deceive people in the community left and right. It's time that we start operating with some degree of logic. The reality is that I can't tell you how you should navigate your life if I haven't walked in your shoes. How would you feel, AM, if I just came up to you and was like, I don't like the fact that you got a loan from a white man. Take it back, you're black. You know, support us black people. Do you know how ridiculous that would sound? Someone who isn't walking in your shoes. I'm across an ocean. And I'm going to be telling you to reject something because you're collaborating with a white person by getting the loan. We live in a very, very duplicitous society. The same people that would be telling you that, they're going to be telling you, they're also going to be shopping white. They're going to be going inside all of those superstores that are white. The fact is that they can't give you an instruction without contradicting it in their private lives. And I think with something with YouTube is that the people who normally comment on us have the privilege of what their lives. So we're open to a lot of critical inspection because people see what we say, and to a degree, when we share it, they can always inspect what we do. But the reality is that I can't see what they're doing. This is why I come on here and I just say I'm pro me, because pro black doesn't suit me. Like, with the way I am, I put black people, I tend to support black people anyway, but something that's closer to my reality is that I'm pro me. If I was to go around here saying I'm pro black, I'm going to be disappointing a lot of people. You can't please everybody, and it's best to stay as close to your own agenda as possible, just so your life doesn't become a shell for someone else to benefit from.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
Mr. Uganda, just to make it clear, we're talking straight business. We're not talking about, oh, you're sleeping with these people, or we're just saying, like, if you're doing business with non-blacks, is that really all that bad? You know, especially if the business contracts and deals are fair. It's not like anybody's taking advantage of somebody else. You're just doing business with them. Like, is that so horrible? Because it seems like it is, according to some people.
do you know what? Like, with some individuals, they're going to work with you, and this is even if your idea is good. So by all means, please, in a business capacity, if we're speaking on a business capacity, don't let that stop you from doing what you need to do. I was just on another live stream held by an Ivorian, right? And she had a Black American man come on the panel, and he was talking about how he doesn't know where to take his ideas to. And we were like, everyone was like, just take it to Netflix, pitch your idea to Netflix. Obviously, Netflix is not black owned, but are we going to stop this man from putting himself in a better socioeconomic position because he's appealing to white people and to white money? No, that's not how this works. And in reality, if the community wants us to make every facet of our life back, economically, socially, whatever, you need to have things set in place for that to be easier for me. That means if you're telling me not to collaborate with this white person or this Asian person, I'm gonna need you to have a set of mechanisms so that my idea can be taken on board. If you don't want me to pitch my business to them, where are you to give your money to support my business? Why aren't you running my GoFundMe? Why aren't you putting money towards my script? It's really that simple. Do you know what the thing is, right? Is that, oh, Diogo, can you mute your mic for 1 second, please? But the thing is, right, is that even in the UK, there was a show called Backchat. Tons of black people complaining about how it's expensive. We shouldn't have to pay for this because they were used to getting it for free on YouTube, right? They were used to getting it for free. They were all complaining about the price. It was £5, £5 for one, like literally like 5 or 10 quid, right? All of these uni students that will buy Adidas shoes, Gucci belt, they will buy everything under the sun. But this black content creator is asking you to give just a few pounds of your money, and you're putting up so much resistance. You're going to fight World War IV over the fact that he asked you for a bit of wet change. Hundreds and $500s at the Oxford Street stores that are not even black owned. Oxford Street, Piccadilly, you're going to go to all of those streets and you're going to give all that capital. You're going to give 5 weeks worth of your work to those corporations. I paid the guy because I was like, I support what you're doing, even though I don't support every facet of it. You know, at times it can be very, very, you know, it can be very, very like weird. Like, you know, you guys, if you guys know Backchat, you understand what I'm trying to convey here. I don't have the precise wording, but the fact is that we have someone here who's making a creative. It's taken the UK social scene by storm. Why am I going to resist that? He's giving me content. Why do I feel like I should feed from it for free? It's an exchange. I'm entertained. You get the money. but people just want to be entertained for free in our community. They're the first to ask for freebies and price reductions. Then they wonder why people branch out to benefit the wider collective. Then they wonder why people don't make Black people the sole consumer base. Well, don't be cheap. That's all I gotta say. You're gonna have me here ranting. Let me just grab some water. But peace to the chat.
Peace to everybody in here. There are 34 people in here. Guys, please like the video. Even if you don't like me, please like the video. But welcome to everybody in here. We're just going to keep it pushing. We're going to keep it going. There's a lot of people in here. So let's go next to Diego. Diego, thank you so much for being here.
Greetings, family. So the thing is happening here. We are a very complicated race of people. Is the issue here? You understand? Because if you want to see a lack of money sharing amongst Black people, just look at the situation with our businesses. You hardly find a Black-owned business, regardless if it's in Africa or wherever, in a stock market. So for a company to be in a stock market, there needs to be a system in which Black people are sharing money amongst each other so that that company thrives. And this is why we don't have big businesses nor industries in Africa, because we don't work together. We don't break the money together. Is it? But it's a cultural thing, and it goes back to the thing you said that brothers are competing against each other in the same family. So when they go outside in this world, the tendency is also to compete with one another, and it gets toxic. It's not a healthy competition, which you get in European nations and whatnot when they come to the environment. Here in Africa, it's a toxic competition, you see, and a toxic competition without a very logical point in what's the thing we're moving forward. So this is the issue we have. So I agree with everything you guys say. It's the same people you see going on marches and complaining, we suffer too much from white supremacy, da 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 da. Okay, but then go on their Twitter, they just spent $8,000 on a shopping spree on Louis Vuitton. But the next day they put in a clothes saying, "Hey man, I'm pro-black and the white supremacy thing." So it can't work like this, man. We Black people, we don't respect each other. We don't see the value in each other, and it's what's happening. This is why I say we're a complicated race of people. I, on the issue we said about the Lebanese, and I agree with you. I see the Lebanese all the time here in my country. They're in droves here. They're too much here. They've always been here, and they have this group economics things as well. You see, they make money together. They spend money together. You'll never see them patronizing an African business. You'll never see that. You see, so we are a complicated group of people, man, and we need to understand this to move forward. I don't know what's it. I believe that we haven't evolved yet. So we are not being able to control our human nature aspect of it. This is why you see we have such issues, because our issues are not logical issues, you see. Are human nature issues. Once you understand that, I think we'll move forward, and that's just for the start.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Yes,
Um,
sir. I agree with that. I agree with what he said. I appreciate that.
no worries, no worries. You'll get a chance to respond very soon, but we're
I
just
know,
gonna.
I know, I know. My
No,
bad. I'm
no,
gonna
no,
cut
no, no.
myself off.
Yeah, no, no. You're cool. You're cool. You're cool.
Thank you. I
Mr. Mice,
appreciate
you can
that.
go ahead.
Okay. First, I want to say congratulations on your business, by the way. Do your thing. But I also want to say that, you shouldn't pay attention to other people what they're saying because, focus on yourself and focus on your business because the same people gonna be talking, nonsense are the same people working for white companies. Most of them, 99% of them are working for white companies. If they quit their job, none of them gonna have any work. So they depend on the European to pay their money because none of them got their job. They don't got their own anything. So what's the point? So if you decide to get a loan from a European company, that's not none of their business basically. It's you doing what's best for you, not best for anyone else. First person for me, I will never care what other people think because for me, I care more about and helping my family and helping myself and helping what money I bring in my family and making my own business. I'm not Pan African, but do I want to work with other black people? Of course. But
Why you gotta say it like that?
I mean, I'm just being honest. Like I would like to work with other black people. I got no issue with that. That's
Me
my
too.
first people I want to work with. But I'll go where the money is. If I have 10 European, Asian, whatever, and 10 black people, African, whatever, I will pick the one brings more money and give me both more, good business. That's how it works. It's all about the money, you know.
Let me ask you a question before you go
Yeah.
forward. Let's say you're doing something right, and a
hmm
non-black person sponsors you. So it doesn't even have to be a lot of money. It could even be like $2,000 that a non-black person gives it to you. Will you accept it or not?
Yeah, I'll accept it. If no black person is giving any money, why not? So I should just be broke and not start my business? No. It's about making business so I can make money. It's always about money, no matter what. Is money the most important thing? No, but it's about feeding your family and helping yourself and make more money. It's not like I'm saying I don't care about black people or my brothers and sisters. I do care, but if I'm being honest, I'll go with more opportunity is. I don't care about your skin color, but I care about that. I need that green paper more. So I'm not gonna be broke, so I can be poor black, so I can most of the time, black people don't even care about your business. It's when you at the finish line that's when they care about it. When you become successful and wealthy, that's when they're like, oh, you know, that's when they try be on your side. But when you were grinding, when you were doing your work, no one cares. It's when you at the finish line, when you worth about 200, million dollars in your bank account, you are 1 billion, you worth $1 billion. That's when they care about you. Most of the time, they're making fun of you. So that's
Well,
all I have to say. But just do what you was best for you. That's all.
agreed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll ponder on that. We can go ahead to the bottom, and we can go to Mr. Pan Africanism Strikes Back. He has the grace to come back. Whereas
Who me?
empowered
I,
black woman is gonna take a clip. Okay, just giving a
oh,
warning.
um, yeah. So, basically, um, it's like the guy who we talking about. The guy was on his channel calling a Mexican person who was in Africa our sister, right? Also, a person who's a Christian, uh, doing a lot with the Abrahamic religions and all that stuff. So it's like, do you expect anything less from that person? Not saying they're a bad person, but you kind of see where their mindset is, right? My biggest thing is this: it's all about the hypocrisy. You got dudes coming on saying, "Oh, it don't matter whoever give you the bag and whoever got the money and all this stuff. Oh, and if you work for a white company, whatever, right?" Same dudes, let them get their ass whooped by the police. They go on all these black people who they basically said they don't give a shit about to go out in the street and march on their behalf and act a fool and get them justice. That's the game we play here. Do every man for himself until something happens to me, and then I want everybody to come out on my behalf and fight for justice for me, right? I'll tell a quick story, then I'll end this. When I was a kid, I lived in a neighborhood in California that was predominantly black. Everybody in that neighborhood agreed that if they ever sold their house, they would sell it to a black family, right? A few people ended up moving to different places. Some people moved back to the South and stuff. And the first few people who moved, they stuck to that agreement and only sold their houses to black families. Neighborhood was good. But then, you had some people who want to sell, and maybe their house wasn't, up to standard or whatever. And white people start coming in, Filipinos start coming in, and Mexicans start coming in, trying to buy those houses. Those people sounded a lot like the people who are on here talking about it don't matter if it's a white person or whatever, get the bag, think about you, right? Those people ended up selling to all people of different races. So the neighborhood became mixed, right? All of a sudden, you go from a peaceful black cul-de-sac to like people having arguments, the police being called, old people partying too loud, stuff like that. To this day, that neighborhood is now no black people live there. It's all Mexicans, Filipinos, and whites. And you got black people 20 years later complaining about how we don't have any black neighborhoods, right? Was there black families trying to buy those homes? Yes. Were they offering as much money as the white families were offering? Probably not, or the Filipinos, probably not, just based on the way they live, right? But now you have a group of people complaining about gentrification in Long Beach, where I'm from. But they were the same people talking about, oh, it don't matter. Whoever got the money, I don't care about skin color. We're playing this like hypocritical game of musical chairs. At some point, you're going to have to stand for something. And that leads me back to the cliche saying, if you don't stand for something, you're going to fall for anything. You might work for a white person. You might have to do business with white people to survive, right? But at what point do you take a stand and say, no, I'm not going to let them buy me. I'm not going to be for sale. They're not going to be able to get me cheap. Because if you got a loan from, if somebody has background noise, whoever's not muted. But if you got a loan from a white-owned bank, you can get a loan from a black-owned bank. Because the people who set the criteria for loans.
Thanks, Brother Brown. You're right. You're right. Hey, the topics you hit on, right on point. I don't mean to cut you off.
Somebody needs to mute their mic.
Yeah,
Hold on,
King
let me get
Wait, hold up. He was
just
Are
seconds.
y'all going to let me finish
No,
or
he's
no?
right. He's right. He's right
Are
on
you going to let
everything
me
he
finish?
said, and I appreciate those points.
Are you
Hey,
going to
keep
let me
going in,
finish?
bro.
Are you
No,
going
no,
to
keep
be
on in, bro.
admin and wait
I
your time?
apologize, but
Or are
I
you going to
wanted
be
to give you a props. Keep
That's
going.
fine.
Keep going.
That's fine. Now, what I'm saying is this. If you don't stand for something, you're going to fall for anything. So basically, if a white dude walk in and be like, yo, I want to smash your girl, you're going to be like, man, I don't see color. It don't matter. At what point do you stand up and say, look, I'm going to have to make some sacrifices to get the future that I claim to want? And one of those sacrifices might be that you're going to have to turn down something, right, that maybe you really want for the sake of strengthening your community. And all of us have done that before. I use True laundry detergent, black-owned company. Does it wash as good as Tide? No, but a black person sells it. So if I gotta wash it twice, it's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make to strengthen my people. That's what every other culture and race on earth has done. Do you think the guy would rather go eat at the Cambodian shop than go eat at Ruth Chris? Probably not, but he's gonna support his own. So the thing with the guy who took the loan and stuff, maybe that's what he had to do at the time, but it ain't one time. I'm seeing a track record. First, the Mexican is our sister. Second, white Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Then third, I'm taking the loans from the crackers as opposed to blacks. It's a track record. Now what? We gonna excuse that too? You can't be a hypocrite. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you very much. And during the end of Brandon's what he was saying, he was talking about the YouTuber that was basically telling his whole audience that they shouldn't work with, white people, but evidently he is working with white people. But he made a whole video making fun of white people for messaging him and emailing him, but he's working with them. Anyways, we'll go ahead with King Genocide. Muted.
King Genocide, you muted.
Like the video, everyone. Like the video.
I think he's stuck.
Bro. Okay, now you're muted again.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why, but my phone fucking up. Like this shit don't never do that shit. But I apologize. I shouldn't curse. But look, anytime I curse, don't pay that no mind. Anytime I cut somebody off, it's because I like the talking points of what somebody coming off. Because I appreciate y'all. Yeah, I'm not a negative person. It's no such thing as a good and evil person. But now, let me get on to the talking point. Is it off code to do business or loans with non-Africans? And let me go into it from my personal perspective. I'm not even going too long, but y'all want to go up. It's true. In Africa or even where we at, it's a difference. You know what I'm saying? Like we have to do business with everybody. So make sure you do a business with honor, respect. Make sure you respect your people. Make sure this benefit your people because this is a game being played all over the earth, and that's what put us in the situation that we in now. You see what I'm saying? So we need to take that serious, and we do have a power structure. We everywhere. Nobody can.
But can I
And side.
can I
Go
say
ahead.
because
Yes.
you're in
Answer.
America and there's 40 million black people in America. So there's at least you can choose. Do you get what I'm saying? But if somebody lives, let's say, in the
Hold on. Say
European
the number
country,
again. Hold on.
wait, let me finish.
Hold on.
If somebody lives in a
Hold
European
on.
country,
How
right,
many?
with like
43 million? That's how many is in here? I didn't even know that.
yeah, there's a
So
lot of black people in America. But if you live in a country where there isn't a lot of black people, can you use that as an excuse to say, "Oh, well, I don't have that many black people around me"? What do you think?
I think life is what you make it. Manifest destiny. It's like this. If you think the sky is blue, if you think the sky is light blue or dark, I mean, I hate to say it like that, but life is what you make it. But people are making it difficult at the same time. But you got to make it for what yourself and manifest your own things and your own thoughts. That's the best way I can explain it.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
And no, it's not easy, and that's not easy for not for you. And I know you understand where I'm coming from. For the other people who would take it and not understand it in the full depth, it's not easy to manifest your. It's when you get look, essence of people. People don't like us. They scientifically they tell us we the first people, right? God said we made us in His image. I don't even want to say no more. Y'all, I retire my mic. Hey, I love y'all and I appreciate y'all and I love all y'all talking points. And I appreciate y'all. And if I talk too much, my bad. And if I cut anybody out, my bad. Yeah, man.
No worries, no worries, and welcome back. Nice to see
Thanks.
you
I
back.
appreciate it. I appreciate that. Thanks, my sister. Her Highness. I love that. Hey, you switch it up. Hey, we gotta. Everybody is kings and queens, but we are servants to the Most High, the one who created us and made us in His image. So we can roll with that. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? That's me. I love y'all. Yeah, my family.
All right, thank you. Machwana Mantu, thank you so much for being here. You have a channel. I've watched you before, and I do like your work. But welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel.
Thank you so much, sister. Appreciate. It's for me. I do a lot of business with different race, but for the most case, with me doing business with them, I learn the game. Most of these other people, they only do business with you only if it's benefit them. For example, Chinese come to Africa, or some people from Asia or Western world. When they do business, only if it's benefit them. You see? So if a business has to benefit my people or from people of the African, then I do with them as long as benefit people of the African country. See? So if it's a profit to the continent, then I'll do that. You see? For example, I offer a lot of service and products to a lot of clients, and I have a lot of some of the wives. But if they need a product from you, they're gonna call you, my friend, my friend, my friend. See, at the moment they take it, then that's it. The friendship stop there. You see? So I learned in hard way. Like, okay, if I do business with them, I have to analyze if it's benefit me, see, and it benefits the community or my people, then I'll do it. But if it's not benefit, if I look and then it doesn't benefit, then I don't do with them. You see? So as far as business, yes, I do with a different race. I have a lot of my clients who are white, Chinese, Japanese, and some of the Indians. But my lesson, maybe my experience, Chinese people are not trustful. See, these people that make it one of the waste business. And it make a lot of sense when I see what happened in Ghana, other place. They're not trustful. They're waste people, man. You know, as far as me doing business, all these people, you know, people from Asia, they do waste business. I see a lot of people here say, our people from the continent. I can tell you this, mark my words. People from the African continent or people, African in general group, they're way better from people from the Asia. If you have ever done business with them, I don't know. This is my experience. See, so if it benefits our people, if it's beneficial for our people, then I'll do. Because look, we have a lot of vivid example. You see what happened we what Chinese do to a lot of countries. You do business with them most of the time is about benefit them. So I play the same game. Like, look, they open a lot of Chinatown now in some of the African countries, Ghana, South Africa. You see, and they don't have a problem sell their products, their fake products to you because it's benefit them. So we can play the same game. Excuse me. We can play the same game. See, so I don't have a problem play their own game to them. So I do sell my products and services, but as far as taking a loan, I wouldn't encourage people go and take a loan from other race because most of the time we see what happened to the even to our governments. See, now taking some of the African country ports because they give a loan and they put you in a debt trap. And with the Chinese or people from Asian, I don't know, Western world is not gonna play out like how you play maybe with some of the brother here, like, oh, I'm gonna give you next month or next year. See, so that's my thing I can say for now. So yeah. So if it's better to our people or to the African continent, they'll do. But if it's not, then they have to stay out of the way because they play the same game. Like I say, if they want something from you, they're gonna play like, oh, you my friend, come and take a loan. You know, oh, you my friend, come and take a loan. But it's not like that. It's about beneficial to them. If it's not, then you are. Thanks a lot, Cesar. That's what I can say for now.
Can I ask you a question before we let the next panel go?
Of course, yes.
So when you're doing business, right, though, do you give an extra discount to people who look like you? Like, do you give an extra discount to your brother or sisters, or do you charge them the same as anybody else?
Of course, I can tell you, for example, what I do. I do a lot of stuff. For example, I do software developments, like app, like making apps or websites, whatever. Also, I also do something like tutoring. So what I see a lot of because when I started the business phase, it's okay, I need to do this and trade with our own people. But I realized most of people from our community, not all, where I'm at, I think it's a mindset of some. They can save a lot of money going buy whatever, like stupid stuff. Like, I'm not saying stupid for other people that might see is good. Weave. And these are kids like 16, 17, or go and buy sneakers from the Chinatown. And you want to give them knowledge, but with them, they don't see it that way. So then I say, okay, you know what I can do? In the same whatever offer, you get somebody, say white people, because I have a lot of some of the white clients. Man, you have this person, I want your service or your products. They're going to purchase. And when they want something, I had, for example, just the day before yesterday, the white guy called me late night. He paid me almost the price and extra half because he wanted something like it was agent. So what I do, when I make money from them, You see, and then go to the community and volunteer, like helping kids, for example, kids or women or other people, how to do basic coding, like how to make a basic website, stuff like that, you know, and inspire them, and yeah, sharing knowledge, have a great time and stuff like that. You see, so if our people, let's say, if somebody from, let's say, continent or brother and sister come, of course, yes, I do give a discount, you know, because for the most case, I don't know, maybe some person, oh, you're not fair, whatever, because I don't know, that's me. Like when I do business with them, I do give them discounts, of course. Some of them I even give a half. Some of them complain like, oh, you know, I don't have a, you know, but I understand their pains. I know where it come from. So it's not a big deal. If I make a lot of sales on the other side, and there's not a problem. There are a lot of them. There are some of them. I even have them for free. There's a little girl. She's the mother's the father's South African, the mother's Caribbean. She's 12, 13. So she always want to learn. She always want to learn what I do. And I teach her this. Excuse me, I give her the skills for free. Because I know she cannot afford. She's young. She can't afford. But she have an eager to learn. She want to do the same stuff. And I teach her business now. She make her little money. You see? So that's the thing. So as far as, yes, when I do with them, it's stick to the business. Because at first, I was so soft and I was so nice. I didn't know how the game they play. But when they take what they want, when they come as a friend, like, oh, my friend, whatever. But the moment they get what they want, there's no friendship anymore. Everybody goes separate way. So I learn, so strict to the business. So if I do business with them, it's about this. But then, when I get some, if I do a lot of sales, you see, and then, okay, I'm slight financial stable a little bit, and then, excuse me, so, and then I go and give back to our people. But even if sometimes things are rough, I'll still give back. You know, I still give back. And you,
Oh no, I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, you want?
No. I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm listening to what you're saying.
Yeah, I do that many times. I actually have I don't have a lot, you know. I'm still also coming up, trying to put something on the table. But I have some food program, you know, helping homeless people. You know, you follow my program and you know how I do. So, you know, with a little help, because, you know, I do believe, like, you know, I cannot become poor for me giving back. You know, it's actually open blessing for me. So whenever with the little that I have, I always take a 7% and go and give back because of my history where I come from. Because I was one of those people. You see, I'm still one of them, so I don't forget where I come from. That's the system of belief. Like, never forget where I come from and uplift my people, you know, because I was one of them and I'm still one of them and I'm part of that. So that's me. So as far as doing business with them, oh yes, I do business with them, but I stick to the business only if it's beneficial for me and also beneficial for our people. But sometimes you get challenged, like you do business with your own people, you get some people who are way richer or they can afford more than white men or than Western person. Because not all, like, I can say like all white people are rich because just a mindset. Poverty or richness is a mindset. You see, for me, I don't believe that I'm poor because they can take everything away from me, but I can still hustle from the ground and put my stuff together because my mindset, the way how I put my mind, like nobody can take away anything from me. They can take everything. I can come back. So this is why I don't try to give back either the skills, you know, and share it. You know, I got a lot of brother, for example. I have some of the brother. They're younger, like 19, 20. They're in Johannesburg or other city. I have somebody in Johannesburg, another one in Tanzania. You know, I have my other brother from Angola that I partner with them because they want to do something, but just because of the limited skills. So I'm trying to share a skills that I had so they can also put something on the table, you know, and because sometimes you cannot do everything by your own. You need to cooperate with your brother, you know, and sister. And with that, we can grow and flourish. Yeah, so that's what I can say, Sister Millennium, African Millennium.
Thank you. Thank you. And definitely agree with you. We're going to go ahead and keep going. Kwesi, you can go ahead.
Kwesi, we're ready for you, Kwesi. Unmute, please. Kwesi,
want him fine.
Oh, man.
What you mean, Kana?
Kwesi, we know you're there. He's waiting to speak. He's waiting. He's itching to speak.
Okay,
Oh.
the show must go on. We're gonna skip Quissy. We'll try again.
Yeah,
Kaizo,
and I'll
go ahead.
The thing is, yeah, it's cool stuff everyone's saying. Now, are you a sellout for working with other people? Of course not. This is a world. This is a multinational world. You have to work with people that are gonna make you make money. It really depends on what you want from life, right? So I have a company. It's an engineering company. I have at least 4 employees, and each employee happens to be African. That's true. One is Ethiopian, one is Zambian, one of them is American, Caribbean, and another one is like Nigerian. So yes, I actually do hire and work primarily with Africans, but that's just by accident. It's not like I went there and I thought to myself, I'm going to choose specifically Africans. It happened that these people were good to work with, and they good for me, and they do a good job, and they're not messing me around. Ultimately, I will work with people who will mess around with me. That's it. But it's a mindset, right? It's not about what you do, it's about your mindset. What are you thinking in the process while you're working with people? For example, even if you work with Ozungus or the Onyibos, there's nothing wrong with it if you keep the mindset that you are working with them in order to create a stable economy by yourselves with other brothers or sisters. It's all about like, you work with them to get something so that you can build your own network. As long as you keep that mindset at the back of your mind, it really doesn't matter, because you're just working to achieve a particular end. Now, if every brother or sister in this panel, for example, has a successful business, they extend that network as well, and they make the people who they work with also successful with brothers and sisters, then that's it. You build a network. But how to get that network to start, I'm not going to force myself trying to go look for that one random African. It just happened I was lucky. I'm not going to waste my time doing that or energy. But whatever I do, I'm always putting in the focus at the end goal. The end goal is that our kids don't have to go through all of that they can find a network that already exists so that they can just work and not have to think about building the network.
Okay. Everybody like the video. I'm giving you 30 seconds. Thank you. Kanzo, can I ask you a question before we move on to African tribe, Fang tribe, my bad. Oh, he left? Oh no, he's there. Okay. If there was a job position, right? Like you posted a job, and let's say 3 Africans applied for it, 1 non-African applied for it. The non-African, right? Actually, no, let's make this interesting. They all have the same qualifications. Who would you hire?
Okay, if they had the same qualification, it's not about qualifications though, because I'll answer your question, but in both ways. I'd hire the African if their mannerisms and also their reliability was at par, because it's not just about qualifications, it's about ease of working with. I need someone who's reliable. If I tell them to complete a job in 2 days, I need that job completed in 2 days. No excuses. If they have to not sleep that night, I need that job done. So it's all about the reliability of interaction. So let's say all of them have a really great GPA in the engineering class of 4.0, right? Now, if someone has 3.5, still very good, and they're more reliable, and I can work with them, and they're willing to learn and be teachable and loyal, I'll choose that person, regardless of whether they're African or not. But yeah, if everything is equal, I'll choose the African.
Okay, thank you. I had a reason why I asked that question, because even in some of these spaces, I think some of our brothers and sisters would say they would hire the Africans at all costs. And it's like, oh man, we really need to work on that.
No, because if the costs outweigh the fact that your business is going bust, that doesn't make sense. At the end of the day, look, how can we build a network when all the nodes don't work? It's like if you're building an internet connection like YouTube, right? They need to make sure they pay the server space so that when we can host a YouTube link, it works. People don't have to wait like 10 seconds for one word. Like, it has to work. At the end of the day, if you set a business, it has to work. So you need to choose the person who will allow that to happen. But what Mr. Matwana said about trust, I think this is something that we as Africans need to ignore, right? Look, the rest of the world have never thought of doing business with friends. That whole concept has to end. Business is only about money. Yes, they only care about money. They will even give you predatory loans. That's obvious and that's expected. We should be expecting that, not thinking that there's something spooky going on, because that is the expectation of capitalism. Capitalism is, there's something called game theory. I think you guys should check up. Don't worry, I won't be too long. But game theory is all about the games that we play in life. And capitalism or money making is part of that game. So there's something called zero sums. Zero sums is basically when I win everything and you lose, or you win everything, I lose. That's the game they're playing. They're playing the zero sum game when they're doing all these things. They give you a loan, they know you won't pay back, and then they know that they will take your rainforest or your seaport, which they win in either case. You win a little bit, but you actually lose more in the long term. We need to understand that that's what's happening when you do business, and make sure we play the game better than them. The whole friend thing needs to go from our vocabulary. And I think I get where it's come from. It comes from the fact that with our African culture and spiritualism, we're all about the brotherhood, sisterhood, about connecting. We need to remove and divorce that attitude from money. Money and brotherhood culture needs to go. It's all about, can I trust this person to work with them? And can I make money with them? Because it's corrupting our minds, the brotherhood. That is something we do with ourselves in a community environment where we're dealing with how to live life. But money, it needs to go.
Thank you. I definitely agreed with everything that you said. We're gonna go ahead and go to African Fang Tribe. By the way, everybody on here has a YouTube channel, I think, except for Mr. Nice. So go ahead and subscribe to everybody. African Fang Tribe, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, hello, hold on a second. That I was doing my things on YouTube. People, you think that I am on YouTube doing this. YouTube is not my thing. I was doing my things. You know what I'm seeing on YouTube? Cats, funny cats. Until yes, I went to the main main page, and I saw your live. Because YouTube suggests things. Yeah, and then you were there. I said, and then I saw Brandon. Yeah. So I'm not going against you. You are my favorite YouTube African people and crazy. Just you and him. Yes, I'm going to make this clear. Just hair and crazy. Yeah. So what is of court? What is court? What is a court? We are living in UK. You are living in UK. African millennial crazy too is living in UK. So Untuana is living in a European country in Africa called South Africa. Yeah. So what is court? Because you're black, we had to supposed to be on court. Oh, it's calling my boyfriend. Ha, never. Sorry. My boyfriend, sorry. Sorry. So this is. Oh my goodness. Ike, what's going on? Okay, you're the boss. Okay. So this is what is court? Tell me any country that is not trading with any other country, please. Can any single of you, because I'm going to start this way, asking question. Can you tell me any single country that is not trading with any other country? Can you tell me one single country, please? I'm just asking this question. Any single person in the panel or on the chat. Can you tell me?
North Korea.
Which country is not trading with India or
North Korea?
Which country is not doing that?
North Korea.
Which country is not doing that?
North Korea.
North Korea. Who is you? Are you trying to stop me? Don't try me.
You ask a question.
Yeah, I'm not asking a question. Which country is not trading with your own country?
North Korea.
So, African millennial, you are going to be this way with this person? I'm asking a question, and the person is not answering the question.
It's okay. I guess there's
but he did give an answer,
countries. I guess that's one country out of the.
You ask a country that does not trade with India. I said North Korea.
Which country is not trading with India? Can you check your country and check the India? Because my country is trading with India. South Africa is trading with India. Uganda is trading with India. USA is trading with India. What is the degree of on codes?
Right. I see your point.
No, every single country can be off code. So because you are black, you mean that you're supposed to be just trading with each other. What is black and what is an African? I think some people they don't understand what they mean to be black and what they mean the meaning of being an African. So if it's like that, why Tanzania have Chinese blood from 3,000 years ago? Do you get this?
Yes.
People are interchanging with each other for a very long time. The entire world is globalized for a very long time ago. Why the Europeans invaded Europe? So in this case, the Roman Empire, Europe, Asia, North Africa. Why do you think that these Asian people, India, Pakistani, they have European blood in them? Every single country in the world is trading with each other. The European Union, they are trading with each other. They don't have a code. They have a trade code. You go to Germany, you cannot put a German law in Germany. You coming from the UK. Every single thing you have in here comes from everywhere. How many of you do you have Zara, well, how we say in Spanish, Zara clothing with you? It's made in China. What is called? Because you're black? Are you serious? Black about what?
Yes, Africans.
We need each
If
other.
somebody buys African,
each other. We need each other. We cannot be without each other because it's not code. We have an African trait, and you know it's happening because the coronavirus is happening. You know that, so we had a trait. The African Union is going to be a stop because somebody said that we have to be on call because we're blacks. Yes, think about that. Yes, I'm living there, and I came because I saw the things and I said, "Oi, African American, what's going on here?" And then, Brandon here. I say, and I listen and say, I'm jumping. So I'm just listening. Just go ahead.
thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, fine. Yeah, Muchwana, you can go ahead, and then we'll go to Empire.
Okay, so I think Sister Feng, she kind of say statement that she confused herself. In my opinion, right? She don't might be wrong or she might be right. You know, you mentioned that European trade among each other. Did you see the title, Sister Feng? The title say, should you trade among each other or should you wait among African community or among we people from the continent or people from African diaspora? You see, I think you mentioned that even European trade among each other. I think the topic didn't say that countries should just separate themselves. You know, we can, in my opinion, we can trade, but I think we should put it's better to trade among ourselves in continent than trade with the Europeans, because for most cases, in my opinion, they only take away from us. They come, for example, in your country, Guinea-Bissau or South Africa or Tanzania, and they take all this resource, okay, with the price of the meter. They go and create this manufacture, they bring back the ring, let's say diamond ring. Or when you go to Europe, there where you ate in UK, wherever, you buy the diamond ring, is that expensive. Look at the, for example, brother and sister in the Western world. You see, they go and buy diamond chains or whatever, or these expensive cars because of the mineral they carried from Congo, Sierra Leone, and other countries. You see, so if we can start a trade among each other, I don't see any problem for my brother from Congo or Guinea-Bissau, Nigeria, or Tanzania to benefit. See, for my mineral cause means the weight is going to circulate among our own continent. You see, because as far as I see, the Western world, they don't love us. You see, they don't love us. Most of you here, not all, you know, Western world. You see how they show in the media, how bad we look, how uncivilized we are. You see, so we can trade, but we should face us. And getting to the point of Chinese, that is total invalid what you say. You didn't do your research, Sister Fang. There's no such a Chinese blood in Tanzania. Maybe you might have confused a little Tanzania, Taiwan. You see, there's no such a thing. Probably Taiwan that you say, because Taiwan looks like Chinese. All these other race that you see in Africa, because of the history during the slave and during the colonial. See, you know, we were colonized. The reason why you speak, let's say your accent is, or you speak Spanish in your country, because there were Spanish people who colonized.
Let me interrupt you this
Let
year.
me finish this. Come on.
African millennium.
No, you have to let
Let
him finish. Fine.
I want to finish,
Because
please.
he's,
Let me
let me
finish,
interrupt
please.
this
Come
here,
on.
African millennium. Let me interrupt this
Come on,
here.
come on
Yeah,
now,
sorry.
Sister Fang.
Let
Fang,
me
you have to
Come on.
respect
here,
yourself.
because you can
Not
check.
finished.
Yeah, check Chinese presence in Africa 3,000 years ago. Because what I don't like is people talking rubbish.
Okay, you are correct, Fang. Yes, but please let him finish. You are correct.
What I'm trying to say. That's correct, because I don't want
Let me
people
finish, please.
talking rubbish.
You
I
are correct,
understand
Fang, but
that.
please let him finish. But yes, you are right.
Okay.
There was Chinese presence in East Africa.
So the reason why Sister Fang, she also speak Spanish,
So let
because
me be correct. This if you
come
prefer
on.
to talk about me, you
Oh,
have to be
don't
quiet.
speak
Yeah,
about
you don't. Yeah,
Fang.
because
Don't speak about Fang.
no, he's talking about me, and I'm here. Look at this.
Okay, sister.
You in your,
I apologize.
your country, you're castrated by white people. In my
It's
country,
okay,
I am not.
it's
So don't talk about me, because you
Okay.
think that you are around African, that you think that they are against me. They are not against me. That's what I'm here.
I'm sorry.
So then,
I'm sorry.
shut the fuck
I
up
apologize.
about my name in your mouth. Okay? I interviewed you.
Fang, it's okay.
It's okay. Just shut the fuck up. Okay, Umtone?
Okay, sister.
No, please don't use the
Fine,
word,
sorry.
the channel. Okay, continue, Mr. Matwana.
Okay. So the reason why, let's say, brother and sister from Angola, they speak Portuguese, or brother from another country, let's say Cape Verde. Let me say Cape Verde, but you know what I'm talking about, right? They speak Spanish. Is because, and they are, let's say, some we have like some Spanish elements or whatever, because there were people. We have evidence in the books, in a lot of articles, in a lot of sources, because there were people who colonized that place. You see, so you can say, for example, in 100 years or 20 years to come, there are Chinese now in Africa, right? And they reproduce. So we cannot say the bloodline of Africa are Chinese. No, it's not.
Okay, sir. Machwana. Would
Yes.
you then going back to the main topic though?
Yes.
Would you do business with those Chinese that are in Africa that were born there hundreds of years ago or 40 years ago, whatever? Would you still consider that to be an African?
No.
No.
No, because you know why? I'll tell you. I'm going to prove to you why. Look, sister. Okay, I know some people might say whatever, but you know what happened in West? You know, there are those jokes like the brother must go back to Africa. You know, there are those jokes. You see what I'm saying? Like there are those jokes. You see, so you can just go in China, stay for 50 years. You never be Chinese. Because I can tell you this. You see,
right.
If the Arabs, can I finish? If the Indians, let's say from Uganda, if he's in UK or Europe, or let's say in other country, Japan, when you see him, would you know that he's from India? He's from Uganda? No.
No.
No, in the UK, yes, because most of them are from Kenya or Uganda. So you can make that
So
guess.
you're not gonna know if he's from Uganda unless he tell you, "Oh, I'm from Uganda. This is my passport here." Or you must speak that accent a little bit. So, I know a little Buganda. You think I'm? You see what I'm saying? So Africa, you identify in Africa based on in my opinion, based on the skin color. You see, even though we have a lot of variety, but as far as Chinese is Africa, no, there is no such a thing.
Right.
He is Chinese. But it came here because of the history, because it come here to explore us and open these Chinatowns. You see? But the African is the brother who is in America, okay? I don't know. Some of the brothers, some they don't want to call them, but as far as the one who like to be referred as African American, those are our brothers. I know some people say, "Oh, you know what? Listen, I say this. I don't want to divert from the topic because it's gonna be out of the way." You see, those are our brother, even though they might have a problem or some few bad apple, just like us. We're not perfect. You see, we have a lot of bad apple too. You see, but we can learn from each other because even though we might have a difference, sister Millennium, we might fight today, but you are my sister. You see, I never met you, but we kind of see we have some elements in common because most of us will have the same background. You see what I'm saying? Most of us we went through similar struggle because of our history. Okay, I don't want to go out of the topic. I'll get back again.
I got what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. And anybody who doesn't understand, you might have to rewind and watch it twice because he said something. He did say something. Empire, you can definitely go ahead. And thank you so much for being here, by the way. I appreciate it.
No problem, sister.
Yes, hi everyone, African man, I'm glad that you bring this topic up, because at this moment I think these are the topics that they understand and we should talk about to know, what we should do in few months or in some years later, like whether it is me. Okay, let me just go. Like
Non-African.
am I the one echoing or you? Are you all hearing me? Because I'm hearing some rumors, you understand? And I don't know whether it's my fault or it's there.
Please continue.
Okay. Then now, I think I can continue. Africa man, are you there? Mr. Uganda, are you guys here hearing me? Like,
Yeah, we're hearing you. Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, like at this moment, like there is so many like energy coming to the continent that some are not even necessarily important. Like some are just like useless ideology that that will make someone to understand it to feel like you are alone in this world and understand it. You know you cannot you shouldn't do anything with anybody, you understand, apart from you yourself or people around you, like business world is different from like like race, you follow your benefit, you follow things that you think, you understand, you'll make something out of it. And if you let them make something out of it, it's coming back to your understand, your community, your country, or your family. So it's just madness. And understand, recently I started hearing this kind of like this kind of energy towards the continent. It's not, it doesn't make sense at all. Business is all about profit and interest. So like if you see people, if in understand, if two people came to me like asking for a job or like want to do business with me, of course if they all have the same qualification, I will go for it at that moment. But if other race, you understand, is having like some qualities that you understand, other my race, my brother is not having, or my sister, what I will do is understand, work, understand, I will work with that person. But like most of the the experience that we have for understanding continental Africa, like, is that when we do business with people, always they make profit out of us. We never make anything from anybody. Like those are our fault. And I think understand we'll go back to education system to change certain things, because you know in Africa we are not taught, understand, in school, that understand how to be entrepreneurs. Like our parents are, understand, are good in business. They will do business and understand, since you know like many years ago, they have been doing that, so they have some experience. But when you come to government level, like foreigners, when they come, like, let me say, understand, West or anybody, when they come business for business in Africa, it's always in their advantage. Like people, we continental Africans, we don't benefit from, understand, any project or any business that our governments are doing, understand, with other national. So it's because of, like, we are understand, we are seeing business as humanity, or business as, understand, a brotherhood or friendship, or the business is way above that. If you are going to understand to do business with people, like, let them not make their own conditions towards you, because we are the one, you are the one who has the product. So we can do business with other race, but we have to be strong. We have to make our own decision for them to follow. Not like everybody is coming for their project, you understand, they will come with their conditions. Like, you'll give Chinese, understand, like constructor, construction contract to like a Chinese. The Chinese person will go to China and take, like, other 50 people to come and work for that project. Those are things that, you understand, it's so childish that our people are still accepting that, you can do business with them, fine, but what are they going to do? Like, you understand, one, two, three people, like, that's okay. The rest of the people should come from your people. But you understand, doing business with people, they take advantage of, you understand, from us, because of us. We are the reason. So we have to do business. We can do business with anybody. Like, that's just, you understand, some mad people telling you that, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. That is, those are, understanding, like, crazy ideologies. You can do business with anybody, but it has to benefit you more than them. Business is about interest. When they come with one, you come with two. Like, they will want 50-50. You said, no, you can have 25, I will have 75, because they need it, whether you know it or not. Like, understand, our yesterday topic, it's all about that we don't value what we have and we don't protect it. So whatever we have, understand, we quickly give it out to people without knowing the value of it. When they come for you, know that they need it, but they will pretend as if, you understand, that they are helping you while they badly need that. So because you think that they are helping you, they understand, you give them certain percentage that they understand is huge. You understand, maybe you consider humanity, brotherhood, or friendship, or this and that. Those are not part of business. When it comes to business, it's business. So I think, you understand, I believe that we can do business with any other race, understand, but they shouldn't come with their own condition. I think I will stop here for a while. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with you on that. Now, there was a comment in the comment section that said, if Africans believe that foreign investment is going to develop Africa, they're mistaken. So I see this a lot, where a lot of people who maybe haven't lived on the continent, they they act like non-Africans being on the continent, doing business on the continent is bad. I don't think it's bad. It's just some of them, they abuse the rules, they abuse the laws, they pay corruption, like a corruption fees and charges and stuff like that. So they get away with doing a lot that they can't do in their own countries in Africa. But I don't think that foreign investment itself is a bad thing. Like, every country in the world has foreign investment, whether you want to admit it or not. In the US, what they said that, I forgot what it was called. I think it was the San Francisco Bridge. It's that like big red bridge. That bridge is from Italy. It's not even from US. A lot of these buildings that we even see in the US are gifts from other countries. They're not even American. So when people say that foreign investment in a country is bad, it's not. It's how that country leverages that power. As Re Empire said, if you want to come to my country and buy my beach land, I have no problem selling my beach land to somebody who's non-African, but how much am I selling that beach land for? And what is that person using that beach land for, I think, is the question. Not necessarily the fact that I'm selling the beach land that's bad. But in any case, before I go any further, we're going to let Quissy go ahead, and then anybody can respond to anything that anybody said. So Quissy, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah. Thanks for having me here. I hope you guys can hear me in it, because the screen's kind of frozen on my side in it. That's why I was struggling to speak a lot earlier. But anyway, I'm gonna proceed and talk about the main topic of the title. Is it off code to do business loans with non-Africans? No, it's not off code, because you have to realize that Africans in the Western world, let's say UK or Europe, for example, we are here specifically to make money. That's the main reason why we travel to Europe and for just to make money. And if you start if you start a business, I don't know what type of business, maybe a Uber company or a taxi company or any type of business, you're not going to sit there and say, I want to hire people from Ghana only. At that point in time, it wouldn't make any sense, because even if you were to hire Ghanaians only, they may not have the skill set you need for that particular business. They may not have the particular, say you want to start a mechanic shop, and you're Ghanaian, and Ghanaians and other Africans apply, or other white people, but you are going to hire the people who have the skills and who have the knowledge of how to fix cars. At that moment in time, you wouldn't really care too much if they're Ghanaian or not. You understand? Obviously, if they're Ghanaian, if you have to choose between a Ghanaian mechanic and another mechanic, most likely a Ghanaian person will go for a Ghanaian mechanic. But overall, they will go for the most experienced, most skilled mechanics in that field. So it is not off code if you want to do business with non-Africans. No, I don't think it's off code to do business or loans with non-Africans. Business is business at the end of the day, and the whole point of business is profit. That's it. There's no if, buts, or maybe. The whole point of business is to make maximum profit, to maximize your profit, your revenue, how much money you're bringing in. So at that moment in time, race, nationality, borders, gender, age, all goes out the window. We are living in a capitalist world, and the capitalist world, we are running under a capitalist system, and that's to maximize profit. So I don't think it's off code to do business with non-Africans. The problem starts when, for example, you have like a black neighborhood, and the people running all the shops aren't black. That's when it becomes a problem. Or you look at certain countries in Africa and you realize that all the businesses are run by Lebanese. Then it becomes a problem, because it's like, hold on a minute, these people or these other groups are literally running the show economically in our countries or in our neighborhood. That's when it probably becomes a problem. So there has to be like a barrier as to what angle you're looking at it from. But overall, me personally, when it comes to dealing with other groups, I think trading shouldn't be a barrier when it comes to maximum profit. Anyway, you would, for example, if you think of Afrobeats artists recently in the UK, they've been advertising to mainstream, which is obviously the white population, the white British population. And Afrobeat artists in the UK cannot just appeal to Africans in the UK. Because African population in the UK is 1.4 million, something like that. They cannot just appeal to just Africans only, because they need to appeal to the whole population, or the main population, which is the white British population. At that moment in time, from a business standpoint point of view for the artist, he wouldn't care about appealing to just Africans. He wants to appeal to the mainstream British people, which is the white British people, because he can sell out more shows to them. They have more economic power. They have the numbers. So at that moment in time, when it comes to business and making money, it's not off code to deal with other races. So yeah, that's one thing I wanted to say. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say really. But another thing I wanted us to touch on is, if people can, is the fact that a lot of African countries, a lot of businesses are run by Lebanese people from Lebanon, and they're literally running the economy in a lot of African countries. I don't know why African countries are not doing anything about it, because Africans certainly ain't running the economy in Lebanon. The Lebanese government will not allow Africans to come into their country and run the economy in their country, yet we are allowing them to come into our countries and run the economy in our countries. But in terms of Africans in the diaspora, like I said, it is not of course to do business with non-Africans. But I do have limits when it comes to non-Africans. I'll do business with them, but apart from businesses, that's
Can I
where.
ask you a question?
Yeah, go
Let's
on.
say you're running a business, yeah, and you're running just a business, whatever. Let's say the price of your product or your service is like $30, or in your case, £30. Will you give a discount to Black people? So will you give a discount to Africans, Caribbean, African American, but then let's say a British person, you charge them more? Or will you charge everybody, irregardless of their race, the exact same price?
Caribbeans will not even be allowed to walk through the door in the first place in my
Oh,
business.
forgot. Yes.
But one thing I will say is, that when it comes to, giving, discounts to, say, Africans over whites or Asians in the UK, no, I'll charge them the same price. Really, I'll literally charge them the same price. However, if the business becomes, a bit more bigger and becomes a bit more mainstream, then I'll look to make sure the management has, at least maybe
But
20%.
Chrissy,
Listen, when the business becomes very big, like successful and I'm cruising, then I'll make sure that maybe the management should be at least 25% to 50% African. Yeah, I'll recruit more Africans in the management side of the business, and I'll recruit a lot of Africans. One thing I've realized in the UK is I used to work as a delivery driver for Domino's Pizza some years ago. Yeah, I was doing it as a part-time job, and one thing I realized when I was working at Domino's Pizza is that it was owned by Indians, and every single person working there was Indian. They had 40 members on their staff. The people, the chefs, the people who make the pizza, the people who do the dough, the people at the till, the people who count the money, the delivery drivers. Like me, almost everyone was Indian. It was just me and one guy from Sierra Leone, and then there was one Congolese guy and one Congolese girl on the till. That's it. Apart from four of us and one white guy, 35 people out of 40 people working there were Indians. And that's what Indians do. When it comes to open business in the UK, whether it's a Domino's pizza shop or is a law firm or it's everything, they only hire their own people because they keep their money within their race. So I want to hear what people think about it, because I think Indians in the UK are practicing group economics. You feel me? And they probably only hired us at the time because the law says you have to hire a certain amount of mixture of ethnicities. If it wasn't for the British law, which says they had to hire, at least 3 or 4 black people or 1 black person per 8 employers, they wouldn't have hired us. So yeah, those people do practice group economics. A lot of people are Jews. For example, where I live, there's a Jewish community. They own a lot of businesses in my neighborhood, and they only hire their own people. So people in the UK, other groups are practicing group economics. So it's very interesting. I want to hear what people's views on it.
Well, before they go, that's why I asked you, if you are doing business with your black people, are you not going to give your black people a discount? The reason why I asked you that is I know a lot of black women who sell hair, right? Like we sell weave, like a lot of us, right? If you're trying to buy weave from China as a black person, you're not going to get the discount that the Koreans, the Vietnamese, the Chinese people over here, they get discounts for buying hair. But we black people, for buying hair from the Chinese suppliers, we're not going to get discounts. So they're already like doing protectionism in their own communities. But I don't think that we're doing that.
In terms of selling a product or an item like her, and will I give discounts to black women are primarily the ones who buy these weaves and hair in the first place, and it's all owned by non-black women. So in terms of giving discount, I don't think you should give someone discount just simply based on a race. You feel me? It doesn't really make any sense. It doesn't really, unless you're giving them discounts in order to pull in other people, you're doing like a promotional thing, then it doesn't really make sense to give discounts. If you think of clubs at the moment, nightclubs are a business. They give discount to women because they know the more women are there, the more guys will come in. So if you're running any type of business and you're giving discount, it has to be an economic reason or business reason as to why you give discounts in the first place. Because if you're not going to benefit economically or business-wise, then there's no point of giving discounts, isn't it? Just simply based on race. But one thing I did say, however, is that if I do own a big business in the UK one day, then I'll make sure that, the management, at least the upper echelons of the business, at least 25% to 50% out of African background. So if you have a board of meeting, like there's like 10 people on a board, at least maybe 3 or 4 will be Africans in it. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Well, I mean, I wanted to chime in on your idea as far as Indians in particular having they establish, like, I call it a locked ethnic network, where they make it intentional to uplift their own. Something about Indians and the way that they participate in their culture is that, because I do have some, like, in my area, next door included, it they keep people within their households more than black households do. You know, it's not rare to see 3 generations of Indians under the same household. And what you find is that in this one household, they're actually renovating and they're making amendments so as to allow everyone to stay. However, with black households, most times, and when I say black, I do mean African as well, what you'll find is that we will encourage the children to leave, let's say around 18 to 20, 21, maybe if they leave uni 25. And what that's doing is that it's splitting up the financial resources, and we're just diverting it instead of like collecting it all and empowering ourselves. And I think there does have to be, if people are thinking of wealth building, perhaps think of how to utilize your culture and connectivity to keep money within your household. But something else I did want to add is that this whole thing about business is going to predicate on whether you have a good product or not. The fact is that loyalty is very fickle. When people say they're loyal, like, it's very, very fickle, and at least you should rely on the fact that they're going to come back because I have the superior product. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but Sony, you know, Sony, the brand Sony, they developed a device called Betamax, and it was primarily recording, you know, TV shows. And something that set this device apart, I think it was created in the 1970s, 1980s, give or take. Something that set it apart is the fact that it had very, very good visuals, right? However, they didn't take the time to work on the time frame in which they could record. So I think this Betamax device could only record for 1 hour. Meanwhile, they were very, very comfortable with that defect. They thought that they dominated the market, and they did. Like, they dominated the market for the most part. However, someone else came along, I think it was GVS, and then GVS, you know, they worked on the time length of recordings, and they were able to dominate over Sony. And Sony only just recovered in 2016 in that department. Only 2016. Meanwhile, even back then when GVS figured it out and they figured out that they could work on things that Sony didn't, they were owning 60% shares. So my point being that we shouldn't just rely on the fact that we've got black people and that they could support us on the grounds of being black. No, you have to put yourself to notice gaps in the market. You have to put yourself to notice where the leading product has a defect, because your way to get wealth, your way to improve your station business-wise, is to work upon what the leading person didn't. That's what we should be encouraging people to do. But when we tell them to just rely on race, we encourage them to be mediocre. We're just like, oh, rely on black. That means they're not really pushing for good quality. They have a reliance on a community that is human, therefore they can go either way. You have to encourage people to be innovative, be creative. If you're going to spout off that black people are the creators and the originators, you ought to implement a set of mechanisms that reflect that fact. So please tell people to just make better products, and it will naturally find its way to be bought by people. I'm sure some people were loyal to Sony, but the other product met their needs, because when people were going out, the 1 hour time frame of recording couldn't catch the whole movie that they missed. So they're going to pick the product that had a length and duration of recording. Let's stop encouraging people to be mediocre. That's what I need, because I'm sick of the mediocrity. We're gonna get the money, you know. If we really want it, we'll get the money. But just make sure you're making a good product. Because while we're talking about black businesses, we also have to talk about the fact that within black businesses, they disrespect black consumers. They think just because we're black, we have to do this. They're not giving us good services. When you walk inside some of their establishments, they are going to be treating the next white man well. Meanwhile, you're a loyal black consumer, they're not treating you well. So I think there's an entire culture that needs to change, but it's going to be on the producer to not only have a good attitude towards their consumers, but they also have to make a genuinely good product. I don't want to bring something home that's going to bust in 3 minutes. That's the reality.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So we're gonna read Ryan Lawrence's super chat. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Africa would have to get rid of Europe-style economy in order to get ahead. Why do you think America would never have their dollar back by gold or natural resources? Because Africa would automatically be on top. That's an interesting. It's an interesting thing. Interesting comment. I wouldn't say they would need to get rid of European style economics, but they'll need to get rid of the International Monetary Fund based economics, which is the people control like how much your currency is worth, all that kind of stuff. So Mr. Omar, what do you have to say?
Can I say something real quick before Omar come? You know.
No, because Mr. Omar hasn't come in yet, so it's his turn.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Nice. First of all, I want to say hi, everyone. Yeah, so as far as the topic is concerned, I think it's okay to do business with people who are not of African descent or who don't look like us. You know, as far as, because business is all about interest. You have to put your interest first, and this is the problem with us as Africans. You know, when we do business with other people, they always put our interest before us, and we don't realize, and this is what is killing us. So yes, we can do business with other people, but we have to put our interest first. That's the most important thing, because most often what happens is, you see Lebanese coming to Africa, the Chinese and all the Europeans, they come and set up big businesses in our communities, and at the end of the day we still remain poor. Now why is that? That's the question. It's simply because in Africa, like when we do business with these people, at the end of the day, where does the money go? The money go back to their communities. When a Chinese man come and set up a big factory in Africa, he will end up being rich, and he will take that money to China. The same with a Lebanese guy. So we it's like we are just giving. We continue to give, and we end up, we will never, be rich if that's our mindset. So we have to. It's not. That's why I always say this. It's not bad to learn from other people. We have to look at people who are successful, highly successful in this world, and then learn from them. Let's take a look at Jewish people, for example. Wherever the Jews go, they make it big there. Now, why is that? Because of their mindset. They deal with their fellow Jews. Everywhere they go, they have a community where they trade within themselves, and they make sure the money don't leave that community. The money will circulate, they all get rich, and they will all enjoy, but that money would not leave. Now, that does not stop them from doing business with other.
Is your connection broken?
Yeah, I think it's just him because, okay, we can hear each other, so it must be him.
Yeah. Mr. Omar, when you're ready, you can come back. Reed, what did you have to say?
Okay, thanks. Thanks for giving me a chance again. Someone was talking about coming back to the topic, because I had someone make something that I forgot, but I know it's related to like the amount of people that understand that you can work with, understand whether you are going to work with black or white, something like that, we we have to be very careful, understand. I intend to rectify myself, understand, for my first comment, because that comment I'm talking about the head of business, you understand, or the people who are qualified individually, but like, understand, to encourage African youths who, you understand, have study or who practice like building or carpentry or like welding locally, for us to encourage them to, it's our responsibility to give them certain kind of project for them to do without like, understand, considering the quality, understand, the quality or the qualification of the person. because in that we have so many youths in Africa who are working, like who studies, who can do so many things, but the encouragement in our part is somehow lacking. So that is killing their dreams. So coming to that, like in certain project, we have to give it to our people, like our young people in our continent. Even if like you can hire China man or European man or Arab man to do it, but to understand, you know let's give them that, because nobody will have experience without having opportunity, understand, to work. We were not born with experience. So it's our responsibility, like understand, to give them that courage, that understand a chance for them to prove themselves. And most of the time, when that happen, guess what? Some understand, some. Let me say some, because understand some people just mess up, but some will surprise people because understand they don't have the certain type of machine or certain kind of type of material that only Western world can use, but they use their bare hand to make certain things that other people cannot even make. So understand, in that part, I just want us to, you know, for our economy to grow, like we have to have something that will circulate among ourselves. Our money should be very protected. To like we have to buy from our people. When it come to buying, me, I don't buy it from anywhere most of the time. Maybe if I don't have any black on or something that's around our area, but that's what I do. Like the money have to necessarily circulate among ourselves. That is very important. Indian and Pakistan and all that, they are very good in that. They will create two, three, four, five shops. Only them will be working there. In Italy here, the law that the brother was talking about in UK is not here. Yeah, they only them works together. So I think we have to do that, but to understand it, like we have to encourage our people too, without their proper qualification. Because some can do it, like because they practice that, or they learn that occupation on the street or other places. Their parents may not have that amount of money to send them university to study, very understand other things. So they understand, they learn it in very hard way. So, but if we want to do it like what Western do, like ask them to bring the qualification, to bring that comfortably, it will keep their dream. So if I have power, understand, I'm in the government, like there are certain work that you understand, 50% of work or 75% of work have to given to my people. Then or like building bridges and understand other kind of story building, then I will hire 2 or 3 people who I know they understand I'm not having that kind, those qualities on my country to understand, to work with. And I will advise my people also to watch what they are doing, because now you can steal someone's work. Like, it's not stealing, you are taking the knowledge from people. When you do two, three, four projects with someone, at least you should be able to learn something from that person. So next time I will not hire them again, because I stole I already stole what they can do. So I have people on my continent, in my country who can do that. So that's what I want to make. Thank you very much.
I want to quickly respond to Re-Empire's point, because formal education, by way of university, it's not an ideal choice for many people nowadays. At least many people who are young and they're hoping to accumulate a degree of wealth. Like even people who are academically gifted, they actually choose the route of apprenticeships. We call it apprenticeships in the UK. I think you guys call it mentorships in the States, whereby you take, I guess the apprentice would go under a particular sector and they're trained in that trade. Like I guess in a car dealership, they're just thrusted in there, and then you learn the skill, for like maybe 5 years, and you could be given a salary. And in that way, you're being given a practical knowledge, but you're also being paid for the time you spend learning. So I think going forward, Africa will have to adopt that model. In bigger numbers, because it is something that's going to be beneficial to the populations. Like you mentioned, not everyone has the ability to send their child to university. So this is a good gap, because with apprenticeships, you're allowing them to learn something, you're allowing them to earn, and you're also giving them an ability that they can also pass on to other people in real time. What else did I want to mention? I think that might have been about the Indians, right? Because Bantu Queen did mention Idi Amin and, you know, him expelling the Indians. Yeah, that was primarily to do with the fact that when the Indians were getting money from Ugandans, they were using their ability to send the money back to India. So it was like a drain of sorts, because they're literally just funneling the money out, and that's obviously not conducive for Uganda's growth, because like a lot of people would agree, we need the money to circulate so that the people are enriched on the land. If you're funneling the wealth outside and you're putting it in other pockets, what you're doing is that you're depriving us. We need to create a network where we keep it, so that's right. But one thing also I did see is that someone mentioned protectionism, and I think in the context of Africa, that would have to be leaders closing off certain markets. Now, I am starting to read up on Nelson Mandela and how he opened up a particular market. I'll leave that for another time. But for the most part, if we're developing a product, we are going to need for our leaders or policymakers to make an environment where we don't allow the popular and probably more quality European product just to have its way in our market. Because what's going to happen is that everyone's going to buy their product because it's actually better, and it's not going to give me an opportunity to grow. The thing with creating a product is that when you create a product, when you start up a business, the startup costs are going to be huge. That means that I need time to develop the product. I need my policymakers to develop an environment for me where I can afford to mess up, but I can still give you guys something maybe 3 years after that is of the utmost quality. Like the way Kwesi was saying, how when you start up a business, he might have to employ white people. He'll gradually start to include quotas where this percentage could be African. But people have to understand that when you're starting off in something, it's not going to look in its ideal form, primarily because it's still an inefficient system, whether that be the staff quota or that be the product. But that's all I got to say.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Yeah, you can come in after. Yeah.
Yes, so I was talking and then my internet just went down. Anyways, like I was saying, so we have to make sure the money don't leave our communities. That's very, very important. And I think that's one of the reasons why Black Americans are having issues. You know, recently they have been attacking Chinese a lot in I should say Asians in general in America, and it's simply because when business is about goods and services, the exchange of goods and services, so people can, you know, they have to render their services to the general public. So if they render their services to the general public, what do? The public want the service. Of course, if they want the service, they will go in for it. You know, so you cannot. Can you mute yourself, please? Okay. So business is about is the exchange of goods and services. So what these people do is they look at different areas. So if they see a particular community is lacking this particular product or service, then they will go and render it to the community. And then before you know, they are bringing in their fellows, their people who look like them, and they are dominating, they are taking over. You know, and this is what is happening in African American communities, and we need to learn from them. You know, because all the major businesses in their communities are not owned by them. They are owned by either Chinese, the Latinas, or even white Americans, right? They don't own almost anything. Like they don't own anything in their own communities. So if you have people or foreigners that do that, they come to your community and dominate everything, then you are going to be subdued, and you are going to be you'll be like a slave. Because once you don't control your economy, then you are nobody. You are nothing. You are going to remain poor forever. So when that money comes, the money will have to leave. Soon as the money comes, it just leaves. Soon as the money comes, it leaves. Then you just continue to be poor. No matter how hard you try, there is no way around it. No magic can save you. You will just remain poor. And that is what is approaching Africa right now, because like I said on the last video with on Mr. Uganda's channel, right? I said by 2045, it's projected that Africa's population is going to double to 2 billion people. And for the most part, about 60 to 70% of the population is going to be young people. So it's high time we Africans take in charge. It's high time we take charge of our destiny. We make sure we invest on our people. We make sure we invest on our brothers and sisters. We set up businesses, we train them, let them have the positive mindset, let them have the right attitude to conduct businesses. We have to put emotions aside. You know, let them make sure that every business they do, you don't have to employ somebody who looks like you when they don't have the qualification. No, but like Mr. Uganda said, apprenticeship or mentorship, you can mentor them, give them the guidance, let them turn out to be good people, good individuals for the society in the future. This is what we need. If we allow these Lebanese and the Chinese and everybody else to come to Africa, then 2045 will come and we'll still be looking at each other like, damn, where are they taking all this money to? We are still poor, and we cannot do that. We just cannot afford to do that. Otherwise, we will be doomed. You know, we have to look for, at collective interests. Individual interests are good, but for the most part, we should be looking at collective interests. You know, you can do a business for yourself and then get rich, but in the long run, what will happen? Your people will remain poor. Then you are technically not. You might have the money, but you are not rich. You are only rich when your community is rich. You are only rich when people around you don't have to beg you for money. That's how you feel like you are rich. That's when you are really rich. So we have to do economics a lot in our community. We have to learn from other people who have done it and then implement the same thing to our communities. That's what I would say.
I agree with you, and Omar, I agree with you 100% because I'm not saying that Africans don't do business. We do, but it's like we do it. I don't know. Okay, I'll give you an example. In the case of Ghana, somebody will do the business so that they can be the only successful one in their family. They don't do it and then show their family how to do it. They'll do it and be the only successful one. And we do that so much that now in certain spaces in Ghana, like the Lebanese, they took over the whole food industry. It's crazy how I don't know if they're doing it, but I wouldn't be surprised if I saw Lebanese selling jollof rice. That's how bad it is. So we do need to take care of that. We do need to be selfish at this point. You know, we have to. Because if not, when you go online and you see Chinese people selling dashikis, what happened? Dashiki comes from Africa, 100%. How are Chinese people selling dashiki? What someone says because they sell it cheaper than everybody else. Anyways, African Fang Tribe, are you there? I guess not. Okay, no worries. So there was a comment earlier that I wanted us to talk about. Let me see if I can find it.
And may I speak after, please? Sorry.
Yeah, sure. I can't find it at the moment, but the comment was, oh, right here. Considering the state of Africa right now, doing business with non-Africans should be perceived as being off code. How does anyone on the panel feel about that?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. With that, because right now Africans are not doing any business with other Africans. It's kind of a problem because use 90% of the business are done with Europeans and Asians. So I do think it's kind of cold when you talk about countries. I'm not talking about people generally. I'm talking about countries because usually the business that come in to do business in Africa, they really don't care about the people, and usually they do more damage than good.
Exactly.
That's my
Look at
issue with
Nigeria.
you know, that's my own issue because they're not. If it was their own people, it'll be different. They're not gonna do anything against their own people, but because it's African, we seen as lower class, we seen as animals, just not nobody important. So they do whatever they want. Then they just damage our lands. They damage our goods, and they get all their money. They go back where they come from. That's problematic. When it comes to just a person doing business with another person, I don't got no issue with that. It's just when it comes to the country doing business with like European, Asian. That's where I have a problem.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So individually doing business with non-Africans is not that bad, but when the country does business with non-Africans, it's bad.
Yeah, because
I agree with you on that because if you look at some businesses in certain countries, um, they do business with non-Africans, but the non-Africans are the one making money. So the business will be in an African country, but the money will go outside of that African country. Like the profits.
yeah,
It's not the Africans that are making the money from it.
right. So yeah, that's my own issue because using the money don't stay in the country. They take all the money, they go back to their own country where they become rich. When we still get poor. When it comes to a person like in Africa doing, if a European or Asian offer your deal, but if it benefits you and it benefits your family, and it doesn't got no problems, why not? When I only got issue with people when the fact it can damage, you know, society, your country, or Africa. That's when it becomes a problem to me. When it doesn't do anything, when you just making money from it, then I don't see no problem with that.
Yeah, because if you look at a country like Nigeria, right? How do they have so much oil? But we're always bragging about Nigerian Afro beats. Like, we shouldn't just be bragging about Afro beats. We should be bragging about the billions that they make from the oil. There's something seriously wrong with that situation. But someone's mic is acting really weird. I don't know who that is. African Fang Tribe, if you have anything to add, you
Is
can
your
go ahead.
sister there?
Yeah, okay, I'm here. I was in two panels right now because it's like a YouTube suggests me things.
Sure.
So I was in this live right now. The host just put me down because I checked him and he's not Nigerian. This host is like, what's the name of him? To say love life, love Africa. He's not Nigerian. He's an African American because of DNA.
Meg, I can't deal with you. I can't deal with you. I cannot.
Yeah, because he has the young flag. Obviously, I want to know. I understand because I came here at peace and I asked, "Where are you from?" So, are you from Nigeria? Which part of Nigeria? No, I'm African American. I said, so you're not Nigerian? Yeah, because of the DNA test. This is the problem with these people. When you do this DNA test, you have to be very careful because you're not Nigerian. You don't have parents from the country, family there to back you up. That's why when you go to
Let me ask you a question though.
yeah,
To you,
ask me.
he's not Nigerian, okay? But do you think that Nigerians should accept him because he's gonna bring money to Nigeria?
No. So look at this. Look at this. In any single country, not even in my own country. So from the words of my president, so any single person that comes from America that the ancestors were enslaved, they are welcome if they invest in the country. If they invest. Do you see the difference? Can you see the difference? Investing.
Yes.
Investing means that you are the same.
No.
So then I go to my country. If I don't invest in my country, I am a fan. Yeah. But they are a fan. So they can go to my country, they can invest, they can have the passports, full I don't know what he said, so now I don't remember before I was remembering. So the full things. But if you don't have a tribal flag, you're not one of them. That's the truth. We like it or not, that's the truth. So, and then this guy, because I didn't want to go in the panel to talk. I wanted to know who he was. Yeah, because me, I think I have my things. I know. And I said, I'm going to go and ask this guy, where is he from? Because something in me was saying me now, something is wrong with him. Not wrong because being wrong, no, but because I didn't feel him as a proper African. Oh, yeah, no, I'm here no just to talk about you. Where are you from? Are you Nigeria? Which part of Nigeria? No, I'm not from Nigeria. I'm African American. And then I said, you're African American, so are you flagging the Nigerian flag? So, because my DNA test says so. Your DNA test. Do you think that Nigeria is going to accept your DNA test? Nigeria doesn't accept DNA tests. You know that. We all know that. Nigerians are not like that. They don't put you there in the plate. We are not going to talk about Dinosaur, okay? It's not about Dinosaur, but we know what it is. So that's why this live, love, whatever, Africa is not an African. It's an African American. Yes, I know that. Is what I went there in between. I was in here in your channel, on the channel, and this guy's channel. Okay, but this is, look at this, about trade, about to be on court, be black. What really black people, are trading or are doing really for us to be on court? Not even Asians. Asians are trading with Europeans. Asians are trading with every single person. What do you think that just trading with black people is just the best thing to do? We don't bring anything to the table. Yeah? So that's why it's like, to me, these questions sometimes are like, are you serious? Because we need each other. The world needs each other. So we cannot survive without each other. So do you think, because as history says, we cannot survive without internet, without these Africans or African Americans inventing internet, creating internet, and these whites making it international? So we have to see this is a war. This is a global war. We cannot survive without each other. That is impossible. Because if Africa left Africa, when we were in Africa, we were less than 10,000 people in Africa. We were not surviving in Africa until these people left Africa. And some of them came back and started bringing things into Africa. And now, look, we are 1.3 billion people. So you cannot say that you Chinese are doing this or bad things like that, because in the end, Africans, you're not taking anything to the table. That's why we have to go to outside, because look at this in Kenya. My driver was telling me, look, do you see this that bridge that this is trying to interconnect this motorway? Yes, it's here for more than 4 years. And do you see the train from Mombasa to Nairobi? Yes. The Chinese came in less than 4 years, they did it. Do you understand this? I don't care if you're bad, good, or nothing. So if you are doing something good for my country, you're welcome. I don't care where you're from. Okay, that's it.
Who was that?
Was that Kwesi? Kwesi's whispering.
Anybody can go ahead. But I see what
guys, I'm a bit busy here. That's why.
I think I did want to make a point before, but I've lost my train of thought. I would just encourage everyone to like the video until I think back to it. Oh wait, no, I remember. I'm so sorry. Can someone mute their mics, please? Thank you. I think Omar made a point about, the fact that there's a growing youth population in Africa and it's very, very large. I think with his incentive, we should view it. Can you mute their mics, please? African millennial, can you mute their mics, please? Thank you. I'll just wait. Yeah, so I think Omar made a good point with regards to focusing on the youth. I think that we can view things in a macro and micro perspective. So when it comes to perhaps those who own a particular, or they operate within a particular industry, like car dealerships and perhaps mechanics and all of that stuff, that's where an apprenticeship will really shine. I think if we want to increase the uptake of employment, we need a macro perspective where, rather than 2 points notion of, employing them into the military, because, that's regionally dependent, as far as how it can work, I think there should definitely be moves to employ the youth on a massive scale, perhaps to develop particular areas. Because when I do see the vlogs, there are some areas that can just, they just require like slight and simple touch-ups, like the capital of the Gambia is a beautiful, beautiful destination. Some areas they need to be painted over, it's just minor things. Those are where you can put the youth, you can put them to make slight alterations, and you can do it across many different towns. And I think this is something that the tourism board should really champion, because if the continent looks better, if the continent, has more cohesiveness in that respect, then it's better for the whole country, because people want to see a destination that's beautiful. I think just a moment ago, I was looking at the Sierra Leone budget, and this is something that governments do actually think about, but it's another thing if they're able to implement it. So I think in the Sierra Leone 2020 budget, they were talking about how they want to put the youth in particular. I think it was 3,000 youth to beach patrol, security, safety, and sanitation. It's a different story whether they actually put them in it, because there's financial constraints. But the point is that the government does have a clear idea of what the youth can be utilized for, but we need to pardon, sorry?
Okay. In as much as I agree with this, and I want Africans to support Africans, I need to be honest here. How can Africans support Africans when some of us do not own our industries? How is that going to be possible?
Okay, so because I'm thinking of it on the spot, right? That's where we really should pedal to the government to do things. As I was beginning to explain, the government do have an idea of how to utilize the youth, but the issue is that for some reason the money's just never there. They are thinking of they're thinking that youth, even sometimes they're more gender based. They want particular genders to operate a space. So they're like, maybe the youth can go for forest agriculture. They can also do sanitation on the beach. They have so many ideas of where the youth should go. It's out, I guess, because I'm not speaking from the continent. I'm actually here in Europe. But if I was to go back, I would just empower the government to do right by their word. One thing that I do think we could do better of is just holding the government to their word. Because it's not so much that the government is completely laissez-faire. It's just that we need to really push them to keep their word. Show them that we're holding them accountable. We have to keep all spotlights on them. Because one thing about Africa is that it does operate by perception politics, People do care about the way they're perceived. So if we really put the lights on them, from our international seats, then we could really achieve something. I don't think there's any wasted maneuver that we could do as far as just raising attention. That's something we could do right here, right now. But as for trade, we would have to encourage those with the capital to develop a trade, come back and to do something. Africa is becoming increasingly into big, but yeah, it shouldn't be cut off. Like, come on, just operate with a degree of faith and confidence. Like, don't slack on your faith on the internet, because really and truly we're all people, we're not dead people. We still have a chance, That's it.
For sure.
Yes.
The more of the Aliko Dangotes and the millionaires and billionaires that we praise but are really not doing anything should get more involved.
So I'm someone who believes that no one is assigned responsibility. No, rather, we shouldn't expect people to do things, because whether it's good or bad, some people can just flake on their responsibilities. Like, I'm sure some of us have made doctor's appointments and we flaked, there was assumed responsibility for us to show up, and we just flaked. It doesn't matter whether it was bad or good. The fact is that we've been left with a person who didn't make their appointment. My point is that you shouldn't place too much faith on actual people. I believe in the land's ability to build my wealth, because I understand that the land is full of minerals and all of this stuff and all of that stuff. But clearly Africa is enriched, because it was just a few moments ago that I was looking at the article, and the Congolese president of this modern time, this today, he was saying how the Chinese are able to leave enriched. They come with empty pockets, but they leave billionaires. So there's definitely a commodity on the ground that can be tapped into. We just have to make sure that we're developing a network where it can happen for us. I don't envisage that it can happen by discrimination, as far as telling yourself that you can't work with particular loan companies because they're white or they're Asian. It comes by being strategic. Know how to maneuver across the land, and know the constitutional rights of the areas you're moving into. Know the constitutional rights. Thank you.
No worry. You're muted.
No, can I speak? I just want to get permission.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, I think we have to separate two things here, because when we are talking about government level and individually, like understand African normal citizens, because me, I believe that we have to prepare ourselves, because the generation before us, though they try, but they fail us in so many parts. So what we are going to do is us understand within our age, we not this generation, we have to take things differently, because we already see our mistake. But when we still want to depend on the same people, let me say the same government, their system is not working for us, and it will never work. So individual, I bring things, this to the level of individual, to average Africans, to young generation, for us to deal with our problem by understanding, inspiring each other at this age, to understand, to grow mentally with this understanding, to to adopt this kind of mindset at this stage. So no one knows. Mr. Uganda can go back to Uganda and be a president. Understand? African millionaire, you can be understand a president it's like that, So growing, understand, having this kind of mentality at this moment, for me, understand, my concern is always about the future, and the preparation that you have towards the future. So we are all young, and we are all here. We are all going back to our country. So we will make influence that we can be influenced and instrument to understand, to change certain things on the continent or in our individual countries. So at this moment, if we can do that, it will be good. My brother, you are good. You are good. My brother, we can see you now.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Just mute yourself, please. It's making too much.
Alright.
The mic. You just break the mic.
Yeah, AM, can you mute me?
I'll mute you.
Can I go?
No, I just want to finish the rumor. Then the noise is coming from the brother. I think he's not understanding. But anyway, that's what I wanted to say. Let us young Africans have this kind of mindset, like this business mindset, this entrepreneurship at this moment. The people above us, those people are they waste our time in different form, So, but us at this level, to some of us don't have kids, some of us, you understand, we are not even married. So when we have our wives, understand, our our children, we can teach them from that. Let's build generation who will grow up with this mindset, because trust me, the government, the people that we have in power, if we are going to understand, forget about, we cannot just let them continue what they are doing, of course, but we shouldn't depend on them to prepare for our future, because they have nothing to offer. Coming to understand Nigerians and their oil and other stuff, the example will go straight to that. The government, whatever they are doing, those people who understand, they mess up badly, So us in this, in this generation, let's prepare. I know, understand, no one in this panel will be president, understand, or minister, or understand, in Nigeria, and allow people to do, allow certain kind of business that they are doing. So, but the achievement of individual, the achievement of our generation of people, like we celebrate them, let's celebrate them. But the government also, we can challenge them in different form, But us preparing ourselves is the most important thing here, That's what I want to say, for now.
I wanna address one thing. I think it's been said by African millennial. The issue of discount, right? Our people should not expect discount from those of us who are doing business, right? I think that's a bad ideology to think that you are supposed to get a discount from a black man just because he looks like you, or an African just because he looks like you. That's pathetic, really. A Chinese man can be selling the same product that the brother is selling, and you will go to the Chinese man, no negotiation. You just cash out. You just buy what you want and go. But when you go to the brother, you want him to give you a discount. Why is that? Business don't know relations. Business don't know discounts. So we should put emotions aside when it comes to business. Let's strictly deal with business. All right. I want to address that because African millennial was saying something like that.
I see. No, I agree with you. I completely agree with you on that. Okay, so let's try this again. We're gonna let Emeka, we're gonna let him go. There is some feedback, but hopefully we can hear what you're saying.
Okay, hello. Hello, panel. Thank you for letting me on. What I have to say is...
I think he's having some technical issues. My brother, you'll press that mic, the small mic, the first one, that's what you put, you will press. I think it's red right now. If you click it, it will be white.
Which mic is it?
We are not hearing you. Can you do that right now?
I don't know what's going on.
Press the
Hello,
mic.
you cannot
Right
hear me?
now, I understand it's in red. If you press it, it will be white. That's that's where we can hear
Where
you.
is it in
At this
where,
moment, you are
where?
just talking, but we are not hearing.
Oh,
Africa man, I think he is new in this, so he's having some technical issues.
okay.
We're hearing what you say. The background is very loud, but just very loud. And yeah, just keep very loud.
Okay, you can hear what I'm saying.
Yes,
I have to
but
be
speak
louder.
loud.
Okay, I'll be loud. So what I'm saying is that in Africa, the main problem in Africa is that the global racist countries, global racist powers, like the US, the white countries, they're sabotaging Africa. And so everything they do is to suppress us. So when they come to make investments, they find a way to always cheat us. They always cheat us. They will tell us to give them tax breaks. So after they say give us 5 years tax breaks, after the 5 years they disappear and come again with another company. So they're always on a tax break. So they're always taking advantage of us. So this is one of the main reasons Africa has failed in relationships. So the best thing Africa can do is to completely disengage from these people, disengage from those globalists countries. China is not so bad. With China, you have a more business relationship. They're not there to necessarily harm you or cheat you. China will look after themselves, of course. They have self-interest, of course, that's natural. But they will not go there trying to really sabotage you. But countries like US, Europe, from their history, they've always seen us as a people that can be exploited. And and that's it. That's the difference between them and China. So just touching on the other subject about blacks with black businesses, buying black businesses, I think every black person should adopt the policy of trading, of buying only from blacks wherever possible, and that means even if the price is high, don't ask for a discount. You shouldn't be asking for a discount. In fact, you should even be willing to pay more, because black businesses are at a disadvantage. Most of us are isolated. Most of us are buying our raw materials or our supplies at less discounted prices because we don't have the networks that the other established communities have. So our final selling prices are going to be a little bit higher. So we need to recognize that, and so instead of even asking for a discount, we should be even approaching black businesses willing to pay more. Yeah, and but on the flip side, black businesses should also be willing to accommodate us so that we can be able to help them. Yeah, so let me just leave it at that for now.
Thank you. So to sum up what, and I appreciate you for calling in. I know I'm sorry for giving you a hard time, but I've had very bad experiences where I let non-Black people on this panel and things went very, very bad. So thank you for being patient. And I agree with what you're saying, that you're saying basically that in Africa, we should cut off from a lot of the Western companies, and we should work with more China, Russia, like other countries other than like our former colonizers, basically. That's how we get ahead doing business. And in regards to the
Yes.
whole Black people give Black people discount, you said no, that actually hurts us. We should be willing to pay our fellow African more money than somebody else. Got you.
I think
Knowing the struggles of what Black businesses have to do as well, we should be more compelled to pay for products. I agree with what you're saying. Kaizo, Uganda, did any of you guys have anything to say?
can I say something?
Who was that? Sorry.
It's
Omar.
Omar. I'll speak
Yes,
after.
go ahead.
If I get him right, I think he also said that Chinese people are sort of like they treat us more they treat us fairly, like they are more fair to us than Europeans. If I get that right, I think he said something like that, right? And I think that's true for in so many ways. Like Chinese see, sometimes this old China taking over Africa, China, very soon will be Africa's new colonial masters and so forth. I think it's a lot of it has to do with propaganda. Europeans are they are known for that. Whenever they see other people, trying to come to Africa, because if you check, like when Europeans have been in Africa for at least 400 years, and they haven't done shit. At least in my country, of that I know of, British people have been ruling that country for 400 years. What have they done? Nothing. Not even a primary school, they don't build it. The only thing British built in my country is just prisons. That's all they built. All the rest, high schools, everything was built by Portuguese. The Portuguese came there before them. So now that China is running to Africa, I think Africans just have to educate themselves. But for the most part, I think Chinese will treat us fair. We will have a better relationship with Chinese than the West, because when China come, they say, okay, this is what we are going to do, and we get this. So now sometimes they can do that at the detriment of your people, but the leaders have to figure that out. They have to know what is good for us and what is bad for us. But for the most part, when Chinese people come, they say, okay, we will do this and we get this in return. We'll do this and we get this in return. That's good. I don't see anything wrong with that. But unlike the Europeans, the colonial masters, when they come, they don't do shit. They just take. So I think I agree with him on that point.
I'll speak after you, Kaiser. Okay, I guess
Can
that
I?
is right. Oh,
Someone?
okay. Cause I
Okay,
want.
okay. No, go on, my brother.
Oh, thank you, Riampa, because I'm actually going to respond to something you said anyway, but I think I'll respond to Emeka first because I was on African Twitter this afternoon and I'm just going to read out what this guy's tweet said. He said, "It is important to know that you can't regulate the price people place on their skill. If your friend washes clothes for 10K and everyone else washes for 5K, their services is still not overpriced. It's okay to tell them you can't afford it, but don't devalue their skill worth." And that's something I was literally saying that when I called in the beginning. If you can't afford it, that is your premise. But the fact is that there's always going to be someone else who can meet the demand of my product. Just don't try to devalue what I'm building because you can't match the energy.
Yeah.
And that's just
Can you hear me now?
reality.
Yeah, no one's saying that you should buy a product from a black person just because they're black. But we're also saying that if you're going to buy a product from a black person and the price is high, and even if that product is quality, but the price is high, you have to also understand why the price is high. But I do understand what you're saying because a lot of Africans do that too. They'll just sell you a product, and because they're African, you have to buy it. You know, if the product is horrible, who cares? You have to support your brother. We need to work on that for sure. But Kaiser, you can go ahead. Hello?
Can I say my second point? Oh wait, he's here. He's back. Never mind. Okay, so wait, you're here.
Kazo, I'm getting impatient. Okay, Mr. Uganda, you can go ahead.
Can you hear
Okay. Oh, he's Kaiser, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, yeah. So I wanted to disagree with both brothers who went before you earlier about the whole Wazungus versus Chinese. This is actually the big problem that I will say that we have is the whole trust thing. You can't trust anyone who is not you to do business. And we can't be acting like children saying that they'll treat us better or they'll treat us worse. The truth is they will both treat us the way that their country and economic whatever they're looking for is how they'll treat us. Meaning, we need to learn how to do business as adults. Meaning, we need to know that this is a power game between different systems, and we welcome anyone who will do business with us, and we just need to make sure we're smarter than them so that we benefit from the trade. Not no, for example, the whole China thing. China is not treating it any better. I mean, China literally owns Zambia now. You know, give them loans, can't pay back. They own their mining and also the seaport. That is worse than any kind of European colonizer, apart from France, maybe. It's not making any sense. This whole trying to make one better than they're all just equally as bad as each other. We need to make sure that when we do business, it's in our interest and we do it properly. That's all.
Can everyone hear me?
Side chicks calling them on live streams. Boy, go ahead.
Oh, because I did have a second point, and this was to speak to Omar's point. This is separate from Kaiser's point. I'm still thinking about it, but yeah, this whole trusting thing, I'll deal with that later. But just to go with what Omar said, is that a lot of people, because that is the US propaganda, is to class China as a neo-colonialist, and something that was said in a Pan-African space I was in is that the US has been very, very careful to always implicate China as a colonial force, as if they're there merely exploiting Africans. But we have to remember that colonialism is different from developing infrastructure. Now, whether people want to believe it or not, the fact is that in many locations of Africa, or I'll keep it conservative and say some, they are actually developing, they're giving jobs. During colonialism, they weren't doing stuff like that. In parts of colonization, they were literally setting up concentration camps. In others, they were brutally oppressing. The fact is that China's maneuvering tactics don't even imitate what colonizers were doing. They're giving jobs. Now, people don't like that. I get that. They'd like to see it better represented. I absolutely get that. But neo-colonialists, like, I mean, I think I would give the idea more credence, but I do think we need more evidence, because one thing I've seen is that there's a lot of fear-mongering about China, and it's coming primarily from people who come from the States. Now, that can be white Americans, Black Americans, Indian Americans, but there's a lot of fear-mongering going on about, you know, China's involvement, and I just think we ought to have the facts brought in. But I think I did have a final and third point, and that was going to be, I was really going to ask the panel about how far can we go with regards to trusting government, because in as much as we don't trust government, you know, for a fair part, government is the infrastructure. If you hope to still operate within the system, you still have to interact with government, primarily because government is who makes policy. Government are the ones who bring you your agenda for the year you're operating in. Government are the ones who are going to be dealing with your taxes. They're the ones who are going to be dealing with structural development. They're the ones who you have to go to speak to representatives. So how far are you going to operate outside of government? Because government in a society that we have post-colonialism, it's meant to intersect with every part of your life. They're the ones who pay your teachers. They're the ones who set the curriculum. You know what I'm saying? I just think that unless we're ready to completely revolt against the system and status quo, I don't envisage how we're going to avoid government. Like, to me, I don't want to say it sounds ludicrous, but I think there has to be a framework in which it's doable, unless people are ready to assist in an anarchy to overthrow government, then yeah, we can talk about that. But the reality is that we're going to go to sleep tonight and people are not going to revolt against the government. People are going to wake up and go to, you know, they're going to use the roads that the government are paying for, essentially with the upkeep. They're going to interact with the government by paying taxes. No one, I don't think anyone, and this is me being completely fair, I don't think anyone on this panel is going to go to sleep, wake up and revolt against government. So the fact is that we have to integrate a way of dealing with government. I think it's just, it's true. Like, we have to find a way to integrate. And so for me, the next best thing is to actually appeal to government and to, you know, push them to fulfill their word. Anything else is not doable. Because even, let's think about it, even people in the States, I know they have this culture of, and when I say they, I mean all Americans, by the way, because Americans do this a lot. They have this culture of saying, I built this by myself. I did this by myself. But didn't you get, like, I don't know, weren't your family sustained by the government at one point? Like, did the government give you a loan for a particular initiative? Like, so the government never helped you. The government never, like, assisted you in any sort of capacity. I'm talking about any sort of capacity. Any sort of capacity, the government didn't have a part in it, because a lot of these celebrities, like, they, like, let's say for Section 8 housing, people will still come from Section 8 housing talking about, I did it all by myself. Well, it's like, yeah, for the most part, you applied effort towards your dream, but did you do it for yourself? And this isn't exclusive to any ethnic or any ethnicity or race. This is about Americans. So, and even in the UK, we are heavily on, we have a lot of government assistance for the most part. Like, the government gives me student loans and I was able to go to uni. So I would look stupid if I was like, I did it all by myself. Well, how did I, when the government played a heavy part in me being able to get a formal education at the upper level? You know? That's all I got to say.
But would you say that's a fair comparison, since at least over here, if we're talking about the West, yeah, the government tries, they help. But if we're talking about certain African countries, the government's not trying. Government's just stealing. And they're doing the little that they promise that they're going to do, but they only do like 10%.
Well, okay, because I respect that, you know, because it's true that there's a degree of corruption, but the fact is that we still operate within
We're still dependent on the government,
yeah, we still operate within a framework of government. So the fact is, unless you're able to completely abdicate from the system, overthrow it, and partake in anarchy, envisioning a world where you're just going to operate outside of government, it just doesn't seem feasible. You know, so for me, it's like, within my ability, I can actually wake up and just talk to a MP, a local MP. and I would have fulfilled my job. But I don't think those who are saying, let's leave the government, I don't think they're going to go and fulfill what they say. We have to do what's workable. That's the point, is that it will be wasted if we were to sit here and talk about things that we cannot facilitate.
Okay, can I make a comment quick?
Okay, you can make a comment, then
And I want to say something else also.
Okay, then Fan could go, then Omar, and then Tunaja, and then Emeka.
Yeah, actually, I want to make a comment for Mr. Uganda, Omar, and Emeka on Wusu. Is that like a Nigerian, Ghanaian? Anyways, the comment is this, right? It doesn't matter about what the colonialists did in the past. That's the past that's gone. It doesn't matter what China truly believes about Africans. The only thing that matters is, can we do trade? Basically, that's all that matters. Are we going to be men and women enough that we go to the table and we know how to negotiate properly? We need to learn game theory, the theory of playing games at a high level, so that we can make sure that the trade agreements benefit us. That's all. The whole thing of trust, we can't trust anyone. That's just a fact. And I think actually by saying, okay, we're going to do more trade with China, is a bad thing. To say we're going to do more trade with US or Europe is a bad thing. We should be doing trade with the person that pays the most, and we get the most benefit back. If China happens to be the one that is the case, and we can do like a long-term business plan, that's fine. If it's someone else, and then you go back and you wait, okay, 10 years down the line, the train set that China is building in Kenya or Ethiopia, is it running well? Is there issues with the maintenance? Can the Africans, did they learn the skills? Can we do an exchange of skills program? Did they learn enough skills to maintain the system? Is the system sustainable across time? You go back, you reanalyze, and you see, okay, this was a bad deal. This is a good deal. You keep coming back, reassessing, reanalyzing, recreating, and resetting a new standard. That's what we should be doing. We should never be doing this whole thing of, they did this in the past, so they do this. It doesn't matter what they did in the past, doesn't matter what they do in the future. What matters is what they're doing now, and can we be smart enough to think of plans against them if they do think of doing something bad in the future? Because this is the same similar issue that we have in America, where Black Americans vote, 92% for the left. Now, what does that mean? It means that you're voting for the same person, so you don't have leverage because you're just giving the same person the same power. We have to be able to negotiate and use that system. Don't trust anyone. The whole system of trust is only for Africans. Everyone else is not African. You just deal with them as a participating member on a capitalistic system.
Yeah, but the whole issue of don't trust anybody, right? History, I think it's very important to know our history, because the past is what made us to be in the situation we are in today.
Nope. So it's because we don't. Just 1 second. I'll let you go. Just one comment. It's not the past. It's our mindset. The fact that we can trust anyone is a problem. It's not that we trusted the wrong people. No, the Chinese people have done worse to their own people. The Taiwanese, the Chinese is Tibet. China is ruling over them. The way that China, even during the coronavirus, basically kicked Africans from their own houses, made it illegal for them to even visit McDonald's. The way that, for example, China has done now to Zambia, where they own the country. I'm sure you know about that because of the deal. Okay, here's a predatory loan. You can't pay back. We take your seaport. If you take someone's seaport, that's the ability for them to navigate and pay tariffs and be able to import goods and export goods. None of them are good. That's just a fact.
Yeah, so what I would say is it's all I'm trying to put across here is that we have to learn from our history, because then we will understand then how to move forward. What are some of the mistakes we made in the past? So that's very important. We don't have to neglect that and say, all right, it doesn't matter who did what to us. We have to forget it and then just follow it. Remember, history usually repeats itself, and this is very important for us. We have to learn from it. And how do we get to the mindset that we want to be, like the one we want to have, so that whenever we go to negotiation tables with these people, we can come out victorious, right? We have to learn from history. History will teach us that. So I think that's very important. And now, why I say China treats us better than the West is simply because, look, most of Africa's modern buildings, when you go to the same part of Africa right now, you see modernized buildings are built by Chinese. They are not built by the West. I'm not saying China is better than West, but what I'm saying is, we have to let history also come into play. We have to learn from that. That's very crucial also. We cannot neglect that. It's very, very important that we know what had happened in the past, so that we will not, so that we can stop a reoccurrence of it in the future. That's very important. So
Brother,
with the whole neo-colonialism concept, I think that's something our leaders should be very mindful of, because some of these debts coming, these loans coming from China, from the West, they are all a part and parcel of this neo-colonialism, right? Because some of these debts, when you go to a certain African country, like let's say a small country, you give them a huge amount of loan, and the leaders most of the times are stupid. They collect these loans, not knowing that the country is going to take another billion years trying to pay this loan back. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So it's very important that we know what happened in the past, so that it can help us save our future.
brother, it still looks like you haven't learned the lesson. The lesson is not that the white man was bad. It's that foreigners who come in to your country with their own interest cannot be trusted. Therefore, you must play the game at a higher level than them to ensure your own future.
I didn't say the white man was bad, though.
You said he was worse than the Chinese, right?
No.
Did you not say this?
I didn't say the white man. Did I say white man?
Okay, the colonists, they happen to be the white man, right? That's just word games. We weren't colonized by Japan, right? It was by Portuguese, English, German, French, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, good. You're playing word games. Brother, you haven't learned the lesson again. The lesson is not that the Mzungu or the colonist was bad. No, everyone is bad. Everyone wants to win. It's a game between different nations, between different people. It's called game theory. That's what we need to learn how to work and operate in this game. There's no such thing as a good foreigner. There's no such thing as a bad foreigner. There's just foreigners with their own interests. And you said that the Mzungu didn't build. The Mzungu built a lot. The trains, the old steam trains were built by Mzungu. They actually left us with a lot of good things. This is the truth. We destroyed a lot of them in the beginning. We can't just lie and say this. China is only building now because we're doing more trade with them. That's the only reason. They're not good or bad. It's just we are trading with China at the moment more.
But you have to remember, Africa is big. So if the Muzungus did good for your country, it does not necessarily mean that they did good for other countries as well. They colonized a lot of countries. So I am speaking from my country's standpoint, right? What they have done to my country, that's what I'm trying to say. So at the end of the day, what you're saying is right. I agree with you 100%. You are correct. All of them are bad. It doesn't matter. Two black dogs can only be the same. It doesn't matter. You cannot take the fact that they are all black dogs, right? So we have to look
can
at
I
all
say
of
something,
them.
my brother?
Wait. Yeah, you are right when you said the game theory. We have to learn that. I think that's very, very important. We really have to learn, how to negotiate with these people without them taking advantage of us. I think that's very, very important. I agree with your point. I agree with you.
Okay, I just want to say this. You understand it? Like, there's a difference between Chinese, and European and Americans. Like, there's huge difference between them historically. We, with European and American, we came from a very long way. Like, they are not the peoples like we should trust that much. Chinese came with technique, which we can see, but European and American came with force, and they did a biggest damage to any human race in this world. So let nobody come understand. There is no comparison between them. Chinese are coming with their wealth and the tactic to play a game with us mentally, not physically. They are not killing anybody physically like that, like what European and American did. So we are making very big mistake comparing three of them. They are totally different. The mess that we are in right now, it was created by European and American and Arabs. So Chinese right now, they have interest in Africa is business, and they are coming with their technique, their money to win us, logically, mentally, like we are seeing it. It's not about violence. They are not coming with guns. They are not colonizing anybody, but they are playing the game, the tricks with our leaders. So
Brother,
if you are
interrupting.
if you are wise enough, you should know exactly how to go with them in a business, and you can win, they can win, or you can win most and they will lose. That is like possible. What happens before that taught us a lot. We shouldn't like understand and try to normalize it or make it like understand they are not the same people. They are the same people. The system that we are in, they cause that. So me individually, Re-Empire, if I should choose between these four, Chinese, Arab, American, European, trust me, I will go for Chinese, because I know that they are not going to kill me physically. They cannot do that. They are coming with tricks. They are coming with tricks and understand logic that they can use to defeat me. So I will use the same sense, the same mind to to stop them. So let's stop comparing understand them. It's kind of annoying the time I hear that people are talking. They are incomparable. We are comparing devils and understand witches. So they are all bad, but their levels are above each other. We can do business. Trust me, I will rather do business with Chinese than Europe and America. Come on. Like, yeah, they are in different level, please.
No, I am actually not even comparing them. All I was saying is that, for the most part, Chinese tend to give us a fair deal, right? Like business wise, they tend to give us a fair deal more than the Europeans. That's what I was putting across. But I'm not saying who is better than who, how we should compare. They are, at the end of the day, they are all after their interest. Business is all
No,
about
my brother, like, one thing we should refuse to say is giving us fair deal. Chinese never give African fair deal. Whatever they are doing is a technique, it's a logic that they use. They give you loan
I
of
think
20,000 and give you certain contract. No, what I'm talking about, let us not try to like, making them look nice. They are all there for their own interest. We have to get ready. We have to understand the game that they are playing. Chinese never give good deal to Africa. They are giving 1,000 and taking 1 million. It's all about that. So let's understand that none of them is there for understand for our own good. None of them are giving the fair deal or something like that. They are all bad, but they understand that their wickedness is in different levels. So Chinese wickedness is kind of it's kind of middle that I
no,
can kind of
Empire.
Okay,
understand. I can use my logic.
we're gonna let Tuna just say
Empire. No,
something because
let me
he's
address that quick. Empire, you are missing my point. I'm not. See, the reason why I say that is because Chinese give us fair deal. Why I say that is simply because when Chinese people come to Africa a lot of the time, right? They say, okay, this is what we will do, and we will do it for at this price. Now, sometimes our leaders are the ones that are selfish. Because of their personal gains, they don't care about the people. Even that will be at the detriment of the people. They wouldn't care. They just do what satisfies them. So you see, usually it's unlike the Europeans. So Chinese people, when they come to Africa, they say, okay, we can build this road for you guys, but we will do this at this particular price. Or you guys have to give us this particular portion of your land. We will also say, do our stuff here, and then while we do this stuff for you. So it's a mind game here, just like the brother said, the theory the brother was talking about. So it's a mind game. We really have to learn that. But at the end of the day, we need partners. We cannot stand on our own as a continent. We need partners. We need to partner with either the Chinese, the Europeans, the Americans. We need partners. So for me, if I will have to choose, I will choose the Chinese. So, but you have your opinion. Everybody have their opinion.
all right. So we're gonna let Tunaja go ahead because he's been waiting for a while. So just let him go. Tunaja, sorry for the wait, but thanks for
African
clearing.
Americans.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and greetings to the panel. I think I wasn't exactly in a rush. I think they were having an interesting discussion because the nuances they are basically kind of disagreeing on who is a little bit worse than the other, what deal is a bit better than the other, which is a fair discussion to have. But the general principle of being able to do business with non-Africans, I don't think there is anything wrong with that. We have to trade with people to better ourselves. I think Keizo touched on the point regarding what you gain from it. I think we've had something, we've discussed something similar before. Everything you do in this life is a transaction. From marriage to just name it, is a form of transaction, and you always have to look at how you gain from it and how it matters to you. Often you can also calculate it with what it matters to the other person. You can be trading for a few this is slice of bread, but the other person for that same trade might be using that same resources to go and complete the funds that they need to buy a bakery. So you have to be careful who you trade with and what that person will do to you when they gain the upper hand. So trade is a strategic business. You don't want to go and trade with somebody that when they gain a lot of power, they are going to come at you. And but I think there's this talk about who is worse. I think there's a difference between different groups of people that we've seen. I don't know whether it's going to remain or whether it's going to hold, but so far historically there is a difference. Europeans are not the same as the Chinese. The Chinese are not the same. The Chinese are not the same as the Indians. And so if anything, the Chinese are by far the most transparent group. They tell you what they are coming at you with. If they're not going to give you your technology, they're not going to give you. They rarely share technology with anybody, the Chinese. But the business they're going to do with you, they're going to do it the way they are meant to do it. They've been like that historically. This is one of the reasons. This is one of their downfall in history, where they fell, and the Europeans were able to not fully conquer them, but control them to an extent. And
but tonight, the thing, when people say that Chinese are not to be trusted, it's obvious. But let's not act like Chinese are nice to their own people. They're also extremely rude and mean to their own people of their own ethnicity.
Exactly.
They're ruthless. They don't
tough.
care. Like if you're garbage to them, if you're a Muslim in their country, they don't need you.
Yeah, they are very, very tough to their own people. These people have seen. They've made a lot of sacrifices. The Chinese revolution, revolution, and I think what they call it, the Mao revolution. So these people have made a lot of sacrifices to get themselves to this point. They did away with religion, for crying out loud. Imposed a one-child policy. They were brutal, man, with their people. Tell them you're not allowed to have more than one child. If you did, you are going to go to jail or end up in court or stuff like that. So they were tough. And I think that trading with them... Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So this is for you, African American. It's my last question. So something which I want to get in here just before I say my last question is this: it seems like Africans, we seem to have value history too much, and then I also believe we learn the wrong lessons from history, like what the brother Mecca said about you can't trust this one group. No, you can't trust any of them. Any foreigner can't be trusted. You must learn to play their game. And now here I'm also asking you this question. The Chinese may not have come with bad intent, with bad things. Why? Because it's the modern times. The Europeans today, apart from the French, are not coming with bad things anymore. They came with the bad things when they came, but now it's a different time. It's a different game. So with that in hand, if China came to us in trading previously, do you think they would have traded, or they would have done what the Europeans did? They would have done what the Europeans did, the way the Arabs did and everyone else did. So I don't want to make them seem special or different. And the last question is this. If that's the case, right? Let's say giving people predatory loans, they know that they can pay back. And even if they pay back, it's good for them. And then if they can't pay back, they take their seaports or them buying strategically lands, rainforests and port land. What do you think they're going to do with it, African American? They're going to build economic and also military events. They are going to, for example, the seaport is perfect strategy for them to go and basically have a navy there, because then legally they can do that if they own that piece of the water. So they will have a navy strategically in Africa. And this is something that we have to think about, be able to see the next steps, which are obvious to, if you just look at the system. None of them are good. We just have to think, like you said earlier, what do they want? Do they want that land in Zambia? Do they really care about that mine? Or do they care about the seaport? Let's say both. If they get the seaport, what does that mean? It means that they have the legal status to have the maritime law that they can put a navy there if they want. They have, etc. So the point here is, none of them are good. We have to think about what they really want after, and protect ourselves. But
yeah, as I was saying that clearly, I think everybody on this panel agrees that none of them are good. I don't think that anybody is arguing that point. So their point is, let's keep it down aside. I agree with you on that one. Where what we are talking about is they are on a spectrum, and if the Chinese do well and the Europeans do well, the question you should ask yourself is, which one is worse for you? And you can tell the one that is worse for you from history. You say we learn the wrong lessons from history. History, there's a reason why they have credit score and they have credit checks. History is often the best predictor of future behavior, and especially even current behavior too. So most of the behavior of the Chinese in current times, you can actually tell, how many times have you heard the Chinese invading countries? They do invade countries, but very, very rarely. That is that. From my take is that you trade with everybody, like Kaiser said, and everybody has acknowledged you have to trade, but you have to calculate what are you getting from it. Because there's another aspect, I always go back to one key aspect, security. Because if you borrow money and you don't have any way to ensure what you're borrowing that money for is kept viable. Let's say you borrow the money to build a hospital that will treat people and you make money and the hospital keeps running itself. But if your systems are not secure, you build that hospital is not going to run well and it's going to fail and the debt remains. You see what I mean? So hence why when you're borrowing money, you have to always calculate, can I actually fulfill what I'm getting this money for? Do I have the ability to make sure the risk is so little that whatever I borrow this money for, I'm actually going to accomplish it? Because I think Nigerians have had this experience, and partly it's the reason why Nigeria doesn't like to borrow money. Nigeria's debt to GDP ratio is very low, and I've always wondered why that is. Because they understand they cannot necessarily take money and expect to recoup that money back given the security situation in the country. So this is that calculation, you have to do it anytime you trade. Can you be able to actually make sure, like if Ghana borrows money today, odds are that when they borrow money to, let's say, build a cocoa factory, they are likely to going to succeed because there's nothing on the horizon that says there will be instability and they are not going to be able to recoup their money back and pay back the loan. You see, that type of environment, you can make a healthy decision to borrow money. And the same thing goes with Kenya. Kenya is relatively stable. South Africa is relatively stable. So those type of countries can make certain decisions. So that's why if you look at those countries, they have higher debt to GDP ratio. But Nigerians, if they want to do that, people will be like, hey, be careful. Because if you go and do that, you don't have the landscape to actually be able to pay that money back. So hence why when some African countries borrow money, we have to be careful when just criticizing them, though they are borrowing money. What if they can pay it back? If the infrastructure can actually benefit the country and they can pay the money back. Some of these countries have had peace for decades now. They've never had any reason to worry about it. And if you don't have any reason to worry about not paying back, you should be able to borrow. Western countries, that is why they borrow, because they don't have any reason not to borrow, because when they borrow, they'll be able to pay it back because they've had peace, they've had security for a very long time. So I think that's all I've got to add to this one in the meantime. So let me just let some other person speak. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kwesi had something to say a while ago.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt Kwesi, but I have something to say before Kwesi because I'm getting bored about this. So I'm going to start with this Tunisia. First of all, anything you say, I don't care because you said that somebody raped me. This person, you don't have to take this person seriously because he said in Brandon's channel that I was raped. He doesn't know me. He said to me, that I was raped. And I don't know anything. I don't care about this person. He's a Nastisa. Yes, so you have to be careful with this type of Africans. So then I'm going to speak about this.
Sorry, did you say I said somebody raped you?
So I'm going to say this about China. Look at this. If USA is owing trillion to China, do you think it's a bad thing Africa doing business with China? China is asking back the money to USA. You have to be sometimes you have to be open-minded to see if China owes USA. It's true. China owes USA is the owner of USA right now. So you have to be careful because China doing business in Africa, and then these people, these Western person or people trying to say, oh look, China is doing this, and then Africa are going along. What are they scared about? They are scared because they know what Africa is. If China is going along, if Africa is going along China, it's something good. Because remember this, not every single empire can be just by itself. It's held by many. Check any single empire in the world. You cannot survive without other people. Yeah, interchanging, trading. That is life. So look at this. Even the wolves know. The wolves know that when you go to another environment that they are not the owners of the place, they know that they have to stop, and then they have to smell themselves to say, yeah, hello, can we trade? Can we go in between? They know we have to trade between each other. That is important. Yeah, and we have to marry each other. Is important. What China is doing right now is doing with every single country in the world. This is when you are saying this about the China Africa is I don't even know how to call it, because China is doing that with every single country, even here in UK is doing that. You don't have to be
Australia as well.
afraid. You don't have to be afraid of China. Why you are afraid of China? China does shitty things with their own people and good things with their own people. We Africans, we do shitty things with our own people too. So what is the best thing? If somebody, I don't care if you are from USA or you are from, I think Kaiso is from Asia because his accent is very Indian, So, and then it's like, if you are doing something good to me, you're welcome to do that. I don't care where you're from. So I don't know why this much about China. I don't understand that. So you just check your own self, check your mobile phone, check everything. Who are building them? Who are consulting them? China. So
Facts.
please, just think about it. You cannot live without China. We cannot live without USA. We cannot live without Africa. Excuse me. Yeah, that's it.
Facts, sister.
Very interesting.
I think I need to address something that she said. I think Fang, some of the things you go out and say.
No, because you said that.
Tuna, let's just pass, my brother. You know how. Don't mind.
It's not gonna go well.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Tunaja, just let it go. Yeah, I'm also Indian.
He's a fire.
Move on.
Yeah, cool,
Okay,
huh?
let me just ignore her, I guess. If everybody don't think that I should address that, that's fine. The word that she said that is facts, because it appears that we don't want to get to a situation whereby we seem to find every problem for every solution, and we have to always often venture out there with our own ideas of what we want from the world. I think we really have to start sorting our own countries out. And I like, this is one of the reasons why I came on this panel, because in the past I tend to discuss more about what is happening in the diaspora, but I think the continent needs some more focus, because there's a lot that is missing on the ground, and the more I look, the more I am concerned how much is missing. And if comes to this borrowing money, see, when you borrow money and you are strong, the people that give you the money, they are the ones that have the problem. But if you borrow money and you're weak, you are the one that have the problem even when you pay. So it's always like that with these type of things. So in the end, you have to be strong in this world. That is how everything is rewarded. There's a reason why the Bible said that even the one that the one that has little, what they have will be taken from them and given to the ones that have more. And that seems harsh, but for some reason, whoever wrote the Bible thousands of years ago knew the dynamics of how human nature works.
It's called Matthew Principle.
Yeah, you see what I mean. So we have to understand that when you are weak, everything works against you. We have to move out of that column.
Yep.
Of being weak. Once we slide out of that column, things will be easier for us. I don't know whether it's because our people, we have suffered a lot, but we have not put ourselves through suffering. Let's put it that way.
We trust. That's our issue, Mr. African American. We should not trust anyone.
So let me finish my point. I think if you look at the Chinese, they put themselves through the revolution. The Russians put themselves through what Stalin did. Europeans, God knows all the hell that they went through themselves to get to where they got to. But if you look at the African continent, what can you say our people have actually put themselves through? Not because they are fighting against each other. I'm talking about carrying out a revolution to really change things. And they sacrificed a lot. Can you remember anyone?
Not in recent history.
Nope.
How about old one too? Is there anyone?
Nope.
None.
You see, this is the thing. We seem to expect things to change without being ready for the sacrifices involved. Maybe the sacrifices is not going to be anything as great as the previous ones that has happened before now, because now things are a lot more sophisticated and we don't need to go that crazy. But we can't expect him to just work as if you send an app, you set up an app, and Africa will be sorted out. That's not how it's going to work. We all have to do the work and make the necessary sacrifices. Some generations have to go through difficulties. I think we have someone from the UK here. He knows what the austerity did to some of the systems of the UK. They put them through austerity just to make sure that the companies' finances come back in shape. So this is how the Western people behave. When they want to change things for the better, they go through tough times and come out on the other side. But ours, we are inflicted with tough time after tough time, not of our making. Why are we not the one choosing that, okay, we'll go through this tough time, we'll go through the sanctions, we'll go through everything, but we are going to be strong by the time this is done? Because that's what the Chinese did. There was a UN sanction and all the rest. They are testing nuclear weapons all over the place, all kinds of sanction condemnation. In the end, they got what they wanted anyway. The Indians, the same thing. Nobody ever got anywhere by being popular in this world. They always hate them. Look at all the powers in the world today. They were all hated at points. And,
our problem, I would say, is that we're children. Like the whole thing about wanting to trust people. And let me ask you a question, right? Congo, let's use Congo just because we all know Congo, right? If Congo had allies, right, in Africa, again, no external allies, just Africa. Congo said, okay, you know what? I can't pay back this. Zambia said, I can't pay back this amount of money to China, right?
Yeah.
But Congo says, okay, we'll help you out. So we do this thing, which is called fixing the market, whereby Congo refuses to trade its coltan or copper, or rather basically increases the price to something that most countries don't want to pay. What will happen is the countries will have to be forced to pay because they're now controlling the market. The problem with us Africans is we never do trade at the same level that they do. The Europeans and the Americans have the International Monetary Fund. Let's say if you're trying to pay back the colonial debt, right? What they do is they kind of make a currency, they do things in your currency's value decreases so that when you pay back, it's not even scratching the pot. But we don't tend to think like this. I know we don't have military, which is what we need to really do it successfully, but our mindset isn't even there. Controlling the market, because we think of it this way. We're the people who hold the world's excess of resources, oil, copper, or gold, any coltan, all these minerals and resources. Yet we're the ones getting scraps. Doesn't make sense. If we just hold out on these resources and then we trade amongst each other so that we have the basic needs, and let's say we have China as the ones to give us some of the things that the West won't give us, we will succeed. We don't have organization and we don't have a military thing, and we don't have the mindset. Ultimately, this is a mindset thing. We're still doing this whole trust thing when we should be thinking how to fix the market the way that they fix markets.
It's funny, we had this discussion just yesterday. So let me just add something quickly before somebody. I will just 30 seconds, please. Okay. We had a discussion yesterday, and we're trying to find out some of the issues that our people have. And what one of the ones I raised was threat assessments. I think we as Africans have some serious brain damage when it comes to threat assessment. We don't seem to understand what threat means and what the true threats to us and why our lives have been blighted. Most people don't have that problem. I've never seen any group in the world that don't have a clear sense of threat assessment. They know where their problems are coming from and they are very much alive to it. But Africans it's like our antenna is broken somehow. And we don't seem to understand that, this guy is about to kill you. This is why, when you see some Western people and they think ahead of you, the moment they see African country want to start building a steel plant, they are trying to kill it dead in its tracks. That's what they call a heightened sense of threat assessment. These are people that they want to, when Babali say kill them before they grow, they want to make sure it doesn't rise at all before you even know that thing is very, very important to you. So
Hydrodam, Ethiopia,
that is
right?
a big problem. That's a big. It happens with I think what's the name again? This country that was at war again. This is Central African country. I've forgotten the name. So
Congo.
quite a few countries. Yeah, no, not Congo. One other country. The one with the Portuguese this language. Because the president wanted to start building a steel plant for this industrialization, and they called him to Portugal and incentivized him and cajoled him, and he turned tail and ran. Yeah, Angola. Yeah, he turned tail and changed tact. And the same thing happens. Nigeria's steel industry has been plagued with issues because when there's power outage, how are you supposed to run your steel plants? And if you try to use gasoline, because of some of the laws that the IMF put on us, we are not allowed to control gasoline prices. So it means gasoline is so expensive that these plants cannot use it, which is the only fuel that the plants can use. So you see how they really is an incisive targeting to make sure you don't grow. When people say, we try to act as if these people are the same with the Chinese or the others. No, they are very different. This is calculated long-term planning of making sure we just never grow. And this is the issue with our threat assessment. We cannot think the two are the same, because what these people have done look at an example of it is that look at the time of the height of their power when the Soviet Union fell in the 90s. Guess what happened in Africa during that period? Rwanda, Nigeria, many parts of Africa was in turmoil. Somalia, name them. Is that not when they had the Black Hawk down? All kinds. Iraq, count. It was hell for many of us. And now the only reason why things are changing and it looks like they are trying to trade with you fairly again is because the Chinese, the Indians, basically other parts of the world are rising again. And this is how new powers emerge. When the others, there's a flux going on. And if we don't take the opportunity to rise out, which others did with the last cycle between the Soviet Union and the West, you had Pakistan, you had India, and you had China emerge. Can we emerge in this cycle? It's up to us to be able to figure that one out. But this cycle has been open for quite a while now, for the last 2 decades, really. And what has Africans done? Only for me to find out this year that Africans are very, very protected or underdefended. It's not just Africans. I'm talking about Black Africa. Northern Africans are fine. At least they have the normal size of protection that they need, like other parts of the world. But sub-Saharan Africa is almost uniformly undefended. And I use a term which is quite, it's not nice, but I feel that way. When I look at sub-Saharan Africa, we are like a motel. People can just come in, do whatever they like, and go. And our leaders are just gatekeepers for that motel. It's just ridiculous. And if we don't start changing that way of thinking and start moving ourselves from this weak column, and you wonder why people laugh at us. Anybody that sees that kind of, knows that type of record, they will just look at us and think, people don't know how deep in the hole people are in. And we have to start changing it. This generation, we have to start thinking differently. There is a Pan-African parliament out there that I didn't even know existed. All these type of young people, they need to start getting out there and saying, okay, why are you people not doing this? Why are you not doing this? Because some of all these older people, they don't know anything about the modern world. The world has moved so fast, they can't cope with the changes that are happening. The young people understand this in internet technology, they understand the IT world, they understand the new tech world way more than the leaders that are running the African continent right now. If they start moving in those areas, they can start connecting the dots. They can start connecting the way the world thinks about certain things to move things forward. Because our leaders still think with the colonial mentality right now. If they want to do anything, they have to report to Europe to make sure that they get permission. They have to report to the US to make sure they get permission. They can't even create coronavirus vaccines for themselves. A continent of our 1.3 billion. How does that even happen in the 21st century? But, that's the question. Thank you.
No worries. So, Re-Empire, did you have any last closing statements?
Yeah, messages, yeah, thanks a lot, I really appreciate the kind of topic, like, understand, we started to talk about it, because I think we have been wasting more time on certain things that are not important to us, But I'm glad that we are coming up with the topic that concerning us on the continent. Understand, we can talk about it civilizedly, like very nice, conversation without, any negativity or something like that. I really understand. I think understand this is a big step that even us doing it, we don't know how big it is, But it's very big one because they start from here, We have most of the African countries here, Even if not individual, some are in the comment section, you understand, and some are watching it later, Some will watch it later. So exactly, we are taking a very big step that will benefit the continent, no doubt, So at the end of the day, what my advice will be like, let us not start conversation without, you know, let us not do any conversation without having a solution, I mean, that's my problem most of the time, Any conversation that I understand, I contributed, understand, I just want us to have solution at the end of it. So I will be sleeping now, understand, because it's very late here, but I think we have solution. Like, at the end of the day, let everybody come with something that, understand, we think that will be solution, Let us not do it as so only discussion. At the end of the day, let us bring something on the table. Let it benefit us and the people on the continent, So I really love you, sis. Thanks a lot,
Let's talk
Thanks.
solutions. Let's talk solutions for the closing instead, isn't it?
Yeah, we will do that. We'll do that.
Yeah.
No,
Okay,
no.
okay. Then let me do mine, understand, and sleep. Maybe tomorrow, understand. My brother, I miss you, where we normally meet, you understand, it's just, it's
Yeah.
uncomfortable for me now, So, but, same as same, I respect you a lot tonight,
All right.
Okay, like, to me, the solution is that, like, preparing people, like most of the time, if I say people, if I say that people don't get to understand it, like preparing people, let's prepare people, let's prepare from us to understand and get that mindset of like patriotism, like understand and protective, to very protective and very jealous of what we have from now. Started from you, in your mind, in your brain, what you are developing right now. It's you. You are responsible for you. Open up your mind right now. Put this inside there and close it. There should be nobody. Nobody should benefit from what we have on the continent more than us. And we don't need, most part, we don't need people to help us. Though we need partner, we know that we cannot understand and isolate ourselves. We are the second biggest continent. Yes, we have to understand the most young populated to understand the continent. Yes, but we still need people from different parts. So that part can be debatable. Like people can say this, Europe, this and that. They are all bad. So we have to be very careful what we understand decision we'll make from there. But let's prepare our people. trust me, that will be the best thing. In just 5 to 10 years, we will see the results, no doubt. Let's prepare young people, For me, that's the solution. Let's prepare young people, and doing business with people outside is okay for me, as far as they are not playing game with you and they are not taking advantage of you. You should be the one to set decisions, conditions that they must follow. Not them. They need you. You need them too, but they need you more than you do. So let us have that confidence in us that they need us and make our conditions in place where everybody should follow doing business with us. So that's my conclusion.
Thank you, Re-Empire, and everybody check out that channel, Re-Empire. I like the direction of the channel that he's doing right now. So if you like Gambians and if you like African warriors, you should definitely go to that channel, because I think Re-Empire is going to do more African like history and more African content. So you guys can check that out. But I just want to make the conversation keep going. We haven't heard from Kwesi in a long time. So Kwesi and then Emeka can go. And then after that, we're going to do the solutions, which is going to be the closing statements. So Kwesi, you can go ahead, please.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that I agreed with a lot of the things that Kaiser was saying in regards to Zambia being colonized by China, which is basically true. The Zambian economy is 100% controlled by the Chinese now. Everything in the country is controlled by the Chinese. The resources, even their police force is controlled by the Chinese. Zambia has basically become a Chinese colony. And regardless of those trying to differentiate between the Chinese and the Europeans, you have to understand that when the Europeans came to Africa, and particularly the west and central coast of Africa, they came as traders. And by the time we realized, they had colonized us. So the Chinese coming in as traders, people shouldn't think just because they're smiling in our face and trading with us doesn't mean they don't have plans of a takeover, as you can never really know what someone's intentions are, especially foreigners. So I wanted to say, with the Chinese, even though we can trade with them, we still have to view them with suspicion. And that's when we need to look at our military. A lot of African countries need to upgrade their military. They need to fund, put a lot of money funding into, upgrading their military, building tanks, fighter jets, etc., etc. But the Chinese, like the Europeans who came before them, still cannot be trusted, because we still don't know what sort of intention they have towards Africans. So they still come, so we can trade with them, but we shouldn't really trust them fully to the point that they literally run an entire country called Zambia. They're owning ports in some African countries. They literally run the show in other African countries. They're literally in parliament in South Africa now. I don't know if you guys have heard it. So this is basically what's happening. So we can sit there and say the Chinese, that I will trade with them, but I will not allow them to have a foothold on the continent like they're having in some African countries. In regards to the Europeans, a lot of people are saying Europeans. The Europeans left some good things in Africa. From the education system we have in Ghana and other parts of Africa. No, let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
No, let me finish. They introduced Africans to technology. From the type of technology they had, we had no clue these technologies existed. Maybe we did. But in a lot of African countries, some of the people didn't know. They introduced us to modern technology, modern medicine. A lot of the problems we had in Africa, things like smallpox, they literally brought in vaccines to eradicate smallpox on a continent, other diseases on a continent. So yes, obviously the bad and evil they did outweighs the good, but they did do some good.
Woohoo!
Yeah. So anyway, I wanted to then get back to the point of, with the Chinese, we have to be careful of them. We can trade with them, but we always have to invest in our military, because they cannot fully 100% be trusted. From now, they're in as traders. 2, 3, 4 centuries down the line, they will probably be colonizing us again. We don't know. So that's all I have to say. But in terms of the solution, I think in terms of the solution in the African countries, I know we went off topic from the main title in terms of African businesses in Western world hiring, other races or doing business with other races. But in terms of Africa as a continent, Africa as a continent needs some form of revolution, and we saw the Arabs with the Arab Spring, where all of the Arab countries, protest against their leaders. Their voices are heard, and ever since then, in a lot of the Arab and North African countries, there's been policy changes. There's been a lot of investment by the government into creating new job, investing in youth, youth programs and youth entrepreneurship. Africans need to have their own African Spring. And to be honest, I don't see that ever happening. Because first of all, irrespective of what you think of Arabs and some of the things they do and some of their Islamic ideology, especially the extremist side of it, they have that unity spirit. Black Africans ain't got unity spirit. So I'd love to see an African Spring where African young people tired of corrupt leaderships and lack of progress really stand up and, protest against their leadership. Like we saw the Arab Spring. That's something I like to see happen, but I know it's never going to happen. That's what I have to say. But in terms of solutions, I don't really know how to think of when it comes to solutions. But one thing I will say is that when it comes to me as an individual, I'll do business with other races. I'll do a lot of things with other races, businesses, making money. But that's as far as I would go. And even in terms of a national country like Ghana, if I was the president, yes, I would do businesses with other nationalities, but I will not let other groups like Lebanese running the economy in Ghana. That would never happen if I was president. I would literally just kick them out and, hand it over to Ghanaians who have the skills to run those businesses. Obviously, foreigners can own businesses, but it has to come with limitations. They can't be running every single business that we're seeing with the Lebanese all over the continent. So in terms of solutions, different individual African countries should put their peoples first, and if they can get the loans and get their people to go to overseas to train, learn the skills and trade to come back and run some of the industries, you feel me? Right, really now in Nigeria, Dangote is building an oil refinery. I think he's finished. And the oil refinery, even though he's built it, is actually going to be run by the Americans in terms of the skilled jobs of building the pipeline, the management is run by Americans. He's just the owner, that's it. And I think that's the Nigerian government's downfall over the fact they don't have enough skilled people in their country, or enough of their people who have the skills to manage these oil refinery sectors, to manage the oil sector. So that's the only failure of Dangote's oil refinery oil. The fact that there's not enough Nigerians actually hands-on working on it. It's mainly run by Americans and Europeans. That's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm gonna touch up on what you said in my last closing statement, because you said some really interesting things. Some I agree, some I disagree, but I'll specifically address that soon. We're gonna let Emeka go ahead because he hasn't said much. So we're just gonna give him the opportunity to respond.
Okay, hello again. What I've got to say is, let me first of all start by saying something that's very important before I continue, in case I forget. The important thing is that this global something that's happening at the moment that's making everybody have to wear face masks. That is really aimed primarily at the population of primarily the black race. Make no mistake about it. If there's going to be the population of the world, best believe that us, the blacks, are going to be the first to be, are going to be the key targets. If they want to get the world reduced, they're going to want us because we're sitting on their natural resources that they want. Just believe that. Yes, nothing's happened in Africa yet. There's nothing tangible happening in Africa yet, but best believe we're seeing it in India. Best believe Africa's turn will come. Let's be on our guard. Yeah? let's be on our guard about this. They're doing it all over the Western countries now, but what they're doing there is not going to be nothing compared to when they do it in Africa. Yeah, some people are saying it could be radiation. So what I'm just saying to everybody, this business about Madagascar created a jab and nobody's buying. There's no need for any jab. Nobody take any jab. That is the key. That's it. That's the tool for the depopulation. They want to trick everybody to go and take that jab. My African brothers and sisters, listen to me very well and tell your families, do not take that jab. So I want to put that as a public information announcement for the black people. If you notice what's happened in the US, they're targeting the black areas for this jab. Look what happened in the winter storm in Texas. That winter storm is not an accident of nature. That was a creation. They can influence the weather. And then they turned off their power in the areas that are black. Even in Texas itself, they distinguish between areas. Some people, the white areas had the power. The black areas did not have power. They turned off their power. They turned off their water. No water. Extreme cold. No food. People were dying. I don't know how many people died in that thing. There must have been thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of blacks died in that winter storm in Texas. Yeah. So let's understand that we have an enemy, and our key enemy is the racist people that in whose country we are in. I'm in the UK. I'm actually in the UK, but I'm Nigerian. And if you go to my channel is Pro Youth Services, and I'll put the link up right now, and you will see that I've just come back from Nigeria. I came back. I was trying to build some businesses in Nigeria, and then this thing happened, and I had to rush back because myself and my wife are not really getting on, and we don't see eye to eye. So I don't know how she's going to handle the situation with my children. So I had to come back here to be with my children to make sure nobody is taking any vaccines. And so I've left my Nigerian project at the moment, but I'm back in the UK. So the point I'm making is that these people, the whites, the racist countries, let's call it, they call it white supremacists. Let's forget about that supremacist. It gives them too much prestige. Let's call it white racist. So these white racist countries are not for us. They've always been for our complete and utter destruction. So any sort of interaction or transaction we do with them, we always come off worst. Any time we interact or transact with the white racists, we come off worst. We come off worse than we started. So if you noticed, my friend was from the Gambia. That reminds me of the Gambian leader. He used to be a very powerful, outspoken African, but they got rid of him. So Africa basically, we're talking about Africa presidents do this, Africa presidents should do this, but these people cannot do anything because they are enslaved. They're just like slave, like when you have a slave who controls other slaves. The leaders are just a slave that has been given the power to control other slaves. We the population of Africa are controlled by our slave leaders. For their leaders are controlled by their slave masters. You understand? So we're not free. Let's not forget. So when we're talking about we're enslaved, we cannot do anything. We do not have the power to do anything. So it's about now, once we recognize that, We do not have the power. Let me talk about Nigeria. I've been in Nigeria before I just came back in December. I think October, November. Let's just say November last year. I came back. I was 2.5 years in Nigeria. I was trying to set up some business in everything, computer-based business, and one of the things I learned is that the country is just, the sabotage of the country is too much. It's very difficult for businesses to thrive in that atmosphere. For instance, for an industry to grow, you need power, you need electricity. But they're doing everything they can to prevent us in Nigeria to get electricity. People are paying, say the equivalent of 1,000, like equivalent of an average monthly salary for 1 month's electricity. That's what they're paying, and businesses are paying even more. So it's ridiculous. And then the internet. You can notice that no Nigerians here are on site. If I was still in Nigeria, I wouldn't be on here because the internet cost is so high. It's unbelievable, and that's because the Western countries own our internet companies. They control them all. Even the one that claims to be an indigenous one. When I actually went and searched the board of directors, I found that the so-called indigenous internet company in Nigeria, which is Glo, is actually, the board of directors is almost 100% European, mainly Swedish. So, and then we talk about Dangote. Dangote is just a front. He's also probably a front in a Western multinational. He's just a front. He's chief executive director, chief executive officer of Dangote Group. He's actually a white person. So let's understand what's going on here. Yeah. So I saw some people talking about Texas. I'm not sure if they're talking about what the influence I made about Texas. Yeah, but I didn't really finish about Texas. Let me just go back from Texas. So what they were doing in Texas, after they made that winter storm and get people is very, very, very badly in a terrible situation. The next week, as soon as the power came on and the winter storm came up, the next thing they did in Texas, what did they do? They set up a big jab immunization. The mask disease immunization in Texas immediately after the Texas storm, because when people are desperate, when they're hungry and they're cold and they have no water, they have no, nothing is functioning. If you give them a warm place to go, warm center to go, they're going to rush to that warm center to get warm from some food, from some warm food. But before you get there, they're going to say to you, oh, because of what's going on, we need to give you a jab before you can come into this center. That's what's going on. Please be very careful about this jab. Be very, very careful. You don't have to believe me, but nobody should be taking any jabs. Okay. So back to Nigeria. So Nigeria it's not just Nigeria, but the whole of Africa. Whenever we have a strong leader, our last proper strong leader was General Abacha. Our military was the only time, when we had military leaders, was the only time we had leaders who were really for the country and were not. So some of our military leaders, some of our military leaders were, of course, slaves. But the last real independent, strong African military leader was General Sani Abacha. He came in he came into power 1994.
Emeka, I'm actually gonna do next week. or in 2 weeks. I'll let you know. I'll probably put it on my community tab. But I'm actually gonna do an update on a live stream on Nigeria just specifically. I'm actually gonna be doing it with the African Wahala. He's a Nigerian YouTuber. So we'll be going really deep into that. But for the purposes of if you have like, let's say one last thing to say, because Mr. Uganda is about to leave, so I want him to say his closing statement.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm saying basically, yeah, Africa, Nigeria is very being. They don't have the power to control themselves. They gave us a constitution after they poisoned Abacha and removed him. Abacha had a perfect constitution that he was about to implement on the eve of his death, but somehow he died just like on the eve of coming into power and implementing that constitution that would have made Nigeria great. And they gave us this current constitution, which is really a criminal constitution that allows the people to loot without any consequence. And so Nigeria now, they stole $1 trillion Malabu oil. Western companies, oil companies stole a $1 trillion oil block from Nigeria. You know, that's the type of exploitation that's going on to keep us down. So I will close for now because I know Mr. Uganda wants to get off, and I will leave it for now. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and again, thank you so much for calling in. I recognize your YouTube name, Pro Services.
Pro U Services.
Pro U Services Ltd. Okay. Thank you for finding.
I'll put my link right now. So if anybody wants to subscribe, I'll really appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you for your perspective. I appreciate it for real. Yeah, so Mr. Uganda, you can go ahead and say your closing statement. Then we'll have Josie Gold and Titus, and then everyone else's final regards.
Yes, thank you. It's only because like I'm just okay, let me just sort that out. But yeah, let me just give my closing statement. It's meant to be solution oriented, right? I think this was a very solution oriented live. Perhaps we need to reiterate we all of, you know, you can't allow the community to into a price bracket or product. Ultimately, you have to champion the price that reflects what you feel the product. Basically, people have a vested interest in telling you you should lower the price, primarily because they'll be able to get it cheaper. If you feel like the price should have been at a particular bracket, then you're meant to do that for yourself. I mean, all this stuff about the code, like all of these codes that no one adheres to, everyone is for their own like I do buy black readily, but you know, I deserve to also pay for my. I can't ensure that if I'm for the community, that they'll be for me when times get tough. I think a great thing that happened is that if you want us to perhaps shop black, then you ought to provide an alternative. So that's something that the commenter Asosa did very, very well. He provided me a link to that stuff. But as far as actually doing racial groups, yes, that is within your power to do. And kudos to you for, you know, getting that all together and getting yourself into the business area, because, you know, I'm really, really proud of you. As far as how we can propel Africa forward, I think I've stated it repeatedly that we live in a framework where things are bureaucratic. You know, you have to run through government for most of these big structural change. So obviously, there's going to have to be an opportunity or time when you intersect with government. I think talks about circumnavigating government are dangerous, not because I don't believe in the initiatives, but because I know when people are going to, you know, disassemble government. So we have to find some way to either fully push our ideas, or, you know, we just have to utilize what we have. It's weird how people rely on celebrities or government when government are meant to have your best interest. and then mad at celebrities for having their own interest when celebrities are, that's the one thing that they should be doing, is that they should be themselves. The government is meant to be for you. That's why you pay taxes, so that they collect all your money and they project the structural changes that are needed. But yeah, like utilize your local government, utilize your visible platforms, Twitter, talk on the comment section of some of these propagandist news channels. And yeah, I don't think I remember much of what is said, but I think that was what was on the top of my head to speak on. And if people want to develop a code, first and foremost, please, because I think I can simply say the Black community is riddled with a lack of respect, loud, obnoxious, and rude. We don't respect our intellectuals. We don't respect our nice people, and we wonder why we're in a deficit of people with morals. Well, stop challenging people who have a good set of ethics, who are intellectual, not people who are merely schooled and just there to be there. I know there's that saying that the loudest barrels make the most noise, and that is a theme that I've seen repeatedly play out across the diaspora on the many places of the globe. If we want to be for ourselves, if we want to implement things, we have to operate within it in the way that we like to see it going forward. That means that all because we don't have, everything good now, it doesn't mean that you can't start having a mindset that is geared towards that, I think we have a long way to go. Do the leaders respect us too? If they were really for us in the macro perspective, they would have closed off those very, very sensitive parts of our economy and our markets so that they would give us a time to thrive. But that isn't happening. That we have to push them, and if they're not going to change, we have to continue shedding light on it, because it's hard that the circumstances have changed. The African Wahala is interesting in that he was just speaking about how I think Nigerians have not benefited from Nigeria. People who were born in the 90s, they have not benefited from Nigeria. They went through a civil war. The government did not offer restitution so far as to apologize to the citizens and, make changes like Rwanda did. I think there's a lot of things that need to change. Respect has to be at the forefront because the leaders clearly don't respect us. But I'm going to leave there. I'll catch the playback today. Please continue to operate with love, positivity, and I'll catch you guys on the next stream. And by Her Highness, I only just clocked that Africa has Highness as the screen title. When we get playful with our terms, it's funny. I'll see you guys later.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for calling in. Definitely appreciate it. Mr. Uganda has a channel, by the way. Okay, so let's go ahead and let Josie Gold say what he has been wanting to say. Sorry for the long wait, bro, but thank you.
Yeah, hi.
What's going on?
Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes.
Peace to the chat. Yeah, look, I just wanted to say, well, before I make my actual point, I just wanted to respond to something that Kwesi said. He said, there's the Chinese people in South African parliament. No, there's just one Chinese woman. One. That won't destroy South Africa. Just one. Okay, and something that Emeka said, for me, Africans are not completely powerless. There are things we can do to change our situations in Africa. We need to stop having a victim mindset. Nobody respects a victim. I know it's difficult, but there are solutions to our problems. And with the topic, for me, Black business also needs to earn Black people's respect. Give people good quality products and services, and our people won't have to do business with other people. Black people don't trust Black business, and they have good reasons not to trust Black business. It's all the good. It's all the bad service.
Facts,
All the
facts,
terrible
facts.
products.
Scammers, bad service. Go on, brother. Scammers. Tell
And
Omar,
all sorts of
scammers.
things. Yeah, and scammers too. So like people need to earn each other's respect in whatever country you're in. I'm in South Africa and I'm also in business. And for me, I try to earn my people's respect because of all the things that have happened. Because they don't trust our community. That's why they'd rather go to the white man. And I'm seeing a similar pattern with people from other African countries and in the diaspora. Let's earn our people's respect as well. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Definitely appreciate what you said. No, I agree with you 100%. And I also like how you kept it nice and concise and straight to the point. I actually do appreciate that. Okay, let's go ahead with Titus.
Hey, sis, I just got on the show and I just got off of work. So, is it off code to do business with non-Africans and get loans? I think that's the title, right?
Yes.
I would say, I mean, it's. I would say yes, just by like the evidence of like what been going on for years. Um, like you know, I've heard so much, and I really appreciate everyone's opinion on the panel as well. So the thing is like this, as far as all of us on the whole planet, it's like we're just subjects only, like test subjects. That's it, really. They don't see no competency in us as a people, and like the brother Josie just said, us as a people, we don't have trust to each other, and like he said, it's a good reason for it. People always, they're trying to the scam to they schemers to basically have a better life or something. And we all know this, but my whole standpoint is really we are competent. We can do anything we want ourselves. It's just a matter of where our focus
Man,
is.
you are breaking. You are breaking.
Can you hear me?
Okay, it's clear now.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. We can y'all hear me?
Still the same problem.
Anybody hear me?
It's a bit back to be like, yeah.
Maybe you need to fix your network.
Okay. African Millennium, I'm a log out and then come back in.
Man, it looks like your microphone is conspiring against you, because whenever you are talking about everything else, it's okay. The moment you start making your point, it cuts you out. What is that all about?
It's a Chinese microphone.
Oh, yeah. I'm a log out and then I'm gonna come back in.
For sure, no problem.
See, all that was clear.
But he did raise a good point, and I think sometimes we Africans don't want to be honest. I'm not saying all Africans are scammers. Please don't say I'm saying that, but we do have scammers in the African community, and they get away with it. I'll give you an example. Okay,
it takes
Ghana,
a scammer to know a scammer.
In Ghana, like if somebody does wrong to you, right, your family usually gets involved. They would rather pay for a pastor to get involved than for you to go to court. They would rather pay for a pastor to pray that everything is okay instead of the person actually getting into legal trouble. What is that? What kind of environment is that? Why do we do that to ourselves?
I think this thing where we say Africans are scammers, I think we have to be careful about using this type of terms, because the vast majority of many of them do very proper businesses every day. Otherwise, our nations wouldn't even function at all. and there will be corruption every day. And you see, when I go to Nigeria, sometimes it astounds me because sometimes people make it sound as if everything is falling apart because of corruption. Yet Nigeria doesn't have a drug problem. You don't see some crimes that you will think will be so easy to find in the country. You don't find it there because people are managing these things. If you look at Lagos, you might be hearing about a lot of insecurities in the country. Most of this insecurity is going on the outskirts where they have soft targets. And if you think about it, almost any nation can be subjected to that if they don't have a strong military that can just repel or stop whoever is messing with them. Because soft targets are easy to go after. You can go to any bus stop and look for somebody to knock off. They don't even do it at bus stops now. They go to villages and do these things. And so if you look at Lagos, Lagos is it's like a controlled chaos, but yet it's functional. They have massive bridges, they have massive roads, they have about going to how many million population there. It's functional. Business have been in some part of Lagos where they are carrying money with like wheelbarrows, like like they are carrying them like they are carrying sand. They are carrying money like that. Nobody steals anything. So we have to always, look out and think twice when we start saying that our people they are not good at doing stuff, and we are always corrupt, and that is a colonial way of thinking about things. The reason why you tend to get Africans that are not doing very well is because we Africans ourselves don't like to pay the price we pay to Europeans, to our own fellow Africans. When an African wants to do business with you and they charge you, say, $10, and you be like, no, let me give you 7. But for the same service, European will charge you 12. You happily pay for it, and then you say your African guy is terrible when you didn't pay him. Let's say you paid him that $8, and he didn't do the job very well because he's trying to cut the corner so tight. You blame him for it, but while the European guy that you paid more than enough for the markup does well, and you wonder why. You see, we are also not fair to our own.
Yeah.
Narrative. I've seen this happen. I know this happens. You have an African here telling you something, give you an expert advice that is very, very solid advice, and the person will reject it. And when a European tells them the same thing, they'll be like, what, that's correct now. The same thing that you just told them, they will think that one is correct because the European said it. Sometimes we have to recognize that we are part of the problem. Just as Nigerians are part of the problem why their politicians behave badly, we are also part of the problem why we think our people are bad, because we also treat our people, our service providers bad too. We don't give them good service, and we just assume that they are not good. If you give them the same money that you give to the Europeans, they will probably be good. And many of them do good work. And let's not forget that many of them are doing good work on the ground. You think Ghana just became Ghana for nothing? Somebody didn't do a lot of good work to make it that way. So let's not. I'm not going to stand for people just bad mouthing our people like that. Because I've seen it happen, and when I go to the continent, I don't see that. All I see is, man, a lot of people have done a lot of good work to keep this place functional. Okay, thank you.
No worries. So we're gonna let Titus say a statement.
Okay, it's a stammer.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. And Tunija, I agree with you. Oh my man, I love Tunija, man. I see him everywhere on all the channels. So, yeah, like what Tunija said, like we have good people. Like it's just a matter of striving. We can do this ourselves. The negativity we know is there already. They basically don't want. It's just a chess game. Like we all know. It's just how can we play it in our own interest? That's the matter of the whole reality to it. And as far as doing business and taking loans, I would say that's really a bad idea to do because it's like taking steps forward and then it keep us stagnant, and then we stay there and they progress, and then somehow we got to fight our way back just to get 2 steps forward again. So in that analogy, I just think it's not something that we should rely on as a progression for us as a people.
Man, you're still having
And
the same problem, bro.
oh, really? Oh man,
It clears again now.
You bought your microphone
I,
from
That is
I
very
don't
funny.
know.
The
I don't
moment he's
know. I
saying
don't know what
nothing,
it
it
is.
clears.
Well, you
The
sound
moment you
I
fine
start
don't know
now.
what
making
it is,
points,
you guys.
he just goes after you and shuts it down. Your microphone is censoring you.
Hey,
I think your voice
they
changes
probably
when you start speaking. Maybe that's why, or you speak slightly closer to the device. Maybe that's why it stops
Exactly.
speaking.
Maybe.
yeah. Okay, I try to.
Who did you buy your microphone from? Was it a black-owned business or?
To be quiet.
Jesus, come on.
Hey, who said that? Oh my goodness. Can you guys hear me now? Like I try to move the
Perfect.
Yes.
device away.
Perfect. No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. But to sum it up, like we as a people, we are competent. We can do anything we want. Like I agree with a lot of the points that was said on the panel. I just think it's a bad idea to take a loan from a foreign country, especially when it's based on an international business level. And the company itself that they're proposed a loan to, the country is not doing good, as a whole, or maybe it's just segments that are actually doing very well, but it's not something we should rely on. That's all I really wanted to say because I know my mic is going against me today.
You took half of your statement away. That mic is diabolical. You cut out half of your statement.
I'm gonna let you talk for me now, to Nigel.
You see, it's
No,
sounding clear now. What is it with this mic? That is weird. How is
Where
just
did you buy
cutting
the
out when you
microphone?
start making a point?
Where did you buy the microphone, brother?
Don't answer that question. We're going to now think about, after saying everything that we said on this panel, we're going to think about possibly solutions. So I'm going to let everybody say their closing statement. I'm going to start with Emeka. Emeka,
I think,
you
I think the vaccine affected his microphone.
You're
okay.
muted. Maybe he doesn't know he's muted.
Emeka, did your microphone take a vaccine?
In that any case, we can just go with Tunija. Same thing.
Okay, thank you very much. Regarding the solutions, I think our problems are not as bad and are not as it's okay. I'm sorry to say that it's actually bad, but it's not as hard to resolve. And we are lucky. We are at a time when resolving this may not require the kind of sacrifices most other parts of the world have had to make. So for me, first of all, is all those people you have on the street, you can give them a lot of different things to do. One, very, very important one, start recruiting them into the military. Make your people pay for this military, because like the Ethiopians did with the dam, they recruited the people contributed to the construction of the dam. So it meant that they have a stake in the dam itself. So you can tell the people, you want your country to be secure, you want your power and all the rest that you want to be secure so that nobody can just come and take it from you. Yeah, if you tell them that, they will be willing to pay for it. And when they pay for it, you recruit most of these young men that are sitting on the streets doing nothing, put them in the military to secure their infrastructure, secure all the necessary things, secure all the loans that you borrow to build infrastructure in that country, to make sure that all those things are firmly in place so that you don't suffer any reverses and you're able to pay off your debts. That's one. You start building this in the healthcare system, because one of our problems is that we don't have very innovative healthcare system that transfers knowledge into research. There is no reason why in Nigeria they cannot spend, ask citizens to contribute money to build a world-class hospital. You can build a world-class hospital. The Chinese are very good at building hospitals. They can build it even in 6 months. And they can build these things, and our leaders don't have to travel overseas for treatment anymore. And because this hospital will be world class, then they will be able to be this thing is transferring some of the knowledge and training more people in the country to be as good as they are there too. So there's a lot of continuous gain down the this in chain. Also, if you have security, at least you increase your level of security, which gives you some level of stability. What people don't tend to calculate, or our leaders don't tend to calculate, is that the diaspora too. The diaspora will also start returning back with all their money, all their expertise to contribute to the economy, which is a win-win-win. You win with the loan that you borrow, you win with the return of resources that the diasporas are going to bring, and you win with this expertise that they bring back this into the country. So there is a continuous chain of this in a chain effect where that occurs once you start securing their country and start building good hospitals. Because one of the biggest problems the diaspora also have, apart from security, is healthcare. Because some of all these people, especially the ones with a lot of money, they are old, they are mostly, that's elderly, I mean, and some of them are even in their retirement. They have a lot of money to spend, but they don't know where to spend it because they are stuck overseas. So these people will start returning and transferring the knowledge to the young generation that are hungry to learn in their countries. So I believe that if you start from security, go to healthcare, you can move to education and all the rest of it down the chain. And because you have these two things, by and large, okay, I could add electricity into it too. You could decide that, okay, this is the problem we are having. This is the price you're going to pay for electricity. No matter how much it's going to cost, charge it, get it done. It's going to be painful because pain is something we have not inflicted on ourselves in Africa. And you can't expect to succeed in anything in this world if you don't make some direct sacrifices. And other people have made blood sacrifice. We don't even have to make blood sacrifices directly. You make our people pay. Like in Nigeria now, what tends to happen is that the moment you tell them that you want to increase price of anything, they start jumping through the roof. Like the whole world is, you're asking them to pay the highest amount for energy in the world. Yeah, if I was the one in the office, fine, you can shout all you want, but by the time I'm done, you forget that, because people forget things. You do it for the first 2 years, and if things start improving, they'll forget all the bad. Who cares about all the bad things that's happened? As long as they start getting good electricity, then you have good electricity, you have a base now to start building your steel industries, which will also stimulate your industrial revolution or development in your country. So I think it's not as difficult as it appears on the surface. We are just one leader away from transforming our countries in Africa. Like some countries out there that have got this type of leaders, they've started moving forward. And I get a feeling that we have a sense of, how do I put it, praising people too much for little achievement, because we have our bar is so low now. Because if you look at what the Rwandan president has done, yeah, he's done a lot, but it's not revolutionary. And when I checked the size of his military, I was quite shocked. Look at the Ghanaian one, which is also very, very impressive, but it's not massive. We have to start setting high standards, because some of all these leaders still have to travel overseas for treatment. Why do you have to travel? Why should you ever have to travel overseas, out of Africa, for treatment anywhere else other than Africa? Can you imagine an American president, or UK president, a French president, or a Chinese president traveling anywhere else outside their country for treatment, where you go and get opened up? It's the only African president that can do that and think that it is okay for that to be happening. And our people just accept it as if that is normal. We should never accept things like that. And it doesn't cost a lot to do that. This is why I'm thinking we are just one leader away from sorting some of all these things out. Before I close, I'll just have one question to ask Africa Millennial. Do the Ghanaian presidents travel overseas for medical care? Sometimes, let's say they suffer some serious issues, or politicians, they travel overseas for treatment. In other words, do they have good healthcare system to be able to treat any condition in Ghana right now?
Come on, Tunaija, come on. You already know the answer to that question. Of
I don't.
course,
No,
they
to be fair,
travel
because I
outside.
think they do. No,
Of
that's what I'm
course, they
asking because I'm
travel
actually
outside.
thinking
Are
that
you
they
kidding
do.
me?
Do they?
You know what I've noticed?
Yes.
In regards to that question, it's funny because they always make fun of Buhari for doing that, but they never make fun of Kufuor, which is the Ghanaian president. They never make fun of him for doing it, but he does the same thing too. In
You
fact, I
see,
think
I
3 weeks
didn't know.
after he got elected, he went to France.
Wow, for
Yeah.
treatment.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I didn't.
I don't think it was for treatment, but he probably did do treatment while he was there, you know?
Oh my God, that's terrible.
Actually,
If they are going overseas for treatment, that needs to stop. It has to stop because that's so compromising. You can't have your president travel overseas, get opened up overseas, and come back, and you think that they are beholden to you. We are a continent of about well over 1 billion people. We should be able to afford these things. It's not that much. You just tell people to donate about equivalent about 0.5% of their salaries every month for 6 months. The Chinese people are going to build this hospital with it like that, the world-class hospital. You have everything you need. That politician will not have any excuse to leave that country again for anything else other than business meeting or other stuff. No funny treatment overseas anymore. Look at Magufuli was flown from his country to Kenya to get treatment, and he died there. This sort of thing shouldn't be occurring at all. We should be able to take care of our own, and we have the doctors overseas. We have Ghanaian doctors overseas. We have Nigerian doctors overseas. Many diaspora leave the African continent to go and treat people here in the West when they could be in their own countries doing these things. The only reason why they don't do it, they don't have the equipment on the ground. It's rocket science. It's just quite simple. That part, I don't even know what is stopping them, except there is some kind of rule in the WTO that stops some African countries from acquiring certain level of expertise in their hospitals. I don't believe there is anything like that. I know about the protocol that they have that prevents Africans from inventing so many things that they want to invent, because they will say, oh, some other person has got the patent somewhere else, so you're not allowed to do that. And Africans now, because we are weak, this is the problem again of being weak. You can't defend yourself. Well, if the Chinese violates other people's patents, it's okay. No, good luck and try to bully China to follow the rules of any patents. You see what I mean? So we just have to stop this. The simple ones are recruiting people into the military. Build hospital. It's not rocket science. 6 months, you can get that one done. All African countries build world-class hospitals in there. And because all those things, when you recruit people into the military, you secure your country, you build world-class hospitals, about half of the concerns of the diaspora, you have solved it, because they will start returning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tunaja. I definitely appreciate your opinion. I'm going to compile all of your guys' closing statement and I'll rebuttal if I feel like it. But, Emeka, you can
sorry. People are asking me what's the solution. What did I just say all this while? Are there not solutions? Just in case I missed that one.
No, not really.
When I say that you should recruit people into
They
the
are
military, is that not a
solutions. They are
solution?
solutions. They are probably not listening. For example,
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're not listening.
When I say you should build hospitals for yourself, they are not solutions.
No.
Somebody should move, please.
It's me. Hold on. Let me.
So just to be clear, if I say you should recruit people into your military to make to secure your borders and make your country stronger, that is the most vital thing any nation should do. That is the solution. And it's easy. You don't need foreign people to help you do that. You can just ask your citizens to pay. How do you need foreign people to do that again?
You did say the solutions. I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, sorry, you were cut out.
We need solutions.
That's all right. It's okay, Kaizo. Let Emeka please go ahead. Please.
No, because we have to be clear about what we are discussing here, because we can't just say, somebody didn't say what they just said, and we don't make it clear that it has just been said. Because that means that some people that are listening will think that, that what he just said, even if it sounded like a solution, it wasn't actually a solution. So we need to be clear. If you recruit people to secure your boundaries, that is a solution. If you build hospitals, that's world-class hospitals in your country so that your politicians don't travel overseas, and your healthcare system improves because of that, and your diaspora start returning, bringing all the expertise and foreign and this in resources into your country. That is part of the solution. It's not the entire solution, but it's part. So I don't know, Kezo, come on.
we want real solutions, man.
You give us real solutions, then since you have real ones.
I will. I will.
Okay, thank you, Tunaja. And Mecca, please, you can go ahead.
Okay, very interesting discussion tonight, and I've been really enthralled. Tunaja was just saying about Africa being one great leader away from solving all our problems. But we have to remember, we've had the great leaders. They've just been eliminated. We've had the great leaders. Some of our great leaders from Patrice Lumumba, Sankara, there's a whole list of them. There's General Abacha, there is Jammeh from the Gambia, there is Robert Mugabe. All of them have been eliminated. There has been some, Idi Amin was a great leader. But all of them, once they're eliminated, then they paint them black. They use propaganda to say they were terrible leaders. But and because we the masses of the blacks in the world are not enlightened to what's going on. We're not enlightened to the game. When these leaders are eliminated, we don't protest. We don't rise up. So our solution is not to look for great leaders. Our solution is to recognize the game. We're in a war. An undeclared war against the blacks of the world. We're in this war. We have to recognize that. And our leaders are inconsequence. Our leaders are not going to help us. Because they will just simply, when they stick their neck out, they just get eliminated. That is a fact. That is just the reality. That is what's been going on for decades now. So if we hasn't been able to work, we have to find different solutions and look into our leaders. So the solution I'm proposing is that we ourselves start to educate ourselves, enlighten ourselves, to let our people know that there is this war against us. We're in a war, an undeclared war, but there's a war against the black race. Once we understand that, then we have to do it by ourselves. We have to bypass leadership. We have to do our response from the grassroots. Every individual has to do it themselves. Because the leadership, if once they recognize a leader, they will just chop his head off. Once they see there's a strong black leader, they will get rid of him. The last one that they got rid of was Mugabe. And a few months before that, it was Jammeh of the Gambia. And then the great Nigerian leader, General Sani Abacha, was removed in 1998. So it just goes on and on. And then there's leaders that are being removed today. Yeah. So people are talking about maybe we should have our own hospitals, world-class hospitals, so our leaders don't have to go abroad. But you know what? Because, like I said, that our leaders are enslaved. In order for them to be guaranteed to win an election or to become a president, I'm suspecting very much that they have to sign an agreement that they have to get their medical treatment from abroad. I really believe that's what's going on, because every single leader in Africa seems to go abroad for medical treatment, and it seems it seems to me that the ones that have been eliminated are the ones that were not going. The ones that have been eliminated physically, but even for the ones who are going to this medical treatment abroad, they kill them off. They'll kill them during the medical treatment. They'll kill them when they're not cooperating. So, for instance, if you recognize that a lot of African presidents are dying in power. There's no other race where their presidents are dying in power as much as African presidents are dying in power. I think about something like 95% of all world leaders that have died while they're in power have been African presidents. And even in this Corona era, the Tanzanian president died, and I think the Burundi president died. There was other people removed. Yeah. So we have to understand the game, and the solution is the solution. This is the solution for African leaders, if they can, but is to disengage from any dealings with these people. People who are trying to destroy you, you don't have any business with them. Just disengage with them. Maybe stick with China or stick with your own African countries, but don't deal with people who are trying to destroy you. Don't deal with them, because it wouldn't end well for you. That's the solution.
Sorry for interrupting you. The reason why it's easy to take these people out is because they are not secure. The reason why they have to send troops to Algeria and Libya to do what they did, because they knew Gaddafi had security. They knew Saddam Hussein had security. They had to physically go in there to remove him.
That's right.
But African leaders, it's so easy to take us out one by one because we are not secure.
Yes, that's right.
Who will be bold to oppose them when you don't have security?
That's right. And they control our military, because once they control your leaders, they control everything. They control our military. So how can we even get strong if they control our military? Nigeria was, during General Abacha's time, Nigeria was so powerful. We had military go into Sierra Leone and Liberia and sort that case out. General Abacha in 1998 sent the military into two separate African countries at the same time, and dealt with the situation before anybody could come in. And but they got rid of General Abacha, and since then Nigeria has gone down. After Abacha, Nigeria has gone down. Now we couldn't even handle little Boko Haram. That's troubling us, And it's also these white racist countries that are funding this. All these African insurgents all over Africa to keep African economies down and to stop progress. They're funding all that so that they can keep bringing their NGOs to milk us and give us vaccines and whatever, all this type of nonsense. So the solution is to try as much as possible is to keep these people at a hand distance away from us. And really and truly, because our leaders at the moment are all basically enslaved, they don't have their own minds. We need to do it ourselves as Africans. We need to educate ourselves, enlighten our people, and we need to take steps to do everything we can. Maybe form our own government, like parallel governments. It sounds like a ridiculous thing, but we have to try something different. Maybe form our own parallel governments, because our governments are not doing it, on a local level, and everybody can do something. Everybody can do something. For me, what I do is I buy black. Simple as that. I simply buy black. If I can buy it, I'll buy black. So that means I will pay double. I will pay a black man, a black business, double the money if I have to. If his price is double the price and it's only him I can find that's black, I will pay him that double, because it's important to keep our money. And when I'm taking a flight, I would only search for African Airlines. Even if I have to do so many changes to get to my destination, I will do it. Last time I flew through from Nigeria back to UK. I went by Kenyan Airlines. Even though I had to drop in Kenya and wait, and it took me longer, I prefer to do that. And the price is actually cheaper. And you don't get the insult that you get from all these countries, and like Turkish Airlines and all that. People always complain about Turkish Airlines. Actually, I have a video on my channel. I just posted a link to my channel. I have a video on my channel where I'm talking about things we can do. I think it was about 3 years ago. It was an interview with Search for Uhuru, Ernest Amir. I had an interview with him about 3 years ago where I was talking about things that we could do to empower Africans, and it's about 1.5 hours long. So a lot of those things that I've already mentioned, we have to just disengage from the white man and buy black. Everybody can do that on an individual level. We can do that individually because we can't depend on our leaders alone. We have to do things individually. Buy black. So that means even if we have to pay more money, buy it. And also, if you're a black business, the black businesses, black-owned shops and black-owned stores and black-owned services, they should also do all they can to woo the black customer. It's also your duty as a black business to try and woo your black customers, target them, market to them, and provide them the best service. Even if you have to slightly reduce your prices for them, just to get them, sometimes you might have to do that just to win the customer, and then as an introductory offer, provide them a good service, and then when you give them your proper price, they'll probably be willing to continue with you. So that's some of the solutions I have. And in terms of
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You keep repeating at least for 3 times now. Yeah, Jammeh is a good leader. Why do you say that?
Who's that? Abacha?
No, it's Omar.
So who did you say was a good leader?
Yeah, Jammeh. You said at least for
Jammeh,
3 times now. Jammeh, yes.
Yeah, he said he was a good leader. He was.
Why do you say that?
You see the thing, he's a good leader because he was. I mean, I've seen him. He you know what they were offering him? He had oil. Jammeh was always going to the. I heard his speeches in the UN. Yeah, so I knew he was pro-African, pro-black, and he was a Pan-African. I knew that from his speeches. Yeah, so and he was also trying to tell us the truth about what was going on in the world. That's why they had to get rid of him. The last time I watched some of his videos, he was talking about that he has oil in the Gambia in the ground, but he refused to get it out because they were going to offer him just 5%. Can you imagine 5% of the racist oil companies were saying to him that if they get the oil from him, he will get only 5% of the profits. This is what they're offering Africans. It's an insult. This is the exploitation. That's what I'm saying to you. When you're talking about China and Europeans and whites, it's a 2 different games. One is trying to destroy you. One is trying to beat you in a business transaction. China is just trying to get the better of you in a business transaction, but the other one is trying to destroy you. There's a big difference between China and these people, So Jammeh was a prime example. He wasn't taking shit from them, and that's why he had to go. And the way they got rid of him was illegal, really. They basically got a group of African leaders who are. That's why I'm saying that African leaders are slaves. They just tell them what to do. Buhari, I have a lot of respect for Buhari when he was a military leader, when he came the first time, but this second time he just like a slave.
You know what?
You know,
I think I definitely we
listen.
should do a separate
That
live stream where
you
we
know,
just talk about
I want to tell
African
you
leaders.
something. I want to
But
tell
what
you
I wanted
something.
to say, wait, I'll say it. What I wanted to say though, speaking to actual Gambians,
All right,
they had a
Jamaica, please
completely
mute your
different
microphone for
opinion
now.
on Yaya Jammeh. I'm just saying that. But yeah, Omar, you can go ahead.
I think he's
No,
just looking
sorry,
at Gambia
Omar.
from the outside. You know,
Tell the brother to mute his
any
microphone
leader
first.
can go to UNN and give fancy speeches. You know, that's easy. You can just go to all these international meetings and then bash Europeans and say all kind of stuff. But when in actuality you are not doing what you are saying. So Jammeh was that kind of person. Jammeh was a sheep in wolf's clothing. The actual Gambians know what the real Jammeh is. So that's why we had to get rid of him. It was in the West that get rid of Jammeh. It was the citizens. Remember, Jammeh has been in power for 22 years. I was born under the regime of Jammeh. So people were tired. Jammeh was a murderer. Jammeh has committed so many atrocities. So these are some of the things other people love him outside, because when they see him giving all these fancy speeches talking about how the West is trying to, take advantage of Africa and all, he's sort of posing like a pan-Africanist when Jammeh is actually not like that. Jammeh don't give a damn about average Gambians. So for you to say Jammeh is a good citizen, you need to Jammeh is a good president. You really need to talk to real Gambians, the average Gambians on the ground. Then you will get to know the real Jammeh.
Then maybe the question is,
No, no, no,
how
no,
do
no,
we
no,
how
no,
do we
no, no,
describe
no,
a
no,
good
no,
president?
guys, please, please,
How
please.
do you, what do you describe? What do you call a good president? I think that this is something that we need to ask ourselves, because sometimes when some leaders want to do things that make us feel a little bit uncomfortable,
Oh,
we
take a
decide to
note.
call
Okay,
them.
guys,
We
please,
decide to
please,
call
please,
them
not
a bad
today,
president.
not today, not today. I'm sorry. Next time.
Okay.
I really don't want to go down the leader
Nah.
path, because then I could literally be here for the next 7 hours, and that's not what I want to do right now.
All right.
Sticking to the topic about business or loans from non-blacks.
Can I ask
That
him
was
one
what the main
question?
topic today.
That is a yes or no answer.
Huh?
Can I ask him a yes or no answer?
Scammer.
Okay, Omar, you say that Jammeh was not a good president. So if that's
Yes.
the case, then is Gambia better economically before then when he was in power, or not right now?
Because you have to remember also the
Simple
person.
question. No. I don't want to remember anything. I just want to know.
No,
Is it
I'm
better
coming.
then?
I'm
No.
coming. I have to explain it to you. Your question needs explanation. I cannot just say yes or no. And the reason why is that because the current government in place is a transition government. Because remember when Jammeh was leaving, Jammeh stole every single dime from the Central Bank of the Gambia. Some people say he left with about $11 billion. Some are, speculation everywhere. But what we can confirm is that he literally emptied the coffers, and just left. So this is a transition government. They are trying to. That's why they are getting donations from EU and all of that, because they need fund. It's a transition government. So I personally cannot tell you if we are better economically now than before. But all I know is Jammeh did what he did.
Thank
think
you
the number
for your
is
honesty.
Gambia had more
No,
money
no, no,
before.
no. We're done with that for right now. Thank you. So we're gonna have Fang Tribe go ahead and say her closing statement.
Yeah, because I think this is not close statement. It's like people they are playing around with things. Coming with Jaja, it's anything to do with the the live stream supposed to. So by why this? Yeah, when people they cannot just focus on one thing. This is important. When you are doing businesses, you have to focus. You don't focus, your business is not going to grow. Look at this. When Brexit came in, I always work by myself. I'm self-employed myself. Yeah. So, but when Brexit came, so I look, I take ahead what's going on, because I'm a person that thinks about business. Yeah, I don't think like it's like when people say yeah pigeons. Yes, a lot of you are just pigeons. I'm just eagle. I am watching. Yeah, you have to look ahead the times. Brexit is coming. I am a European. Yeah, I am a European by nationality. What is going to happen to me? Doesn't matter if I am paying taxes to this country. I open my own business. Do you understand this? This is the same in Africa. You don't have, and not every single of you, I heard, have a business mentality. Not every single of you. None of you. You just talk. That's why when we say pigeons, you just talk. You don't have solutions. So if China comes to Africa, look at this, how I see this. Oh, okay. They have money. They know how to do things I know I want to do. I go to them, teach me. I go humble, teach me. I learn, I practice that in the country. None of you see that because you are not business people in your mind. You are seeing that people are taking advantage of you. No, me, I'm seeing ahead of the times. Oh, if I learn this, I can do this because I'm from this country. I'm going to have more advantage because I'm from the country. But not every single of you are seeing that because you don't have a business mentality. So, what are the solutions? When you don't have a business mentality, Africa cannot be. So every single country needs people that have a business mentality because obviously every single person, when you see sometimes these people, when you see these people that they are taking rubbish from people, and then they do a lot of business with that rubbish, and you think that they are nothing. They are doing a lot of business, a lot of money, but you don't have that business mentality. You have to see China as an advantage to come to Africa to teach us to know how to do things in Africa. A lot of Africans cannot go abroad and be taught. Lots of Africans in my country, yes, you can go, you can study for free. Yeah, that's no problem. In my country, we are the second or first country in Africa that we are the most developed country, being by studies. Yeah, you know, the IQ. Yeah, so we are investing in education, 95%, 95%. And then people talking rubbish about my country and they fucking don't know what's going on in my country. Yeah? So Jaja, Jame, is in my country, living happily. You're talking about Jaja, about what does Jaja have to do with the
Send him back. You want to send him to ICC.
Shut the fuck up. I'm talking.
Send him back.
Shut the fuck up because I'm talking. I didn't stop you. Just shut the fuck up. So Jaja is in my country, living happily. Why?
He's not living happy.
Shut the fuck up, I said to you. I didn't stop
He's
you.
not. Every day he's crying.
African millennial, why is this lady here? She's just insulting people. Why is she here?
Shut the fuck up because I didn't stop you when you were talking, okay? So Jaja is in my country. Why? Because the people from ECOWAS call my president where who could go. Yeah, do you understand this? How these people are all connected. You don't know what you're talking about. That's why when I listen to you, you're just pigeons talking. Pigeon talk. So you have to have a business mentality. None of you has a business mentality. I have my own company. I have my own business. I go to Africa. I can open any single business there. Because in the end, what is the most important thing is when you are in the Western world, go to Africa, open business or businesses. And then if you are from the country, from a tribe, they're going to charge you more than the Chinese. Yeah, and the Chinese, if they go there, learn from them. Don't see them as somebody that is against you. Learn from them because they learn from the Western people too. But you, every single of you, are just pigeon. You don't
get to your point.
Yes, I forgot. The point is that you are pigeons. You don't have solutions. As I say to you, who is listening right now, your mentality has to be a businessman. Don't listen to these people. Listen to businessmen. Go to Aliko Dangote. Listen to him. Go to what is the name? Jeff Bezos. Listen to him. Don't listen to these people. They don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, go to any Chinese people, businessmen, listen to them. These people, they don't have solutions. Okay? Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Titus B, please, you can go ahead with your closing statement.
Hey, sis, can Josie go before me? Because I think he said you have to leave.
Yes, sure, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Look, can we please stop romanticizing African leaders? No individual is going to come and save Africa. The ancestors won't send us a leader to save Africa. I don't know who is that. Can we please stop referring to ourselves as powerless and enslaved? We have options. Enslaved people don't have options. Our leaders are just stealing from us. There's nothing special. They're just stealing. Who is that? If we want other people,
I think it's African Millennium.
okay. If we want other people to treat, who is that? Like, is it America? Yeah. Sorry. If we want other people to treat us with respect, then we need to respect each other. No one can. How can you treat people that treat each other like rubbish with respect? We need to respect each other first. Just give me what I paid for, nothing less. I don't want anything special. If I'm buying from you, just give me what I paid for, nothing less. We need to have more internal customer service. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Speaking true facts, somebody was snapping their fingers. I suppose that they were agreeing with you, but you basically broke a lot of people's hearts by saying that you mean there's no leader that's gonna come and save Africa? Are you kidding me? Are you
Yeah,
saying
but it's true.
we're doing this to ourselves? Yeah.
Yes, we're on our own.
Got you. But yes, Titus, you can go ahead.
I agree with what Josie said, and I just want to propose a question. Like, who know how to make sodium hydroxide? Who know how to make soda ash? Who know what boron is from, or beryllium? Like, all this stuff is around us. So that's the, like when they're coming over to the continent, they're already developed these things, and they're just trying to get more to create more innovative, technology. The thing is, like, a simple rock or a tree or a plant that would turn into something useful. That's where we need to focus our solutions on. Honestly, the leaders, we already know from history what it shows. Like, they in like a continuous battle. Like, it's never ending. So, like, what the two, like, Emeka and Josie was saying, and to Niger, and I think other people said as well, we need to just focus on ourselves and work together. We got to figure it out like that. And the reality of chemistry is not just something you study, it's actuality. It's in the real life, everyday life. You always have a negative charge and you have a positive charge. So once you know that's fundamental, the fundamental functionality, you can advance yourself in many things, in many different aspects. So it's just the fact that we need to focus on ourselves, and we can advance ourselves and start scamming each other based on something that others have already developed. You get what I'm saying? And that's just to clear it up, like African millennia, from me telling you in the past, like, that's all I study is science and math, really.
Yep.
And it's not the fact that it's science and math belong to Europeans or the Chinese. Math and science is actuality. You get what I'm saying? It's just common sense. We got to use our logic, and that's it. We build up from there, work together. Somebody might have a different clue or idea to something, and you might have a different idea or clue to something, and collaborate and build that together.
So do you think African Fang tribe and Tunisia, for example, do you think that they could work together?
And that's a hard question.
That is trolling, man.
You have to add that to me. You have to add
Not,
that to me.
Stop playing,
You
sis.
have to, no, you just say fucker because I'm talking. Yeah, don't interrupt me. Yeah? Obviously. You don't know me in real life. I'm a very bad person in real life. So,
Who cares?
yeah, yes,
Well,
that's true,
please.
because you want to interrupt me. So then, because I'm a woman or whatever you think you are, because you are in here, this is virtual, not real life, okay? You have to close your eyes, open your eyes, and see what is in your life right now. That is your real life. This is virtual. We're talking. Yeah? So, this is, if I can work with anybody, if I don't see you capable, because as a businesswoman, I am, if I don't see you, you have the guts to see ahead, you cannot work with me. I don't care who you are. I don't care. You have to see ahead, 5-7 years ahead. You cannot do that, and most of you cannot do. You cannot work with me in that way. My boyfriend is an Igbo, yeah? And he sees like 30 years ahead of him. Yes? That is what a business people work. Chinese, they see 30 years ahead of them. Jeff Bezos see 30 years ahead of him. Every single businessman, we don't see just the now, we see the future. That's how things are. And none of you are teaching that. You don't see that. You are pigeons talking. You're just pigeons. So it's very good to talk and look good online. Oh, yeah. But look at your real life. Yeah? Close your eyes, open your eyes, and see what is around you, what your problems are. Yeah, what you want to, the solution for your own life. If you don't have the solution for your own life, you cannot have solution for Africa. But you talk too much.
Okay.
I agree with that. I would agree with that.
You agree that these
I can
people are
agree, like,
pigeons?
as far as what she said.
I
Like,
don't agree.
I only agree with the point that she said that we're
So you're a pigeon?
not looking ahead. That's it. But as far as what I just said, sis, that's the fundamentals of reality. Like, it's the actual reality. And it doesn't matter what people say. I live in the US. All they do is produce these books in the text that says, hey, Albert Einstein discovered how to make a time machine. He did this shit on his own. Excuse my language. He did it on his own. He doesn't even know how to tie his own shoe. You see what I'm saying? So that's where we need to start. If we do the fundamentals, oh, this is negative. This is a negative charge. This is a positive charge. Oh, what do the trees, how this tree grow? Or it doesn't matter how it grows. Let's investigate furthermore. Take the tree bark, put it in some solutions. Let me put this in the water for like 5 days. Let me put this tree bark in the acid solution for like 5 days. And let's see what it precipitate out. Let's see what it does. You get what I'm saying? We need to analyze and synthesize our thoughts and put it together. That's all I'm saying. And the future will flow. Now, as far as the economic thing or the politics, well, if we start there first and advance ourselves, we can already have the structures. We can already have the military technology. That's what Tunisia always promotes. I always, like, I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to like bring up Tunisia in the conversation, sis, but I see him on even like diasporan channels. Like, he goes really hard too sometimes. Like, some people, they're just, they're never on top of it. They're condescending. I can't, it's just so bad sometimes. But Tunisia stays strong all the time. We know what the truth is. We know what the truth is. That's the actuality. The math and science is the actuality. Economics and politics, I get it also, but if we do that first, that's how we advance ourselves.
Thanks for saying that. I would like to take that as a compliment. I like to think that compared to other people, man, that is nothing. This kind of sacrifice we need to make will require us to be a lot, not tougher than anything that I've faced online. That's why I can do it, because the situation we are facing is really bad. If we want our children to have a future where they can be proud, whenever they go anywhere, they feel secure. They don't feel that people are looking down on them. They go for jobs. People are happy to offer them jobs. They walk into any environment. People are happy to welcome them and not looking at them like they're about to come and steal something, or they are one of those poor people that you don't want around your children hanging around. We don't want that kind of stuff for our We don't even need any of them.
Right.
We just want our own people to be okay, and we can afford to do all these things on the continent itself. So let's just focus on sorting our problems, and we have to be prepared that these things are going to be tough. And this is why I engage in these conversations. Sometimes it can be really bruising, like this guy said, but it doesn't matter, because in the end, as long as the information gets out there that this is the stuff we need to start talking about, because our people never really had a discussion when I was growing up. I really never heard anybody talking about we need to make our military strong. All we keep worrying about is what we are going to eat the next day, without knowing that you need the military to be strong before you can eat the next day.
Exactly.
Thank you. We're gonna let Omar go ahead.
Jamia, you can go.
Yes. Hey man, don't call me Jamie. Anyways, this was a nice discussion, even though the sister came in just to spoil the things. Anyways, I'm not even going into that. But as far as the solutions are concerned, I think they've said it all here to Niger and others. When I first came in, some of the things I even said were part of the solution, really, because the topic of discussion is whether we should do business with non-Africans. I said it earlier on. I said yes. As far as the money is going to stay in our community, the money is going to circulate within our people, and our people are going to get rich and stay rich, then it's good for us to make business with non-Africans. But if the money is leaving the community, then it's not a good idea. It's not about individual interest, it's about collective interest. We have to put our people first before any other thing, because that's how others do it. The Jews and others, that's how they do it. That's why they will continue to rule the world. Because if you are financially stable, you become a financial you control finance in the whole world, you will lead, you will be the ruler. It's just simple. So I think for Africans, we just need to support one another. Once you see somebody doing a business, as long as they are Africans, support them if you can. Just don't say because a Chinese product is cheaper than his product, then you will have to go in for China, even though maybe his product is even better than that of the Chinese, but because he's a Chinese or his product is cheaper than your brother's own, you want to support the Chinese. So I think we need to get rid of that mentality if we want to go forward. So it's not going to be an easy journey though, but I think these are some of the first steps that are needed, and we are embarking on that journey.
Hey, Omar.
What?
Omar, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
It's just a quick question, sis. I'm not gonna. Let's see. Omar, you say about the Chinese. Remember last year they put most of the Africans out in the streets.
See, that's what
in the streets.
But I'm just saying, like, as far, I mean, how can a country represent themselves as doing business with certain individuals, and then they humiliate the people on international television? You get what I'm trying to say? And then
But
at the
see,
same time, simultaneously,
listen,
how can African trust the Chinese when we can't do business in their place?
now, there comes. I said it here before. No, I think I said it in the comment section. I said we should not let our emotions control us, and this is one of our problems as people. Chinese are not treated better in other when they live outside of China. Let's say, for example, recently in America, Asians have been facing discrimination recently, and the Chinese are not excluded. So it's not only limited to Africans being treated outside of Africa badly. That happens to almost every race apart from the white people. It happens to literally most race. So that should not stop us from doing business with them. So as long as the business is going to benefit us, that's all I'm saying. We should not let our emotions control our decisions. We should use our head and then make decisions that are going to be profound, decisions that will be revolutionary. We shouldn't let
I agree.
yeah, we shouldn't let our emotions control that, because every other race, they have to suffer some consequences in order to get to where they are now. So, and then as Africans, we will not be an exception. That's it.
Noted. Kaizo, you can go ahead.
Yeah. So as I give my my statement, anyone can ask me any questions as long as they don't take over my time is fine. To go back to what Omar and Titus is saying is this: it's like look, the way the Chinese treated us during the pandemic, which they started, is atrocious. Because by the time Niger and everyone else was saying, well, let's go with the people that have showed us their own true face. The only reason the Wazungus and the Arabs did horrible things like enslaving us and stealing our land is because that was what was happening during that time. The Chinese was not involved in that because they're just so far away, and only a few sailors made it onto the East African shore, and they didn't even know the West Africans existed at that point. It's not because that they just wouldn't have done it. No, they would have done the same thing that the Arabs and the Wazungus did. So looking at history and looking at it that way is bad. The Chinese are just as bad, and the way they treated us in COVID, kicking people out the house. How make it make sense, right? They're the ones who start the pandemic. Then they say that we're the ones bringing it into the country, and they're not letting us eat in public stores like McDonald's, etc. The only reason why they stopped it is because the NBA, basically, which the Chinese people love and they use to market their products, had something to say against it, and the American pushed against it. So Black Americans, as Tunaja always says, it's actually the power of Black Americans and the NBA that actually kind of leveraged that whole situation to stop. So the issue here is we need to make sure that we have a leverage, like a home base that we can leverage and stop people from doing bad things against us. And how do we do that? Well, we need to be economically mindset, right? We might want a spiritual place where we can feel safe. And that in fact is a good thing. We might even want to do trade in our own ways, right? That's also a good thing. Inside our countries, we can trade the way we want, right? But when we're trading with the outside world, we need to trade just like them, but win at their own game. This idea of China being good or bad is pointless. China is just as bad as anyone else, and I mean even the white man. They're all the same. They're just as bad as each other. The thing is, just do business with them. Just keep your eyes open. Don't sleep. Don't poke one eye and say that they're not as bad or they're a little bit. No. They just have the mindset of they're all bad. Just keep your mindset, your eye open, and then you will be fine. Now, in terms of us individuals here, we all have something that we can bring to the table. We all have businesses, ideas, and things that we do. Ultimately, I think we can't bring the whole community forward because, like I said, too many Africans as scammers. What that means is you can't work with everyone. And what we need to do is build a network of successful people that are serious about their craft, right? If Fang Tribe over here is making certain things, let's say Afro textured weave for Black women, right? So like a type 3B type hair weave for Black women. She does it well. We network with her. We find the solutions. We do digital marketing and we help. And then we grow that network of people we trust. And there's a system and a way that we know if someone's reliable. Over here, what's his name? Tunija is working with his own sales and technical sales and marketing team. He does his thing, right? Exactly. We take the skills and then we build a network and we do it from here. We keep growing it so that finally we can solve some of the curses. The issue that I've seen as Black businesses is that a lot of times, unfortunately, we don't do the job at the same level that other people do because we just kind of take things casually. We don't respect that business requires a certain kind of operation. Because I think the Africans come into the UK, America, Canada with the mindset of, okay, doing business is simple. You go to the street, you sell your potatoes, your tomatoes, and then that's it. You make ends meet. But that's not how business is done in the West, right? You think about optimizing. Okay, how is the place going to look? I've seen too many Ghanaian shops that don't have the product. Shito. I waited 3 months for Shito. It never came. Every week she's like, yeah, next one. Never came. This is too often, right? Caribbean restaurants as well. When they see me, they don't treat me the same way that they treat the Wazungus. This is another issue. My food looks a bit smaller. It's less decorated. Just basic stuff like that, right? How do you do and carry out your businesses? Unfortunately, too many African-based products are not as up to scratch as the other products. That means a lot of us might say, you know what, I don't mind going supporting a brother or sister's business, but they don't want to go through the stress of having to, to go deal with, okay, am I going to expect this one day? Omar might tell me, well, not all Africans are bad at business. That's true. But too many are. For example, why do people go to McDonald's or, Burger King? It's not because they're good food. They actually taste horrible. It's because they can expect the food to taste the same every time. We need to build this network of individuals who can then build businesses in a way that when we go in and we work with another brother or sister, we just know, we trust that, hey, this business will go smoothly. And then that network grows. Again, not everyone can be brought into this, but we need to differentiate ourselves. Maybe correct a coalition, whatever. I don't know, like in history, you have the British East India Company. That's basically the British going around setting up their own little company. You can create the diasporan network system whereby we know the people who come in, they get vetted, the success rate with doing business is all there. And we know that anyone who gets accepted into this network, it keeps growing, and then the network gains recognition across the world. That means if our children or our children's children work in these businesses, they're part of this coalition. When they go to work with anyone else, Wazungus or other Africans, the people kind of know, okay, the people who come from this coalition, they're from a different type of yoke. And then there's that expectation, and then the network grows infinitely. So if we do some of these steps over here, we might be able to change our little history. And then obviously, as Tunaja says, get the military conditioning checked so that we can obviously control our own money and start trading with each other so that we can actually go down and set our own prices. For example, go down places like Congo. If you make it stable enough, you set the prices. You say, hey, well, I'm going to be selling this coltan that I know your semiconducting company will not work. The computers that you use will not work with it without this mineral. This is one of the only safe place to get it from in the world. So you pay our tariffs. We stop just being, the person at the other end, but we start to do the research ourselves. When the Wazungus came, they gave us salt. It depends on the region, obviously. I'm talking about the places that didn't have salt. From Indian Ocean, and that some spices like cumin and all that kind of stuff. We gave them gold. Now, at that time, it was a fair exchange because we wanted the seasoning. But our mindset should have been to learn what that gold is useful for them so that we can then see and think beyond.
Okay. During the end of what you're saying, can you condense once more? I kind of got lost. I'm listening to your examples, but what exactly would you say are the actual solutions? Like as plainly as possible.
Okay. Actual solutions is okay. There's a few steps. First of all, is you get a coalition of brothers and sisters, and you create a company. This company is just a coalition, right? That's the first step. It's not difficult to get a company incorporated in America or UK or Canada. You pay like $15, right, for a company to get incorporated. You set up the membership, whatever, how much stocks the person owns in this company. You let brothers and sisters join who are business minded or specialist skills. Let's say Fang is over here. She has a business in making and distributing Afro textured weave for Black women, for example. Tunisia is over here as a technical sales manager. You let people like this join, or lawyers, or any carpenters, anyone with skills, you let them join this network, right? So as they join the network, they own a share of this company and they buy it in. What happens is that every time there's a business, the people go and do the business as a representative of this company. So the reputation of the company increases, right? And also the amount of job increases. And obviously, as you know, with business, the better the reputation, the more people recommend your company. That then makes the company grow bigger, but anyone who's affiliated with the company also gets respect. And this means is we now separate ourselves. We create a coalition of people who the rest of the world knows, okay, we can trust this group or this company. Anyone who comes from this company is of a certain ilk and trust mechanism. Then when the company goes for any kind of biddings, let's say we want to go build bridges, right, in Kenya or Tanzania or somewhere, because the company's reputation, we are going to be likely to actually win this bidding wars, etc., because of the people who are affiliated. The network just continuously grows, and everyone owns some percentages. So there's two ways of marketing this. You make money because you own part of the company, and two, you make money because the company gives you work, and then you can associate your own company with also this this affiliation. Once you do that, this just creates power. And then obviously you do all the other things by trading. And I'm not going to go into that part because it'll get confusing, but that's a good start. That will uplift ourselves, our kids, and our mindset. And we need to learn game theory. I mean, everyone should read a book on game theory. Or let's say the book by this European Italian called Prince by... if you read that book, it's going to teach you how they think. The Wazungus are perfected thinking in a way like this. You know, it's using your mind, playing high-level 3D chess instead of this whole trust thing. That doesn't go through the mind of people who come to you. It's all 3D chess.
Okay. One, regarding the, to be fair, your summation, I could also ask you the same question that you asked me about. What is the solution? But I get what you are trying to say, so I'm not going to ask you that.
Well, Tunisia, I told you. I gave you steps, Tunisia. You know, go and build this company.
What you are trying to say is to build a set of experts that have this in a track record of delivering, right, so that they can be able to go out there and win more projects. But we are talking about an African-wide problem, and you can have experts all you want. What tends to happen is that then the West will just either look to purchase the company and offer you something that you cannot refuse, and if you don't, they'll find a way to destroy you. This is the name of the game. Except somebody is backing you, like the Chinese government backing their own businesses to ensure that their businesses survive. This world is not, sometimes I feel like some of the way you sound like someone that just comes from the world of, expertise and business, forgetting the underpinnings of those sectors. So if you look at every business is supported by government. I think somebody said that earlier on. Governments enable these things to function. And if the governments are not strong, these things cannot function very well. Whatever you put in place is a house of cards. It can easily be brought down. So this is the issue. I've thought about some of these things for a long time, and I found that in the end, is that simple logic where you have a school, school playground bully. The guy that is stronger, that has more friends, seems to call the shot. That is life. Once you are strong, then all the rest of the stuff can fall in place. All your scientists, all these experts you're talking about, now they can actually be able to function. You send them out on their own, you're just sending them out to go and face a lot of problems. I know of cases where Nigerian universities have discovered various they've done a lot of things that are meant to be patented. They had intellectual rights and stuff like that. But most of this stuff that they've discovered, they just end up selling it off for pennies because they can't actually make use of them. If you discover something that you're going to need sophisticated tool to actually manufacture in reasonable quantity, where are you going to get those tools? Those tools are patented. Who is going to sell it to you? Who's going to give you the loan to buy them? So in what economy? The economy where there is power failure all the time. So the whole, who's going to buy it from your country? How are you going to export it? It's just when the person does the calculation, you just discover that, okay, I might as well just sell it. It's better to just do that. And Nigerians and many African countries lose intellectual property rights because of this whole thing. You know, I was in the UK when the finance. Go ahead.
The reason why this happens is because there is no network of brothers and sisters that can get them people to come and compete. If, let's say, you have this network and then the brother is out here who understands that there's other people who can come to bid for this patent, then of course there's ways that then that brother can then allow that patent to be sold at a value. For example, not the whole thing, sell maybe 40%, make the two, people bid for it, etc. The issue is it's a information lack of inside men or women who know how the thing works. Yeah, I think we're in agreement. You need power to protect you, and yes, if you have the power, other things will fall in place, but only if we actually raise the mindset of the people. I don't even think we're in that position yet, because most people are still talking about trusting people, and that's not even relevant. Trust is irrelevant. It's all about power. Do you have power, and do you have the mindset to win at the game of negotiation? Those two are the most important things.
I have a question.
In the bottom, have any final?
I have a question.
What's your question?
Okay. So you said the Europeans are the same, just like the Chinese. They're all bad, right?
Yes.
I wanna ask you. Don't you think Africa need allies? Like we need partners outside Africa?
No, because first of all, Africa cannot have allies. We can have temporarily people that we work with in the moment, but the term ally refers to something a little bit more friendly or something. The issue is, right, Africa is one, right? But this so-called ally will just stab us in the back if they can come in force and then if they've offered something better, right? A better plan will be, hey, actually, China, why don't you just come with us? We can just go to Africa and then decide, hey, why don't we just take over it again and divide the things? If the division of that resources is better than the deal that they have with us, they'll take it. Ultimately, that's how this world works. So there is no such thing as ally. We literally have the single biggest resource in the world. Everybody wants it, unless you make China like another state of Africa and give them like a significant portion of the resources.
But do you realize that irrespective of the amount of resources we have, we still need Western, because remember, Africa don't have the right people in place, the right education and everything to do everything on its own.
That's not true, right? So let me show you what I mean. It's yes, we don't have every industry that we can do by ourselves, but we don't need Europeans. Here's the thing: they need us more than we need them. If we don't sell them coltan, for example, there is no semiconducting industry. Without semiconducting industry, there is nothing like the computer you're using right now. Everything dies. Quantum computing, all the infrastructure that is based on technology dies immediately, just without that one resource. So if we bleed them out and say we won't sell them, there's nothing they can do apart from come with war and all that kind of stuff. But that's another problem, which if we then have what Tunaja says, security, we'll be fine. In the game of trade, we have more of what they need than we need them. Now, we could work with China, as you say, and do deals with them where we force them to share basics of the industry and starting up our own manufacturing company. And we let them know, okay, we won't take over the whole manufacturing. We'll take the basic processing of the raw minerals. You can take over the actual fabrication of the more complex technology, and then we do that deal. But this can be done if we have the might behind us. They need us more than we need them. That's the first step that we have lost.
Okay,
that's quite true, because but it seems to me like a lot of what you are saying is just like it's far in the future. We are talking about now. Now Africa don't have the industries to do a lot of what you are saying, and you have to put that into consideration.
Let me just add something quickly. I think some of the things you are saying too is also slightly contradictory. The reason why I say that particularly is that you say China is as bad as the West and all the rest of it.
Correct.
And which is not accurate too, because historically it's not accurate, and even in contemporary times it's not also accurate, because if you count the number of people that have been killed by the Chinese,
actually
black people that have been killed by the Chinese compared to the black people that have been killed by the West, you can't even count. Can you even? tell me that the Chinese they have bloods of Africans on their hands right now?
No, but that's the part which
So,
doesn't matter.
but see that this is a thing that you shouldn't. You can't equate two people when one is dripping with the blood of Africans and the other one is not, and you say they are entirely the same. Also, historically, like I said, history matters for a reason. There's a reason why they have credit checks,
I
because you
told
have
him.
history.
I said it.
So they have credit checks because you have history that has a way of that they can use to extrapolate your behavior in the future. It doesn't mean that you will not do certain things that's an outlier, but they can use it to predict. What I mean by that is the Chinese, when you said that they came to West Africa, that's East Africa, and they traveled all around. They even went to the America. Did you see them try to wipe out the Red Indians or conquer Africa or things like that? They went back home and destroyed their ships and went back and go back to business. Africans had a chance to go into Europe and conquer Europe and do all those things. Many times we didn't do that because that is not part of our ways. The Japanese, okay, I think Japanese are slightly different. Those ones are quite really, really like, they are more like the Europeans. But by and large, most other groups didn't act the way the Europeans acted, because
Okay,
most
see,
other
one
groups
second.
travel the world too.
Right. Okay, let me correct you on that one. So yes, the Chinese didn't do a lot of those things, but only because they didn't come as a military unit. They came as sailors for exploration. The British came literally as a military unit. The British East India Company, for example, or the version in Nigeria, I forgot the name of it. These were military units. These were traders who were equipped with war.
But that is their nature.
Right.
That's the point. They are not the same. The other one decides to come for exploration, go back home. Even when they discover wealth in those areas, they went back home and changed. Their nature is not to go and conquer and plunder.
Okay, one second. I'll disagree here, because you're forgetting about the Mongolian Empire, which actually took over most of the world. The Mongolian Empire was a mixture between the Chinese and the Tibetans and all those people. That they went across the whole world, killed millions of people. They did the same thing.
To be fair, the Mongols are not the Chinese. They actually conquered China too.
Yeah, they conquered China, but then the Chinese became part of that empire, and also obviously they joined in that whole affair. And genetically, they're all very similar people at that point, right?
Okay, Kaizo and Tunisia, you guys could have a private conversation.
Okay, no, just one point.
Come in the Kaizo and Tunisia show.
Okay.
And yeah, I wanted to ask anybody in the bottom, basically Fang and Titus, if they had any final closing anything.
Yes, because I'm seeing this like this is going like too far from things that don't know how to do anything with the title. So I don't care, the Mongolians or the Chinese or the Han, whatever. It's about the now. That's why you don't have this business mentality. Now, we're talking about now. What the now is going to affect the future in 5-10 years. The now. You're talking about the past. Do you understand me? You are talking about the past. We are talking about the now. The Chinese are talking about the now. They are not talking about the past. They are talking about now, what is going to happen to the country in the future.
I agree with you.
That's how we have to talk about.
True, 100%. Yeah, she's right. She's right.
So this is any single of you listening this. If you want to progress in life, you have to leave the past in the past. That's why. But you have to learn from the past. Do you understand that? Learn from the past and go ahead in the future for the things to not be repeated again. And make a better future for all of us. I don't care you are white, black, Asian, whatever. Because we have to live in this planet, this world. You understand? We have to interact with each other. You go to a school, if you are in the Western world, you have beside you have an Asian guy, or you have a white guy. Do you understand? Stop. It's not just about being black or not being black. Stop seeing the differences. But obviously, yes, we have to work because for our own. Every single person works for their own. Yeah. Me, I know what I'm on. So if somebody is telling me African American I'm my own, I'm gonna say no. They are not because I'm seeing what they are. They're trying to dictate us what to do. They are not us. But this is I'm talking about the whole entire planet right now. You want something better for Africa? Learn from the Chinese. The Chinese, as I said to you before, they learn from the Western people. USA gave them a lot of loans, and look at them, what they did with those loans. That now USA is in debt with them. Learn from the Chinese. Learn, that's a business mentality. Learn. If you're not capable of learn, you're going to be doomed. White people, some of them are very bad people. It's true. But South African, we are very bad people too. But always you have to see the advantage of anything is happening to you, even the bad thing. You have to see the advantage. Why you are there right now, here at this moment. You have to learn something from now. What is happening to you now? Why life is trying you to learn something for now, for you to be better, but you're still living in the past. Yeah. So when you go to Africa, we all black people, we have to interact with each other, with us. Before the one were there, we had to interact with each other, right or not? And then what happened? We have our own borders: the Fang border, Wolof border, Igbo border. Do you get this? We were not the same people. We're not the same people, but we had to interact with each other at some point too. Agreements. So learn from the Chinese. Don't see the Chinese as enemies. Take them as something that are teaching you how to be better, to go to the next step. Do you get this? I don't care if they're doing silly things in Zambia. The Zambia, if they are doing that, my cousin was working in Zambia because of my country, the agreements. Don't say that. See, oh, you're doing this. Okay, no worries. I'm going to learn from you. And then when I'm going to have my things, I'm going to start working with my own people. Take it an advantage. You are not seeing the future ahead of you. You are not seeing just what you... Stop talking about the past. Look, the now. You are right now, here, now, talking. God wanted you to be here right now. And then go to the future. What you want for you into the future. Me, I'm here in the UK. I go to my country, and I know I'm going to open something. So, but for example, if I want to do something for every single person in my country, I see the slums, and I see how people are sharing these toilets, these nasty toilets. So the best thing I can do for them, I'm not going to talk bad about them. It's like, okay, this is an investment. So nobody's going to pay me for that. I'm going to go there when I have this enough money to do this. Who am I going to charge? Yeah, or to a person to come here to do this for me, to make these toilets, these community toilets, safely. That people, they can have showers with each other, or they can go to the toilet, something like that. You have to see ahead how to improve your countries. You cannot improve the country in one day, but you can do things slowly. Stop seeing the Chinese as something. Do something from your country first. Do something. Let's stop talking about the Chinese, because in the end, the Chinese, they are doing things much better than you're doing right now talking. Yeah. Okay, that's what's all. Thank you very much. It's time to sleep now here in the UK for me. Thank you. It's true. Exactly. Yes, exactly. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye all. Okay, bye-bye.
No worries. You're welcome anytime.
I have
Okay.
I have one request for African Fun Tribe.
Oh my God. I wanted to go to sleep. Tell me.
What? Can you hear me?
I wanted to go to sleep. Tell me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. My request is please can you help us get Yaya Jammeh back to Gambia, because we want to prosecute him. That's my request for you.
Who you want to prosecute in Gambia?
Our former president, Jammeh.
No, it's in my country. You cannot prosecute.
Yes, I know it's in your country, but I want you to send you guys to send him back so that we can prosecute him for all the atrocities he has committed.
Yeah, but every single person, you check the presidents of every single country, you can see the atrocities. Even Kwame Nkrumah.
Because your country there is a dictator also. That is why he's staying there comfortably.
I have a video. What is a dictator? You see my country, what it was beforehand and what it's right now. You can trust Tony that my country is developing more than what beforehand.
I just make a request. Yes or no? Can you do it or not?
No. What is a dictator? So look at this.
Can you do it or not?
Jammeh did what he had to do.
You don't know Jammeh. Yeah. Stop talking rubbish.
No. You stop talking the rubbish. Jammeh has to do what you had to do because right now is what you are and what happened in the past. Are you living in the past?
Omar, it's not fair to expect her to hand over Jammeh.
Of course, they have to hand over Jammeh.
You're living in the past and the future because Jammeh is not there anymore. You have to
Jammeh did what he did, and he cannot just go scot-free. That's unfair.
The future is now. Stop talking about the past and live the future. That's why you're not talking the advancements of the Africans. You are talking about the past. Leave the past.
Thank you.
Past.
I know you are going to call me pigeon, but thank you in advance.
I think she makes some good points there. As a matter of fact, that's the first time I've heard her. It's not fair to ask another country to hand over your leaders so that you can try them. I understand the need for justice, but if you look at the world, you rarely get that situation where you get your leaders. Look at all the craziness Trump and his people did. Is he being tried right now? So, and the leaders do these things. In short, all the countries in the world, elites get away with stuff. So what we can worry about is how we can fix our systems as it is right now. The only example I have that I think can work, at least is a start, is to start getting even the people that are in office right now or the media to start understanding these things.
Tunaya, I'm not cutting you short, but this is one of the problems with we Africans. We don't hold our leaders accountable. See, if Jammeh goes scot-free for all the atrocities he has committed, all the innocent lives he has taken just like that, so many people some people lost their fathers at a very young age. They had to grow up without their fathers. Can you imagine that?
Yes,
one of my friends is included. One of my friends is included. So if we don't set examples to our leaders, then those who will come in the future will do the same mistake.
See, the mistake you are making is that with leaders, whenever they make decisions, one way or the other, somebody dies. So it's very, very, like in the UK now, there are people that died, 100,000 people that died.
I understand the decisions you are trying to say here. But Jammeh's own was different. Jammeh, once you oppose him, he sees you as an enemy, and he will do whatever it takes to get you down.
Okay.
A leader who will stand in front of the whole country and said, if you oppose me, I will send you 6 feet deep. What kind of leader is that? Is that not a dictator? What could be more dictatorial than that?
All right, I have something to do in like 9 minutes. So St. James, you can please go ahead.
No, thank you for bringing me today, man. I was just trying to address someone did you see my question on the private chat?
Yes.
Is that possible or not today?
What do you mean? I don't understand your question.
So oftentimes you can create a back channel so people can talk offline or something.
Yes, and James, I can't see.
You want to create a space that we can talk offline?
Like Tunaya, you know how to do that? Like, you remember when you did that with Nakmizi the other day?
Oh no, he didn't go offline. He just remained on the panel. He didn't come offline. Although you do have it on this channel, like there's a private chat there, and that is what we are talking about. You can chat from there if you wanted to chat from there.
Oh, okay. Because I was trying to talk to you now because everybody's gonna read what I'm typing. I was just going to talk to you privately,
Okay,
but
so
that's okay.
if you want to talk private, I can make a separate StreamYard and put it in the private chat, and then you guys can talk private.
Yes, let's do that.
Great.
Okay,
Sounds good.
sure, no problem. So with all of that being said, thank you everybody for tuning in. This is the end of the live stream. Next time, I promise. Okay, I have something to do. But again, thank you to all the panelists. Subscribe to Fang Tribe. Subscribe to Mr. Uganda. Who else was
Who's
here?
tribe?
Pro Services. Re-Empire. And all the other people who were here earlier. But yes, that's the end of the stream. Thank you, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Bye. So how does this back channel work? Hey, Kezo, you're still there? Can you hear me?
The stream is actually still live.
I think